Hello, Internet, and welcome to Creative Live. My name is Kenna Klosterman, and I will be your host today, along with Mr. Russ Andes. This is a very, very exciting 3-day course called Imaginative Fashion Photography with Miss Aniela. This is our pre-show where Russ and I are just going to get you all warmed up, get our little studio audience here warmed up.
Yes, we are.
And talk about this course. So, what have you got for us?
I have got a lot because this is one of those that I've looked forward to for a
Me
long
as well.
time. Loved her work forever, as I'm sure many of you out there have. And as I know a group of 9 currently wonderful young folks here in the audience have as well. How are you doing today, Kenna?
I am doing really, really great. You know, Natalie, Miss Aniela, and her life and business partner, Matt, have been here since Monday. They have gone and done a test shoot in the location where we're going to be tomorrow. You do not want to miss that.
Yes.
And they are just the sweetest people
They
as
are.
well. So we're very, very excited to have them all the way from London. And I can listen to both of their accents forever.
Well, we get to do it for at least 3 days.
We do.
So we are
We do.
very excited for that. As part of this pre-show, we want to get to know the folks who are going to be with us for these 3 days. So we would love to just chat with you guys briefly. Let's have each of you, first of all, go ahead and go down the line. And let me just hear your name, where you're joining us from, and then also tell us where people can find your work online, if you want to share that. And one of the things that Miss Aniela is big on that we want to talk about is style. She wrote a blog post that was about 7 steps to defining your style. And this is something that I know we're going to talk about on day 3. But I want to kind of get a baseline here and find out where you guys are with your own style. Do you have something that you self-identify as your style? Or are you still seeking that? If so, what are the elements that you currently define as your style or are looking to potentially add? What are your thought processes around style right now? So name, where you're from, all that kind of stuff, and then tell us a little bit about your style. Eva.
Hi, my name is Eva Blanchard. You can find me at evablanchardphoto.com and Eva Blanchard Photo at Facebook. My style, well, I think this thing definition. I really like costumes, old-fashioned, 19th century, and maybe I am a little gothic. But yeah, more or less, I want to make something around that.
That is great.
Hi, I'm Sabahat Noreen. I'm joining you guys from Calgary, Canada. You can find me on sundaycreativestudio.com and Sunday Creative Studio on Facebook as well. As for me, I haven't really, I haven't defined my style as yet. I really like Miss Aniela's style, and I want to eventually go towards fine art fashion photography, but I'm not there yet. I do a lot of portraits and experimental stuff, but still working on it.
What is it that actually attracts you to her work? What are the elements of her style that you personally like?
I have an art background, like I've done art, fine art, since I was very young. So what I like about Miss Aniela's style is it kind of borders on, is it a painting? Is it a photo? And I really like that, so it's not just a photo, there's way more to it.
Yeah, the surrealism aspect
Exactly.
to her
Yeah.
work is so tied to paintings,
Yes.
and it's
her post-production is
yes.
amazing. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sam Breach. You can find me at www.sambreach, that's breach.com, and you can also find me a lot on Google+. I would say that my style is, I love the fairy tale look, the whimsy. I think the word whimsical is my favorite word to describe what I'm aiming for with my work.
Fantastic.
Hey, my name is Alec Hutchins, and I'm from North Carolina, and you can find me at facebook.com/AlecHutchinsPhotography, and also at AlecHutchins.com. My style, I would consider, is I try to create and capture what we would want life to be like, or what we see in our minds or in our dreams, but then what it rather really is. So just more like surreal portraits and stuff like that.
That's fantastic. I love that.
And Mike back. Alec, I hope you don't mind me asking you this question. How old are you?
I'm 18.
18 years old, everybody. 18 years old here in our Creative Live studio audience. And in fact, we have Corinne, who will be joining us in a little bit, our 10th studio audience member, who actually has some mandatory tests at school right now, which is why she's going to be a little bit late. But that is because she lives here in Washington. She is 15 years old. And what I was blown away when we heard this about the two of you joining our studio audience, because a lot of times we see people in our chat rooms who are teenagers and talk about the challenges, how do I do this, what do I do? And so we're really, really excited to have you and your work represented in this course. And there she just walked in the studio, Corinne, yay. All right, we'll keep going down the line. Thanks, Alec.
Hi, my name is Lynn Azar-Roston. You can find my work at floatphoto.com. I'm sadly not 15 or even close to it. I would say that my style is very conceptual. At least I like it to be conceptual. So I like it to tell a story, which is what actually I really appreciate about Miss Aniela's work, is that each photo tells its own story. So, and each viewer can get what they want from it, can get something different from it. So, yeah.
I really like that too. That's great.
That's fantastic. What I think is so cool is, we've watched all of you submitted videos to be here in our studio audience, and so seeing your faces in person is really fun. You're just like your video.
So far, I haven't been surprised by anyone.
That's fantastic. All right. Well,
So let's go ahead and jump to the back and go ahead and stand up and tell us your name, tell us where you're joining us from and where people can find your work online, and then maybe a little bit about your own style and sort of where you are and where you want to be.
My name is Corinne Biesig, and I'm from here in Washington. You can find my work at Corinne Biesig Photography, I kind of do fine art work, self-portraits, and I kind of want to get into more fashion photography and do stuff like that.
Fantastic. So good to have you.
Hi, my name is Dallas Curo. I'm here from Toronto, Canada, but I'm currently living in Madison, Wisconsin, which is where I flew in from. I would say my work is, I work with a lot of couples and people in love, weddings, engagements, and I also do beauty work because I'm a photographer / makeup artist. So what attracted me to Miss Aniela's work is that painterly quality that makeup artists love and the cinematic feeling. So a lot of times my work, I don't have control over all the elements because on a wedding day, you just kind of go with the flow. So what I'd love to work towards in my portrait work is that more cinematic style that she has perfected. So that's what I'm here to learn.
Well, thank you for bringing your energy, Dallas, as well, just like your video. You have the cutest video. Really adorable. And everybody, again, we love having our studio audience. We call it our front row. You too at home can have the opportunity to come and visit with us in person. You can go to creativelive.com/front row to see the upcoming opportunities. So thank you, Dallas.
Hello, my name is Marcia Mosley, and you can find me at marciamosley.com or on Facebook at Marcia Mosley Photography. And I do mainly portraits, but I really try to make them as creative as possible. I like a kind of moody element to them, and I've been playing around with compositing recently. I'm really excited to learn more skills to do that more believably and creatively as Miss Aniela does. So I'm very excited, and also the fashion element, which I would love to incorporate more in my work. So I'm very happy to be here.
Wonderful. Glad to have you.
Hi, my name is Danielle Bouchette, and you can find me at daniellebouchette.com. I'm from Pittsburgh, and I currently I work very closely with a specific brand, so I'm very excited to see how I can bring some of the elements from Miss Aniela's work into the brand that I work for, and also into my own work. I'm always trying to mix ambient and strobe lighting, and I really like that aspect. So yeah, just looking to take my work a little further.
Love it.
We're happy to have you as well.
Hi, my name is Haley Nybert. I'm from Bellingham, Washington. I would define my photography as more conceptual fashion photography or portraiture. I started out kind of being really enamored by fashion magazines as a child, so predominantly I work with fashion, I create sculptures, a lot of fine art photography, and I do like lots of props and things like that. So I try and create more of an environment that's more surreal or conceptual. And yeah, that's it. Oh, and you can find me at hnn-photo.com.
Beautiful. So good to have you all here. It's really exciting to have people from diverse backgrounds, areas, places around the world. And what I love about everyone is that your style is kind of in development. And I think that's something that will resonate as we go through these 3 days, as we talk about how to figure out what your style is and then how to actually define it, how to create it through your work, that it is a process.
Yes.
It's something that is not just okay, done, figured out my style, now we move on. It's something that is actually going to be a process that you'll be able to develop, and that's something that we will be talking about throughout this workshop.
Yeah, I'm really excited to, as I read Natalie's blog post about defining your style, there are some very sort of surprising elements that she talks about. So highly recommend going to her blog and reading that, and again, throughout this workshop. Some of that was just seeing the different places where you gather inspiration and such to become your style, but how, like you said, that changes over time and what really is style. So go check out Natalie, Miss Aniela's blog.
Exactly. So really quick, just a preview for some of you who may not have checked out the course page to see the schedule. Today we're going to be here talking all day long about so many different topics. Tomorrow we're going to be shooting. Pretty much all day long, and one of the things that I'm excited about is the fact that we're doing basically 2 shoots throughout the day. We're going to do what we're calling a lo-fi shoot, which is effectively the sort of thing that Natalie was doing when she started out. You know, more of the, we're going to have a model, but basically the sort of things that she did when she was focusing almost exclusively on self-portraiture, not having a team, not having a huge budget, not having all of that, and then we're going to switch it up and do a full couture shoot with a dress that I...
Well, if you go to Facebook, social media, Leonid, their stylist and designer that they brought out from New York City, out of this world, and you'll be familiar with some of his dresses and styling with Miss Aniela's previous work as well. But it's what I'm so excited about is that Miss Aniela, Natalie, and Matt have something called the Fashion Shoot Experience, and you can go to fashionshootexperience.com to check that out. But what it is this very high production, whether it's in London, New York, LA, this year Iceland, and where they set up, and those lucky 12 people or so, get to build their portfolio and with this incredible experience and make it their own. And we have seen Leonid's work in that, but we're bringing that to all of you. And I can't say that that's ever been done before with Miss Aniela, so that's going to be a huge day tomorrow.
Absolutely. So I think that we are about ready to get started here. So I'm going to go ahead and jump over, join the folks in the chat room, say hi. So go ahead and join us in there. There's a green chat live with class participants link. Come on in, say hi. I'm going to go say hi to them. Kenna?
All right. Thank you, Russ. One more shout out is that we have a fashion photo contest. You can find out all the details on Facebook, on our Creative Live Facebook page. People have already been submitting their entries, and you can do so for another 24 plus hours. So go check that out. We have some incredible prizes from folks like Think Tank Photo, Three-Legged Thing, Alien Skin, and more. So go check that out. All right, everybody. Well, it is time to get started. This is Imaginative Fashion Photography with Miss Aniela. We are here on Creative Live, and Creative Live is an online broadcasting free education network. We have 5 channels here on Creative Live that plays and streams free education 24/7. Those 5 channels are photo and video, art and design, music and audio, which is one of our newer channels, and maker and craft, and business and money. And like I said, you can come to our website at any time, 24/7, and there will be something playing for free. You can check out what's playing by looking at those channels, see, and tune on in and start learning. You can also have anytime access. You can upgrade to anytime access to any of our courses. That gives you really that on-demand access where you can pause, rewind, go back, and watch, like I said, at any point directly from our website. You can do that. You can purchase that access directly on the course page or on the live page that you are at right now. So we also, as Russ just mentioned, and he's over in there, have chat rooms. This is a live social classroom. We invite you to join in those chat rooms. This is a place for you guys to build community, have fun, but also drop in your questions for Natalie so that we can get them to her throughout the course. Well, it is time again, everybody. This is Imaginative Fashion Photography with Miss Aniela, also known as Natalie Dibish. This is her first time here on Creative Live. She is a fine art and fashion photographer based in London. She's collected and exhibits all over the world. Truly, her style, her surreal fashion imagery is very, very unique. She is self-taught. She became known, many of you who know her work well, for her self-portraits, and has transformed what her own style is and continues to over time. She, like I just mentioned, also has the fashion shoot experience. That is these amazing high production events that she has people come and shoot with. So please help me welcome Natalie, Miss Aniela. Come on out. Hi. That was my little side hug. Yeah. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you, Kenna. Very happy to be here. Almost got over my jet lag, so.
Well, that's good that you were able to come in several days early because it is that time difference. But I'm so excited. This woman has put so much work into this course, and today especially is jam-packed.
Yes.
And so let's just start the learning, and over to you.
Okay.
All right. And there's another clicker there as well.
Thank you very much. Hello. So I'm here, finally, doing this presentation that I've been tweaking for so long. But so I'm really pleased to be here because I'm presenting on fashion photography. But fashion photography has been something that I've been involved in for only half of my career so far in my life. Prior to that, I was, as Kenna and Ross have been talking about, and some of you may know, I was into self-portraiture, and that was how I propelled myself. It was mostly classed as fine art because I was creating my stuff for myself and putting it out there, not for any particular brief or any particular client. It was my way that I launched myself as a photographer and as an artist. So fashion photography has been something that I've been involved in for the past 3 or 4 years. And it's what this whole workshop is themed about. But then when I was planning this workshop, I was looking at my fine art origin and my background in self-portraiture, and I realized that it wasn't just relevant to who I am, it's actually key to who I am. And it makes my workshop really quite different from a lot of workshops on fashion photography because there's this whole different approach, this different lens through which I'm looking at fashion subjects and fashion scenarios. So as Kenna and Ross have told you, this is going to be a 3-day workshop, all kind of centered around this shoot that we're doing tomorrow, which has 2 aspects to it, the high production and the lo-fi, low production kind of simpler methods that reflect how I got into photography to start with, through to the more intricate production of what you see that goes into any one of my pictures nowadays, like the one you see here. So on this workshop, we're going to be making you think like a big-time photographer. And what I mean by that is this keyword production, producer, because this is this word that's been coming up so much over the last few years as I've been involved in fashion scenarios with the fashion shoot experience and client shoots that have come about through our experience honed on these events that we've been doing. So photographers aren't just photographers anymore. Photographers are producers. As the photographer, you're like the director of a movie. You're like the conductor of an orchestra. And it's your job to bring together all the strengths of the people that you're directing or conducting. So this keyword strengths as well, I'm going to be using quite a lot through this workshop, because it's not just your strengths as a photographer that you learn about as you evolve and as you grow, but it's also the strengths of other people that you're drawing on and bringing together as part of any one particular project or commission or lifetime of work. So the benefits of our experience and our hindsight, Matthew and I's experience, and the team members that we've worked with, and you'll be meeting them in this workshop, we're going to use the benefits of that experience in this workshop. Matthew and I have been planning and talking for weeks and weeks and weeks, going over all the things that we want to talk about in terms of how to show, somebody who is either at the beginning of their career or totally new, or even other photographers who are already functioning as photographers, our advice and our tips on how to deal with the business side of making your art, your passion, into something viable as a commercial thing. So I'm going to go through the days and what we're going to be doing on each day. So today, word busting passion. Word busting is something I'm going to be doing throughout the workshop. So there's words like passion, style, inspiration. These words we use a lot, and I want to kind of do this word busting thing where I kind of get down to grips with what they actually mean and how they're relevant, and make you think maybe hopefully differently about them. We're going to be talking about the right and left brain of photography. So this is a really nice way of connecting everything that I've done in my beginnings to what I do now. How bringing Matthew on board has kind of evolved Miss Aniela and taken it to this kind of brand level rather than just Miss Aniela being an artist name. The test shoot, so we're going to be showing you clips from the test shoot that we did yesterday in preparation for tomorrow. And that's quite interesting. I'll have lots to say about that, and I'll be talking through my gear as well and talking through what we derived from the test shoot as to how it's useful for tomorrow's 2 setups. And word busting inspiration, another one of those, and looking at mood boards, which keys into inspiration heavily, and that's a really good thing that connects how you start out as somebody being inspired by stuff and how you actually relate that to the real world of pitching and doing a proposal for a commercial client, and then making the pitch. So connecting that mood board thing through to how you actually make yourself available to somebody who wants to hire you. And that's one of my key bits, the pitch part, because that was one of the key bits that I wanted to put into this workshop when I was first planning it. Because that's times where I've made pitches have been some of the most useful times where I've really been called to look at my work collectively and think of why I do it and where I'm trying to go with it at all. Day 2, the shoot. So we're going to be live on location all day and shooting all day. We're going to do a little bit of a introduction at the start, but then we're going to be shooting for the rest of the day. Lo-fi and couture. So the lo-fi, like we've been saying, is the kind of simpler methods that you might go about to shoot when you first start out. So simpler lighting, simpler model and outfit. And the couture is where we've kind of really got these big ingredients in that we've taken weeks and weeks to prepare, more in line with a client shoot or something that involves a higher budget. And then we're going to be doing a team Q&A, so a panel on location with Matthew, Leonid, the makeup artist, and the hairstylist. And that gives the audience and people at home a chance to ask them questions directly. And I'll have questions as well that I want to ask them. And that's a good time for me to actually check in with the team, and so you don't just hear my voice all through 3 days. And image review. So we're going to be looking at the pictures that we've taken and our first thoughts about them in line with fine art and fashion, and how these 2 genres are, how they come together in these pictures and how they're different worlds as well. Day 3 is going to be mainly about editing. So we're going to be looking through the pictures. We're going to be talking about Photoshop to start with and how it's used in different ways, busting through some of the myths about Photoshop that I consider to be myths anyway. Compositing and surrealism. So going through to thinking about how I might apply levels of surrealism to my images. As you know, that's the main thrust of my work that you're probably all aware of, and what I do at the moment, and the pictures you've been seeing that advertise the workshop. They're these surreal images. And I'm going to be talking about that, and also hopefully trying out some things with the images that I take during our shoot. And then in the second half of the day, we're going to be talking about style, purpose, and your journey of photography. I'm amazed at how many aspects of photography really key into the whole philosophy of life itself. A lot of the things that I'm talking about aren't just about fashion photography. They're about any photographer's pursuit of success. And even outside of photography and outside of the arts even, these things that we think about in terms of what we want to do with our lives are very appropriate. And then we'll be talking about social media in line with how to market yourself, because social media is this thing that we mainly use nowadays to market ourselves. Even businesses 10, 20 years ago that would have used traditional forms of advertising are also using social media in ways that we as photographers use it as well. Word-busting success, and talking about the dream job. So through this workshop, you guys and people at home, I want to be thinking about ultimately what is your dream job, and continuing to keep those words in mind as I progress through the 3 days. But first, I want to talk about something very important, which is trying to define what I mean by the words that I'm using. So why am I a fine art fashion photographer? And I actually just kind of like, through the years, I've changed my title so many times, in terms of how to actually label myself. And this fine art fashion photographer thing, I've just kind of like thought of recently. I took the "and" out between fine art and fashion because I kind of felt like it was relevant. And it's actually through preparing this workshop that I really started to define what on earth I'm trying to do in my work and where it might be going, because it helped me really consolidate a lot of that. So it's important to define what fine art is and what fashion is, because these two words are often used, bandied about quite a lot by people who want to do creative types of photography with models. But fine art and fashion are two separate worlds. They're two separate industries. They're two separate commodities. So it's important to think about that when we put these two words together, because calling yourself a fine art fashion photographer is a little bit bizarre and a little bit contradictory, you might say. Because fine art, to first define what we mean by fine art, we define fine art as something that an artist creates and puts out into the world without any brief. They aren't told what to do. So they're creating something from their own heart, and they're putting it out there with their own kind of vision. And they don't necessarily have an expectation of what might come of it. Obviously, we have the fine art industry where we sell prints and we show in galleries, and there are trends as well involved in that. There are art critics. But generally, the whole point of it, the point of purpose, the purpose of its creation is that you aren't told what to do, basically. And when I say fine art, I'm distinguishing between art and artistry and artistic, because we all describe fashion with those words, but fine art itself is a separate world that is really quite different from fashion. Whereas fashion is a commercial practice. Fashion photography is all about taking pictures of things related to fashion to sell them. So we're selling garments. I mean, it sounds really obvious, but when you start defining these things, you realize that if you, like me, start out in fine art and find yourself kind of dreaming of getting into fashion, well, you have to think about what that actually implies about the whole changing of the purpose of creation of your work, because you aren't creating it for yourself anymore. You're creating it for clients, ultimately with the view to sell to people. So it's not so much about the message. It's not so much about really anything but the garment and the fashion accessories that you're selling in the image. And you have these, obviously, when you open up a magazine and you see these beautiful adverts and beautiful fashion campaigns, that's maybe what hits creative people first. They see all this beauty, but the beauty is more like an accessory to what is the main thing, which is the product that's being sold. So there are these expectations and codes and conventions that you need to abide to if you want to be successful in fashion. So this is a picture from my deep, dark past, you might call it. This is a self-portrait. So this is indicative of my fine art origin, what I started out doing. I started out just making pictures because I really just loved making them. I was playing around with a digital camera for the first time and Photoshop, and getting really fascinated with how to cut my images and make myself look kind of like a different character in each picture. And there wasn't any expectation of where I would go with photography as a profession. I didn't necessarily intend to. It may well have been a subconscious thing, because I've always wanted to be in a creative profession. Like maybe I thought I might be a journalist. I was into writing, and I was getting into photography a little bit, but it's not something I was in from a very young age. It's something that kind of popped out in my teenage years. So how I got into photography is that I was making these images and putting them out there through social media, which I'm going to talk more about on day 3 in terms of my how I used it to leverage myself inadvertently at first. But self-portraiture was like my initiation and my education into photography. It was about how I learned about color and form. It was like a self-taught education where I was just basically playing around and seeing what I liked and putting them out there as well at the same time. But it also honed some of the style that I was later to go on and apply to fashion. So this, by contrast to the last image, is a much more recent pair of images that is more in line with fashion. So the last slide was the typical kind of fine art approach, and this, if you see the differences in terms of the way it's presented, immediately you've got this difference. I've purposefully chosen an image, 2 images, a diptych, on a double-page spread, because this is conventional of fashion, where you have it laid out for a magazine. So it's not, when you're actually shooting these pictures, you are thinking about how it's going to be laid out in a magazine, because that's how fashion works generally. And you are also abiding by these conventions where you've got close-up and mid-shot, and they're paired together. So you're basically selling what she's wearing, and you're selling the kind of beauty of it, and you're selling this kind of aspirational quality. But it's important to accommodate, like to contain all of your inspirations and all of your ideas for the aesthetics of it into a conventional fashion format, because otherwise it doesn't fit fashion and they will just reject it. So, very interesting, when you look at a screen grab of my Surreal Fashion series, this is a series that I've been working on for a few years, and I've kind of put it together as a separate website to keep it all in one place. So when you look at a screen grab of this Surreal Fashion series that I work on, you see instantly that each and every picture is a standalone piece. They're not presented like a magazine spread. They're presented, well, here they're all squares. They're not actually squares in reality, they're just square previews. But you can see there's a different look, a different model look in each image. You can see there's something wildly different going on in each image. And very rarely will there be a repetition of the same model and look from one image to the next. Sometimes there is a little bit of but very rarely. They're usually all standalone pieces. And this is not a fashion convention. This is a fine art convention, because in fine art, you present a collection of work. All those images do have a relationship to each other, but they're not necessarily intended to go over the pages of a magazine in some kind of sequence. They're standalone pieces that are drawn together for an exhibition, perhaps, or maybe they are published in a magazine, but it's in an art context, as an art feature, not necessarily as something that is showing off the garments that they're wearing. However, if we were to actually go into this website and click on an image, you will see that I've done something quite strange and unconventional, which is that I write in the credits of the team, and also I do a fine art convention, which is to write down what the dimensions of the print are. So you've got something that is fashion and fine art going on in the same caption, which I'm not necessarily saying is something that you should do. It's just something that I do because these images have been answerable both to fashion situations and to fine art situations. So I feel like those images need to have both sets of information in there. But I'm quite excited to talk more about this through the workshop as well, because I'm going to be showing you what I define to be fine art when I'm making a picture, and in which direction I'm being pulled in terms of fashion and fine art, and there being a conflict, because there always will be a conflict, because the two worlds are different worlds. So I've done this little chart here, kind of laying side by side these differences, these inherent differences between fashion and fine art. So in fashion, you've got a sequence. In fine art, you've got a series. So there is still some form of collation between your images, but in fashion, it's about a sequence, going from a mid-shot, going to a long shot, a model moving through a story, maybe a model going down the street to get an ice cream and she's showing off her shorts, whereas fine art is a series. So you have a set of images that are connected, but they're not necessarily rolling on from one to the next. They could do, but it's usually because the artist has chosen to convey a particular story that isn't about selling something. So fashion, you've got story over pages. Fine art, you've got standalone pieces. So in fashion, the end aim is usually a magazine, even if those pictures never go in a magazine. Fashion is presented hypothetically, like if you create a fashion shoot and it never gets published, but you still present it in a magazine manner because that's what is the convention. Whereas with fine art, the end aim could be anything. It could be typically like an exhibition, obviously a print that can either be sold or go into an exhibition, or a book perhaps of any different kind. It's freer in terms of where it can go as the end aim. The shelf life as well. The shelf life of fashion is, you have a magazine that's either waiting for the images and has to publish them at a certain time of year, and there is a shelf life to them. They run in accordance to seasons and what's in trend, and also generally when they're published, they're there is this thing about exclusivity as well, first rights, whereas fine art, they're timeless. Generally the time in which the images are taken are not relevant as to whether the images can be displayed. They're work that an artist has created, and so they're just like anything goes. And again, keying into what I've just said, the exclusivity usage of fashion is something generally where it gets published once, and sometimes that's it, and you celebrate the fact it's been published and you put it in your portfolio. Whereas fine art, there's no exclusivity expected. So you can have had an image published already and it gets published again and again in magazines, and they don't care whether it's been published before, because it's just not a done thing in fine art. And in fashion, it involves a team. It's a team. I'm going to be talking more about this because obviously a team is something that you don't always have to start with, and that's how a lot of people struggle when they're starting out, because you need a team, and how do you find a team, and how important is a team for client work. But something that fashion generally does need is a team, because you have hair, you have makeup, you have someone sourcing clothes, you have the model. Even if it's just you and the model, it's still a very small team that you've put in together, whereas in fine art, you can pretty much do anything you want. You can have a big team in fine art. It completely depends on what you're creating, but it's something, you can use yourself as a model like I did, and a lot of other people also use themselves as models, because it is their instant go-to thing to get started. And in fashion, you're answerable to such jargon as seasons and trends. Fine art, you have words like, you have art fairs, you have art shows, you have critics. These are the things that you are abiding by. These are the things that shape your life when you're in either of these labels. So I want to talk about why fine art, because fine art is my drive, fine art is my origin, and fine art is how I have applied myself to fashion. But why do I, in my title, fine art fashion photographer, why is the fine art there? Why don't I take that out and leave fashion? Or vice versa? Why fine art? Well, my origin, so like I've already talked about, the way that I've got into photography, the way you get into photography isn't just about logistics. It's also something key to what's in your heart, and what draws you to photography is key to keeping your heart forever, because that is ultimately where you've started, and it's a bit of the true you. So the way that I see when I'm shooting, even though I do have to compromise when I'm shooting commercial things and fashion stories, but generally the way I see is that I see something that I want to make magnificent into one picture. But I'm used to that from when I did my self-portraits. Because when I did my self-portraits, I would make an image and present it online, and I'd want everything to be in that one picture, because I want that one picture to be one big wow. And so that has carried on into fashion. I want one picture to be one big wow. And it may be that, my origin has actually completely biased the way that I see my fashion subjects, and resulted in this surreal fashion series, typical of the Canaries picture that you see there, or the image on the course graphic of the woman in the red dress. The way that I process, so not just the way that I see when I'm shooting, but then the way that I process, so the way it continues into the post-production. And I put in there standalone images, right brain. I'm going to be talking more about what I mean by right brain, because what I mean by right brain is instinct, creativity, spontaneity. Whereas fashion demands convention in presentation. So like I've already said, with a double page spread versus a standalone, the way that I process is that I'm bringing things into one image a lot of the time, not all the time, but predominantly. Whereas fashion would demand that you look at your pictures and you think, how am I going to make a story out of this? Let's have a close-up, a mid-shot, a long shot. Which is something that I do, but it's something that is like a string pulling the other way when I'm trying to create one of my pictures that contain the one big wow. And a good thing about fine art is it's not limited to traditional beauty, so anything goes. Something about fashion is that it seems like the higher up you get, the more refined you have to be with your ingredients. You know, the styling, the choice of model, the hair and makeup. This is great. This is what I'm talking about when it comes to strengths, finding the strongest ingredients you can to make the strongest result you can. But generally, when you compare fashion to fine art, you see that in fine art you can shoot absolutely anyone and anything, whereas fashion kind of limits you to this traditional, conventional beauty. You know, thin, young women, beautiful, conventionally beautiful women, and that's, you know, it's just is what it is. It just is what we as people have learned to find, you know, tasteful in the images in adverts and such like. Whereas something refreshing about fine art by comparison is you can photograph anything, unconventional beauty, and you have the pedestal to actually challenge things, which I really like. In my work, in my surreal fashion work, there is obviously a lot of traditional, conventional beauty going on. So I'm not necessarily saying that I challenge anything in that series, but it's something that I certainly, as a fine artist, I'm keeping my doors open mentally for the rest of my life to come, because it's not something I want to spend the rest of my life doing, just this one series. It's part of my journey, and I love making it. But there's also a lot more outside of traditional beauty that you see in fashion that I love to play with. So that's the great thing about fine art. You can do anything. The art can travel further. It transcends space and time. Lack of exclusivity demands higher shelf life. So, like I was saying, you don't have to worry about getting it into a magazine at a certain time of year. You don't have to be answerable to anyone who wants that particular story to match a certain trend that's going on or season that we're in. There's no one demanding first rights over your fine art because it's yours and you call the shots more generally. And it's got a higher shelf life because you can publish it again and again. It's not something that is kind of like a disposable form of artistry. Obviously, fashion isn't entirely disposable because we put it into our portfolios and we print our portfolios off, and they're an art form in themselves. But in terms of how we use it as a commodity, it has that shelf life. And fine art I find more likely to make money, or technically easier to hypothetically set the rules to make money. So with fashion, if there is any money involved in the making of images, it's something I'm going to talk about later in terms of the budgets in the fashion world. But with fine art, technically you can put, you know, £1 million on each print if you really wanted to. I'm not saying you're going to sell it, but you can sell it for whatever you want. There's that's your prerogative to sell it. It's almost like you're on your high chair and you're saying, okay, well, this is my art and I'm going to sell it for this, even if it's a ridiculously lo-fi image. You know, it's more about the message. I mean, obviously, if you look at any modern art gallery, you see a lot of different things going on in terms of how long a picture looks like it's taken to create. Whereas fashion is something that it has to meet these demands no matter what. So it's not necessarily going to make money unless you're putting those images into a campaign or something that involves a particular budget coming from the marketing of that client. A lot of the time there's no money to make the images and there's no money from the images. A lot of fashion photographers are basically doing their pictures to get noticed, and there's a lot of competition as well, which makes it even harder. But why fashion? You know, all these things I've said about fine art, why don't I consider myself entirely fine art and not, you know, including this fashion label? Well, all of the freedoms of fine art that I've just described in my last slide, all of those freedoms are slightly constrained and constricted. But this is also can be a good thing, because now you have boundaries, and those boundaries you can push against, and that's something that I enjoy. One of the things I don't enjoy so much about fine art, on the downside of having all those freedoms to do whatever you want, sometimes when you've got the world as your oyster, it's difficult to know where to start and what to do. So in fashion, you have these boundaries, and it can help you be, ironically, more creative when you're in a situation where you've got to show the dress, you've got to show the jewelry, you've got to make the model look perfect. And so you're on a mission to making all that work, and you might find that you end up with ideas that you might not have had otherwise. Working in a team and the mutual joy of those rewards and pleasing other people. This is a really equally good point, because something that I've really enjoyed in working in fashion situations and in commercial situations since my days of self-portraiture is just working with other people, having other people involved. It's not just me sounding kind of altruistic and, you know, nicey nice. It's something that it's not just about me creating the image anymore. It's about other people's strengths going into those pictures. I get a lot of satisfaction from seeing other people get opportunities to showcase their talent in styling or their talent in designing. And I love to see that come alive in a kind of coalesced result in the final thing that I produce. And then when it gets published, I'll send it to them and say, oh, look, such and such got published, and they'll be really pleased, and that'll be great to share that joy. Seeing my creativity take a place in the real world more often. To be honest, this has been this kind of desire inside of me for a long time. When I was doing my self-portraits, I felt like I didn't entirely know where I was going with them, but I knew that I felt inside that my highest kind of compliment would be that someone wanted me to make a picture for them. So not just selling my work as fine art, but someone coming to me and saying, I trust you to make an image for me. And so the result of what I create with them will take a place in the real world, maybe in the form of an advert or in a magazine or a billboard or whatever. And that gives me a great buzz to know that my work is not just sitting in my fine art collection or on the walls of a gallery, it's actually out there in our everyday infrastructure. Having an excuse/outlet to showcase the subjects I enjoy, so women, beauty, outfits, great locations, drama, fantasy. So all of these things have a kind of theme going on in my self-portraits, and that's how I have maybe kind of honed those things into something commercial, something real, something that actually uses those things all the time to sell the things in question. And it's a talking point, an opportunity to meet people and see great designs. So a little bit like the working in a team, except fashion, because it's like anything in life, you know, when there's a lot of people that are into something that we've come to call fashion, you meet all those people that are involved in fashion. Our fashion shoot experience is a very good example because we get to meet all these people in a fashion shoot situation, and the energy we share is just amazing. And, you know, we're all shooting fashion, and that's great, and that's a conversation in itself, but even just being around all these people that share this love is fantastic, and it's one of the best things about what I do for a living. And also the see great designs. So seeing Leonid, the stylist we have on our workshop, you're going to be seeing the dress that he's designed for us, and it's just out of this world, and I can't wait to shoot it tomorrow. I mean, it's just great to be around such exciting visual things. So, what's going on in my work then? Fine art is the drive, and fashion is more like the flavor. I mean, I do commercial work that involves fashion and fashion situations, but this image that you see here is an example of where fine art has been the commanding force behind the way that I've put the final picture together. And I'm going to be showing you a little bit later on in the workshop of the kind of stages of making this picture, so you'll see what I mean. But fine art has been the drive to create this standalone square, in this case, piece, that doesn't suit the conventions of fashion, but you've got this beautiful fashion dress and you've got this beautiful model and this beautiful location all coming together to create one big celebration of beauty. So the thing about me is that my passion is not in fashion. I'm not passionate about fashion. It sounds maybe controversial to say that as a fashion photographer, but I'm not. If I wanted to be a really successful fashion photographer, I'd want to be in the fashion world, immersing myself in the fashion world every day. But I'm not doing that because it's not my passion. My passion is creating art from fashion, creating art from photography. So fashion photography becomes the art. So it's not that I've gone from fine art to commercial work, which a lot of people do, and fine art is like, you know, a leverage, or self-portraiture itself is a leverage to people going into fashion and commercial work. Seen it many times. But fine art is more like the lens that I'm looking through at commercial work and how that I'm approaching that and putting that style across to potential clients. So I do what I do now with the same passion that propelled the earliest work. I want to ultimately think every time I'm doing something, what is driving me to make this? I've never done anything in my career so far that I'm not really passionate about. Things that I've done to get exposure, or things that I've done to add something to my portfolio. I've done maybe with kind of half a heart, or the passion to know that it's going to maybe open up another door to something I really want to do. But most of the time, I'm really passionate about what I create. So, the word passion. I've been talking about it a lot in the last few slides. And it's one of these words I want to word bust. I want to think more about in terms of what I mean by it. We use it a lot when we use it a lot in a positive way, as it should be, because I don't recommend a career or indeed a life without passion. I think it's really important to key into what makes you tick and to try and keep readdressing how that actually comes about in what you do for a living, whether you're a photographer or not. But I also want to consider other things about passion that I've learned through the years that I really want to impart onto other people. So let's first talk about why photography is my passion. I'm going to talk more about this on day 3, but I just want to give you a little intro to give you a context to what I'm going to say next. So creation of art, creation of a vision has always been my passion, from the self-portraiture through to the surreal fashion and everything in between. I just love to see something be created. I think that's pretty much a commonality between everyone who creates, the satisfaction of creating something, seeing it finished, seeing a vision that you've brought through to reality. So that's always been. Another thing that's always been, lifestyle freedom. So when I first became self-employed as a photographer, which wasn't that long after my first job out of university, I was very fortunate to get some opportunities that kind of obligated me to quit my job and start doing my self-portraiture for a living and making money from the prints. But the lifestyle freedom that comes from being self-employed and being able to pretty much kind of make my own schedule in life, be able to travel when I want, and not being answerable to someone 5 days a week or all the time in general, is something that's quite important to me. And I always know that no matter what I do for a living, that I think self-employment is really who I am as a person. There's a fine line between unemployed and self-employed, I find a lot of time. Working as a team. So the second 2 I'm going to put in there are things that are relatively new, things that have come about mainly through the fashion situations that I've been shooting over the last few years. Working as a team, like I've been saying, the rewards of seeing other people involved in the creation of what you're making, and being able to do something better than you can do just by yourself, which doesn't mean that you're compromising the final result. It just means that the final result has had so many more doors open to have things bestowed upon it that you can't just do yourself. And working as a team is important if you do want to make your work get to the next levels in fine art, fashion, commercial photography. And the last one is sharing a passion with Matthew, my partner, and seeing him happy. This is a new one as well. I found that there is this, I mean, he started assisting me with my self-portraits years back. And it was nice because he was in another job and he was just kind of coming in to assist me on occasion. But nowadays we do everything together. I mean, he's got the very large role in making a lot of our event organisation and putting a lot of things together. But seeing him happy is something that I realise is a great thing, because it's not just about me being happy and me getting everything I want. Seeing someone else happy and sharing my passion with someone else, it doesn't have to be your partner, but anyone that you work with, to see them happy is a genuine pleasure. And I find that more and more when we get a job come in and we have these ideas flowing around, I can see how he's really happy putting them into practice. And to see someone in that state is just really nice, and it's part of the whole journey of life. So passion is like electricity. Be careful with it. Channel it in the right ways. So passion, like I say, we most often use it to describe what we really like, what drives us, what makes us happy. But it's also something that it's not enough to be successful in whatever you're passionate about. You need more than the passion to be successful in that particular chosen career route. So it's not enough to be passionately excited. You need to be passionately determined. So what I mean by this is passion is like an excitement. It's something, it's a buzz that makes us kind of jump up and get excited about something that we're doing. But we also need to have a dedication to what we're doing as well to see it through. A lot of the time in the creative industry, it takes time to produce stuff, whether that's one picture or whether that's a film. A film is like something that takes sometimes years to make in terms of the movie sets, things that require dedication from that initial burst of passion through to the final outcome. It takes time and it takes motivation to get to it. So you can't build a reputation on what you are going to do. So I find this quote really, I think of it a lot, because a lot of the time we need to have ideas in order to plan things. We need to have them there as seeds to start to germinate and into real things. And we always have ideas and things we want to do. But it's quite a good quote, this one, because you have to ultimately do them to prove to the world that your idea has something in it. Like another quote says, ideas are useless unless used. So there's a lot of times where I've had ideas that I haven't followed through, and I know that I don't yet have the passion to follow them through, but one day I might. So I've maybe talked about them online, and I kind of wish I didn't, because later on I think, well, actually, I want to concentrate on this and think about that later. So I've kind of learned from that to maybe not speak too quickly, and first of all think about whether I've got the passion to see it through, and then put the kind of confirmation out there into the public. Just because you believe you can do something doesn't mean the world thinks you can, it needs proof. And just because you can do it and prove it doesn't mean the world will make room for you. Now, this sounds kind of harsh, but honestly, like, this is something that I've realized over the years that I guess I don't necessarily wish someone told me it, it's just something I've learned. But it just means that whatever you do, whatever you're passionate about, it's not about getting offended when the world doesn't seem to make room for you. Like, for example, you open a fashion magazine and you see these pictures and you think, oh, I could have done that. I could have done that better than that. You know, the lighting is blah, blah, blah. And that's okay, you know, that's good. You know, you feel like your knowledge is growing and you would know how to enact the particular shoot they've done or do it better. But it doesn't mean that the world is going to say, okay, come on, you do it. You have to actually get out there. You have to get the momentum to get onto that moving train that is the world of commercial work. And when I say just because you believe you can do something doesn't mean the world thinks you can, it needs proof. That's going back to the other idea of when you have these ideas, when you have these urges, you have to actually put yourself into your work and make sure that you come out in your work properly, because the work is how your work is how your world is judging you. Your world is not looking at you and saying, oh yeah, you've got great talent in there, let's come forward and, you know, let's have you work for us. They need to see what you can do because they need proof. It sounds really obvious, but this is something that I've kind of reminded myself through the years, because sometimes I feel so passionate about wanting to do something, but then I ask myself, well, you know, how do I prove I can do something? I've got all these self-portraits and I want to do commercial work. Well, let's get some images in my portfolio that show other models, because at the moment I've got this very esoteric set of pictures of myself, which people ooh and ah over, but they don't tend to know what to do with, because it's not as applicable to the world of commercial work to be shooting yourself. So I thought I'd make this diagram to really, you know, sophisticated diagram here to show this separation between you and the client. Because a lot of the time through the years, there have been times where I've almost felt maybe offended or a little bit like, when somebody expresses that they don't have any work for me or they don't think I'm right for a certain thing. But when you remember that you and the client aren't just, you know, they're not judging you necessarily. There are two things in between that. There's your work and there's the situation. So you have to make sure you put yourself into your work first of all. So that can take years of getting your work to the caliber of the kind of work you're trying to get. And then you've got the client on the other end, and it's not necessarily all about their opinion of your work. It's about the situation that they've got to offer you. So when you email somebody, for example, your portfolio, and they might say, you know, nice work, but then you kind of don't hear from them anymore, and that's because they've got a life where they've got different things going on, and you might not necessarily fit into any of those situations that they've got in their life. And then when they get some, like for example, an agency, and then they get a client come along, and then they might have just someone that comes up at the right time, someone who does email them or someone they recommended, and they give the job to them. So it's not necessarily that your work is rubbish and that they don't like you, it's just that you've missed the kind of train in terms of getting in front of them at the right time and getting in their face enough. But also you have to make sure the work you do is relevant as well. You might want to do 10 different things, but you've been creating a portfolio that's mainly one particular type of image. So I know it sounds really obvious, but how do you expect to get work in some other thing when you're doing work that specializes in a certain look? So you have to think about how you're conveying your work. And also, you have to also think about how you're playing the cards of your work as well, because you might have a few varying types of work, and it's about showing the right work to the right person at the right time. So you see this situation, these two levels between you and the client, means that, you know, passion is not all about getting what you want all the time, it's about being relevant to the world of business. Art meets business is sometimes tricky because of the situation that they meet in. So watch that your passion doesn't kill persistence. So you want to make sure that your work, like I was saying about getting your work in someone's face at the right time, right place and right time, persistence is important because then you make sure that you're putting out enough hits, to actually make a successful situation on one of them. Watch that your passion still allows you to draw the line between art and business. So like I was saying about playing your work as like a set of cards, I had a meeting with a gallery a few years ago, and I guess looking back it was a little bit more like a portfolio review the way it turned out, rather than me pitching my work to them, because I was showing them far too much work. And I guess I kind of expected them to say, oh yeah, we like this work, let's take this work and let's, I don't know, let's exhibit this particular work. But I just kind of confused them with too much imagery. Because in fine art, generally, well, in a lot of commercial practices actually, but in fine art in particular, they really, the ideal thing that you want to present a gallery with is a set of work, a series of work, maybe like 6 to 10 images of a certain series that has a commonality between them. But I mean, I'm speaking very generally here, but if the works kind of look as if they belong together and have something running through them rather than being kind of different things, even if you've got the same theme going on, I mean, that's something I struggle with because I like to make my works individually beautiful. So I don't like to say, oh yeah, let's make it look like that one so it fits with that one and that one and that one. But sometimes I find that they just have a commonality at the end that makes them all look as if they belong together. But passion, you need to make sure that all the stuff you make passionately actually can be related in an organized manner to the commercial work. So you can do whatever you want behind closed doors, but when it comes to showing your work to someone for a commercial purpose, you need to have your cards ready in the right way. Watch that your passion allows you to equally value knowledge and experience. So when I got into photography at a youngish, so I was like, I don't know, 19 or 20-ish when I started this whole Miss Aniela thing with my self-portraits. And I feel like young photographers, or new photographers in general, have this kind of freshness about them, which is really good because there are a lot of people in the industry that are, they've had years behind them, and it may be that they've got used to using certain ways. They've got tons of experience, but they're really still maybe stilted in what they do. Their style is maybe stagnant or whatever. So freshness is good, but then on the other hand, you also want to make sure that freshness you don't consider to be everything, because knowledge and experience are actually important as well. I mean, I feel like recently I've started to really feel like the knowledge and experience that I've gleaned over the last few years is really coming into play with the opportunities that I've been given. So I really like to give my clients the feeling that they're getting something fresh, something innovative, but I also want them to know that they can trust me as well, and that I'm reliable, and that I've had experience doing whatever I'm doing for them, and the knowledge as well of knowing my gear and knowing my techniques, so that they're not frightened off by thinking that I'm too fresh and that I'm just not experienced enough to know what I'm doing. So in yourself as well, you want to value the knowledge and experience you get from all the time that you spend on photography, and not just the initial excitement you might get at the beginning of your career or the beginning of your life if you're a young photographer. Watch that your passion gives room for a sustained growth and focus on specific goals rather than vague dreams. So the vague dream thing, you might want to, for example, get published in a fashion magazine, but you make it easier for yourself, just like when you're making a to-do list. You try not to put really vague things on there, but specific things like, I'm going to email 10 fashion magazines today, or I'm going to spend 2 hours researching fashion magazines online, rather than just kind of thinking, I want to get published, where do I start? Because getting published in a fashion magazine, it does take a lot of patience and persistence at first, especially when you're first trying to get into it. So, but also on the same note, talking about fashion magazines, I mean, we could talk about anything in this particular example, but fashion magazines are a good example for the sustained growth. So when you first start pitching fashion magazines, you might want to try and kind of start with small ones, start with, give yourself time to get the hang of it is a really good tip, because because you might find you don't quite know what you're doing at first, even though you think you do, because when you look back in a few years, you'll look back and think, oh yeah, that was that story I had at the beginning, and you grow, and that's good. Growth is good because it gives you time to figure out what you want to do, and you don't want to get known for what's exactly in your mind right now, because it will grow, and it will flourish, and it'll become something much more you, because you're on a journey of self-discovery as well, not just the people around you discovering your work. Watch that your passion is genuine and not put on for the sake of impressing others. This is a particularly good one for our internet culture that we have these days, in terms of sharing everything we're doing online and everything that we've accomplished. And we're all, I think we all enjoy a bit of recognition, a bit of praise, sharing things. Sharing is a wonderful thing, and the internet community that we have these days allows us to get a lot of pleasure from that. People that we normally maybe not be in touch with as we would without social media. But also you have to check in with yourself and make sure that, if you think you want to be a fashion photographer, do you really want to be a fashion photographer? If you think you want to be a fine art, do you really want to be a fine art? Because sometimes you can fall victim to doing something because everyone else is doing it, or someone else's dream that you see kind of like constantly beamed in at you through your computer, social media, or your smartphone, or whatever. You have to make sure you pull back and think, what is it I want? What's really inside of me? And don't worry about, always about other people and impressing other people, because you have to ultimately be honest to yourself about where you want your artistry to go in terms of a commercial label, what you want to spend your time doing. Watch that your passion doesn't want to make you do everything. It helps if you specialize, but not be pigeonholed. So there is this difficulty of conflict between specialization and being pigeonholed. And I can't give an easy answer to that, because the commercial world is going to want to pigeonhole someone who has all these naturally multifarious desires of any human, or any artist wants to do so many things, But the commercial world wants to know you for something in particular. And I'm going to be talking more about that when I talk about style, because that's kind of what style is. A style is something, really, it's more like a label that someone else has given you so that you can be answerable to get into the situations you might want to get in commercially. But anyway, your passion making you want to do everything. One of the best things that I've realized through the years is realizing that I can admire someone else's work without wanting to do it myself, without wanting to emulate it myself. Whether that's, I don't know, like nighttime urban landscapes, or some genre that's completely different from what I do. Or even a branch of fashion photography that's different from what I do. You can still admire that work. And, especially also if you're kind of like in a community with that photographer, if it's a photographer it's nice to be a part of a community where you're all doing something a bit different, and to appreciate what they do without wanting it all for yourself, because it might be that that thing is not really you. You might try it. I'm not saying don't try things. It's really important to try things. That's how you learn where you want to be. That's one of the biggest lessons, to learn where you want to be, by trying something that's not you. But realizing that ultimately, maybe you might think that in the future, okay, I want to get to something in particular. I'll try this, this, and this, but I'm not going to try and do everything, and I'll let other people do the things that I can still admire. Watch that your passion doesn't lead to paralysis, because you want to do so many projects but have no focus. This is another thing, a little bit like the last slide, but this time in terms of all the things you want to do related to your particular chosen genre. So for example, you want to do a fashion story, and you want to do a fashion fine art series, and you want to design a magazine or something. I mean, I've wanted to design a magazine as well of my own, but it's just something that has just taken a back burner, because it's just something that I've completely, I know how much work goes into making a magazine, so I know I'm not going to touch that until one day I feel like it's really right, or you want to, I don't know, you want to take on other things like do weddings and all this. And yeah, I mean, it's good to try different things, but if you never do any of these things and you're kind of just got them all on a to-do list, then you have to seriously think about knocking some of them out so that you can actually concentrate on the things you really want to do. And you might find that that helps you realize, where your passions lie, truly. It might be something is on your list that you realize you don't really want to do. It might be there because of the other slide, because you think other people want to do it, so you want to do it as well. Well, think about what you actually have the stamina to keep pushing at, because it might be that you might realistically not have the stamina for some of the things that you think you want to do. So it's helpful really to check in and focus and think about what projects, how can I achieve these projects? For example, how can I get this website up and running by the end of next week? Watch that your passion doesn't cause a hunger for impossible perfection, meaning you get nothing finished. So I put there an example. For example, I'm talking about particular things, so an image or a book or a website or a portfolio. Anything that involves a pretty much foreseeable kind of deadline. So for example, when I was writing my first book, I've written 2 books, but both of them, to be honest, I would probably never have, I'd still be writing them now if there wasn't a deadline for them where I actually had to hand them in and get them finished. And something inherent with this slide that I want to put across is, imperfection is just part of everything. I think as artists, we do strive for perfection. We strive for everything to be beautiful and perfect, but it's never really achievable. And if you can accept that, that's great, because it allows you to finish things. And you'll get, and I'm sure you all know this already, because you've all created images before, so you know that satisfaction you get when you call something finished and you maybe put it out there. I mean, you don't necessarily put it out there, but I found that when I was making my self-portraits all those years, making each one and putting it out there, it wasn't just about people seeing and commenting, although that was great because it gave me some sense that there was something going on that people liked and I should continue. But there was also that pleasure of finishing it and having that self-imposed deadline where I can put it out and it's done and it's finished. And that gives you this surprising feeling of motivation to move on to the next thing and the next thing. Sometimes when I'm looking through a whole 20 gigs worth of images from a shoot, and I think, God, where do I start? Oh, I've got nothing. Ooh. And then I kind of come back, pull out an image, work on it, finish it. And it gives me this surprising, I always get surprised by how motivated I then feel to work on something else from it, because I've finished, it's done and dusted, and I can think about something else. My brain can move on. Be aware that the moment you get the most recognition for work, for example, a series of work, not necessarily your whole lifetime of work, that you've passionately created may likely be long after you've ceased to be so passionate about it. This is a really interesting point and a really quite important point because there's not necessarily an answer to it, but it's something that to bear in mind. That if you want to, for example, create a series of work and you want it to put it out there and get recognition for it, get it exhibited, get it published, well, you want to, we don't always know whether we're going to have the stamina to see beyond those years, but it's often that when we're first doing it, when we're heart's first in it and we put it out there, we get a little bit of recognition, but maybe not a lot. And then when our heart's kind of moving on to something else, people finally start to get it with the work that we put out there. Because every body of work you create, there is inevitably some period of promotion after it's finished that you're still trying to get it out there. It depends how big the body of work is that we're talking about. It may be that you create work, you put it online, you get recognition, and then you move on to something else because it wasn't really a massive deal what you created. But if, for example, you're creating a series of work that you want to exhibit all over the world, you want to be quite a big thing, you've spent years on it, then you have to remember that you're going to have to be flogging this thing long after you've actually had that spark of inspiration that first started it. And there's no easy answer to this. It may be that you have other projects on the go at the same time to satisfy what your heart wants while you're plugging something that you did years ago. But that is a really good point, because I find that sometimes your audience are slow catching on to where you are, because you're almost ahead of them in whatever you're envisioning in your work. So you need to have patience with that. And the most important one is watch that your passion doesn't lead you to getting walked over, even as a hobbyist / amateur. So what I mean by this is the working for free thing. So this is a big problem with passion. So you can't simply say do what you love and the rest will come, because you might not do something for money. You might not do something for money, but others do. So when I first started my self-portraits, you could say that I was one of those typical people that didn't really expect to make any money from it. I think with me, there was a subconscious desire to make a living from it. So I don't think I'm a brilliant example of this, but I know there are people out there that don't have any intention of creating a living from their work, or don't want to become, rich and famous from what they do. They just put their images out there as a hobby. But then someone approaches them and says, can I use your work for the cover of my book or for my advert? And they say, oh yeah, go ahead, how great to be in an advert, because I'm not a photographer, this is great. But technically, they've taken a job that another photographer could have been paid for. This client in particular has basically exploited them because they've got a budget for that image. I mean, obviously it depends on the situation and what the budget is. But if it's someone that is looking for to use your picture as marketing, then there's going to be a budget involved. So if you're so passionate about your work that you kind of think, well, it's so great to have it out there and people seeing it because that's where I want my work, but you don't get paid or recognized properly by the client that's using your work, then this can lead to you basically getting walked over. When I first was connecting art and business and first starting, even though I did know that I was going somewhere with my work, I'm not quite sure where I was going, but I would still feel bad about telling people, asking them for money, asking for money for my print or money for licensing, because I felt like I'd created something during a moment of passion. So to sell it felt almost like, sacrilegious, like, I can't, this is something I really love, so let's give it out with love as well. But the problem is other people on the other end do what they do for money, because they're involved with a company or whatever that does involve money. So to be fair, you should be getting money because that's part of the fairness, the equality of the situation. So even though you might feel really mean asking for money, it's important to make sure that you are not kind of walked over in a professional sense, even if you're a hobbyist or an amateur who doesn't intend to make a living, but certainly, obviously, if you're starting out and you want to get in there commercially. And finally, if you want to let passion meet business, learn to make it sustainable and consider how it might evolve. Business has potential to kill a passion, but needn't. So, as I was just saying there, when you start to get engaged in these business situations with your work, it can be a whole new world, because the world of you creating your work might be this magical one where you're not having a care in the world. And then, for example, a lot of my work, a lot of series of work in my whole portfolio have been created with this moment of, I don't even know what I'm doing. I just know that I'm really excited by where this is going. That's how I started. That's how I started my serial fashion series. And that's how I've started other bodies of work as well. So there's this idea that I don't know how this is going to make money. I don't know where it fits, but I just know that there's this moment of passion that I'm so engrossed in that I don't even care. But then later down the line, you do find that there are ways that are becoming apparent of how to make money or make a living from that work you've created, because then it all starts to become consolidated and you start to, for example, prepare an exhibition perhaps of all the images that you've created, or a book, or put it in a portfolio to get commercial work or whatever. So business has its potential to kill that passion in terms of you thinking, I don't like this world of actually big, hard dog-eat-dog kind of business where I'm asking for money, negotiating, kind of trying to cut a deal over these images. But it needn't. Art and business can come together in a creative way. You want to think about, in this slide that I've written about making it sustainable. I like this word because it means that you have some kind of longevity from what you do. My self-portraiture I consider to be part of my evolution. I did make money from my self-portraiture. It's something that I sold as fine art. It's something that I made books from. It's something that I had licensed in situations. It got people's attention. It leveraged me in lots of respects. But it also had this element of, like I say, esoteric is a good word. It's quite a niche thing to create self-portraiture. So if you get commercial work from it, you don't know whether you're going to get more commercial work from it. So you might want to think about how you're going to use the outcomes from the commercial work you complete and you do, how are you going to use that as a tool to your next job, on your next job, on your next job? So sustainability, how do you want to keep the momentum going? So the funny game of the arts and entertainment industry, not just photography, not just fashion, just everything to do with creativity, creative industries, there's no rules, I'm not talking about the whole lot of it, but just a lot of it in terms of having a degree. You don't necessarily need anything formally. You don't need anything in particular. a lot of the time it seems unfair. Someone who's worked for less time than you gets such and such opportunity. But the great thing is it works the other way around as well. There are no rules, and so it's a game that you can play as well. It's something where you can put yourself out there in innovative ways, out of the box ways. You don't necessarily need to go in by traditional routes through university or college, or you call it college here, sorry, the university. But any particular traditional route that you might take to get into other professions, you don't necessarily need for creative industries, as you probably already know anyway. But this means that the doors are open, and it's all about, like you say, who you know rather than what you know. But who you know, in today's kind of world of social media and the way that we share, who you know can be someone you don't know today, but you know tomorrow. And that person can give you an opportunity that becomes your biggest job yet, and you can take that and get on to the next part of your evolution. So you want to think about your value that you're gaining through all of these things that you're doing, because you're increasing your value as you go along, and it's about using everything that you do. I mean, if you have got a degree, for example, or you know a certain person that works at an agency, or you have a certain number of fans on Facebook, all of these things are tools. They're tools that you use to get a job, and a job itself is a tool. All these things are tools that get you higher and higher. So this was an email I got from from a fashion magazine a while ago. I'll just take a sip of water. So this was I was I wasn't really used to fashion situations. So I had done some commercial work, and I got approached to make a fashion editorial for a magazine. And they wanted me to source a model and location and makeup and hair and styling and everything. And I said, okay, well, what's the budget? Which is the key word you ask anybody who asks you to do something. You say, what's the budget? How much have you got to pay me? How much have you got to pay for everything you need for this job, more importantly, because they want so many ingredients. But then I got this reply. And so I was a bit kind of baffled as to how I actually make this work. So they expect me to go out and source all these things for free and put it together for their magazine. Their magazine wasn't actually even that good anyway, so. So naturally I didn't want to do this, but because of the way that I've got into photography as fine art, I haven't climbed the ladder in the same way that you might consider a lot of other fashion photographers in their aspiring stages to do, because they're generally expected to just create a whole load of work to show what they can do, because like I was saying earlier, the world needs proof of what you say you want to do, so you have to produce the work. You have to start somewhere. But in this workshop, I'm not going to be telling you how to build a team for free, because if you build a team for free, you can't expect to be valued as a photographer and paid as a photographer yourself. You don't want to be hired for free, so you don't want to hire your team for free. So it's important to have this value that you, like I say, you will grow and grow as you evolve. But this value has to be a little bit of value there to start with, because if you want to make a living from photography, then you've already got that spark there to start with. So you want to carry that spark through. On starting off on the foot that you actually are serious about it, But bear in mind when I say about this free thing that there is this line between personal and commercial. A collaboration is different. It could be that everyone technically you put together on a team to work on a picture is put together for free. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm saying that the dynamic between everyone working on that shoot has to be equal. And it has to be honest, and it has to just be, everyone has to know what's going on, mutual respect for actually where the image is going to go and what's expected of this particular thing that everyone's putting their time into. So if you're making pictures to put in everyone's portfolios and show everyone's work off to potential clients, great. But if someone's being paid for it and then you're not paying them something or being honest about what's happening with the money, or maybe you have got some money being given to you, but you're using that money to pay for the location, and you tell your team that, that's great. I'm talking about equality. So generally, I like to pay anyone who works with me on like a makeup, hair, modeling, and styling when I'm putting together my shoots, even my personal shoots. Even in the earliest days of doing little fashion shoots, I give some money to them. I prefer it that way because then I get an assurance that that person's going to actually come and they're going to be serious to some degree. And I do hope to give them pictures from that shoot that I was doing, but I also don't want the pressure on me for that to be the only compensation from me to them. So I'm not rolling in money, and it's not that I have loads of money to pay out to people. It's just that when you set your mind to creating some images, even if it is a form of practice, sometimes it's nice to give some money, even a small amount, to cover the expenses perhaps of the people that you work with, because it sets you off in a professional dynamic, and it means that you as a photographer are setting yourself into that role as the conductor of the orchestra, the director of the movie. You're calling the shots. And it means that you feel less guilty about telling them what to do, and you can actually start directing the vision of what you want to create. Even in the smallest lo-fi shoot, you get that direction of a vision and you become used to commanding that. So some keywords, this is the last part of this section. I'm just going to go through some keywords that we're going to be using throughout this workshop. I've touched upon some of them already. So trust. Trust is one of the key commodities that you will grow as a photographer, as well as your passion, as well as your images and your style. Trust that a client knows you can do something, that they can call you up and know that you're going to pull it off because they've seen you do it before, either in someone else's work or in other work you've done for them. Tools. Everything really is a tool rather than an end product. Getting a certain job is not about just getting that end product and celebrating that trophy, but it's about where's that going to take you next. Everything that we have, like everything in our arsenal, like university degrees or anything that we might be frustrated with, to think where does it go, where does it lead to? It's a tool. You have to use it. You have to pick it up and use it. It doesn't just lay there and work itself. Even social media is a tool. Number of Facebook fans, whatever. All these things take us somewhere. Belief in yourself as a photographer, which is something that you get stronger and stronger, I think, as you go along, because you get this kind of like process of elimination as to the work that you feel most confident about and the work of yours that you might like but not feel so confident about. I'll give you an example. I've got black and white images in my portfolio. I don't like to call them just by how they look, they're images that belong to a series. But unfortunately, I've come to learn that black and white images are looked at in a different way in the commercial spheres, different spheres, whether that's fine art, fashion or whatever. Black and white is viewed differently. So generally, I kind of keep them in a different place away from any particular presentation of work that I'm giving a potential client, because I want to believe in the work and believe that they can see it too. Passion, I've already talked about. Passion is something that we channel in the right ways, but it's also so important to have it, because if you're not truly passionate about pursuing fashion photography, pursuing fine art, you want to get an idea of what really makes you tick, because that is the fire burning. That's going to keep everything warm and everything doable. Going to keep a fuel there. Evolution, I love this word because it means that not everything we do is going straight to the top. Everything we do leads to the making of who we want to be that person that gets to the top, whatever the top is for you. Evolution is something very necessary for everybody, and it's not about this meteoric rise that is often kind of lauded in the outside world, in the media, this meteoric rise going straight from the bottom to the top. Instead, we want this evolution, we want a growth, because we want to know who we want to be, not just what someone else wants us to be. Strengths of ourselves, in the same vein as what I was saying about evolution, but also thinking about other people's strengths and how they benefit what you do, how being a photographer comes well together with people who style, people who create things, people who do makeup and hair, people who model. All of these things are their strengths, and it's up to you to recognize them and command them all together to make the ultimate outcome. Momentum, I love this word as well. It's like monkey bars going from one thing to the next. And momentum is really important as well, because it means that it doesn't mean that you're never satisfied, because it can be a little bit like that, but you can be satisfied with what you create. I know, for example, my surreal fashion series, I'm really proud of it. It's the work that's closest to my heart at the moment, but I know that it's about moving me somewhere else. It's about a map to where I want to go next. Experience, like I was saying about the value of experience, the value of knowing what to expect when you're doing a shoot that involves 20 people, 30 people, having been there, done that, knowing you can pull it off for a client. Sustainability, so knowing that you actually have those tools in the bag to make for a career that can go from one thing to the next quite happily, and to make a thriving career from what you do, from what starts off as that spark of passion. And this concept of producing, the producer and production. Production is a really key word that's entered my vocabulary over the last couple of years, because it's not just me and a camera. There's so much that happens before the camera is even turned on, and there's so much that's put in place, weeks and weeks. This creative live shoot, I'm going to be showing you the planning that went into this, because this has been, this is a production. Even without all the shoot, it still is a production. But with the shoot that we're doing on location, a lot of things that we've been organising between ourselves, Matt and I, and also the people on Creative Live, and bringing it together, involves a lot more work that might appear on the outside. So this notion of production goes into all of those beautiful fashion images you see in magazines or on Google Images when you're searching your favorite photographer, and you see these images that look so effortless, but so much work has gone into them, and so many decisions have been made all along the way to make that final image look how it looks. And that's a close of my introduction.
Fantastic. Take a sip of water there, my friend, because
Yes. That's a lot of words.
that I'm getting used to turning my mic back on. I think the whole studio audience here, folks at home, Russ and I are just sitting here like this. love hearing about the beginning of your journey and all of that. So
one of the things I love is that it's actually like, I posted something on Facebook, actually, don't tell anyone, but it was just like a quote from you that it applies to so much more beyond just photography. I mean, this idea of passion and letting it both be a positive and being aware of the ways that it can be negative is huge, because that's a big movement right now, especially here on Creative Live, is the idea of passion and finding passion in what you do and being aware of all of the different aspects of it. I love these like word busting segments, and we have more to come throughout the workshop, so I'm excited about that.
So we have some questions that have come through, Natalie, in our online audience, but we also have our studio audience. We'll start with our chat rooms, and you guys grab a mic if you do have a question for Natalie. So first question from Dr. Chris, just as Russ was talking about, what can it look like if your passion becomes misdirected? Is there such a thing in your experience as a destructive passion?
Yeah, it's funny, because I had a slide actually in that passion sequence that was something like that. I had it like, make sure your passion doesn't become mischanneled. And I removed it because I thought it was covered really mainly in my other slides. But perhaps, I mean, I guess it's difficult to answer, because this word passion becomes almost like the blank tile in Scrabble. It could mean anything. What are we talking about here? Because the way that I define passion is something that actually makes you tick, genuinely makes you tick. So, for example, you might be working on something for a client, and you find that you might be doing it just for the money, so it's not necessarily a big deal, so you don't necessarily feel that spark of excitement, that spark of this is what I want to be doing forever, or I don't know. I mean, I guess I can only really, I guess it also depends on art and business, because you might have a branch of your work that you really like working on, but it's just not going anywhere commercially. It just doesn't have any relevance to the commercial world. Maybe it's a really esoteric fine art thing that only galleries would get, but maybe this is destructive to your commercial career. So I think it's a case of where you are showing the results of that passion, where you're actually, like I'm saying about mischanneling it, maybe that is mischanneled, because with regards to fashion photography, you ideally want to be kind of ticking the fashion boxes to get somewhere in fashion. And then maybe when you get to a certain level, you can think about how to challenge those rules, how to tweak them, how to put forward something a little bit different. But I don't know, it's difficult to say, because when we create our work, there's so many different contexts we're in. We could just be at home doing our work and we're getting pleasure from the passion from creating it. But once you try to actually get work doing it or get into a gallery with it, you can be in all these different places where it can be potentially destructive or mischanneled because you're not getting far on that particular that particular ladder that you might be trying to climb with something that doesn't help you climb it. It's actually helping you go the other way. So that's what comes to mind when we talk about destructiveness and mischanneling, unless there's any more specific questions that I could maybe address.
I like that. Yeah, Imbe, go ahead and stand up.
Hi, Ms. Aniela, thank you so much for that amazing introduction. It was pretty inspiring already, and we're just getting started. So continuing on the theme of passion, you mentioned that photography for you and really jumping into it started during your teen years. I'm so curious about what that initial spark of passion might have been for you. Was there a particular shoot or a moment or just anything that happened where you really felt that fire ignite in you and it made you want to start this as an adventure?
Yeah, what comes to mind, I think, is when I was making my pictures and putting them together, in particular when I was in Photoshop kind of just doing my clone images, there was a very heavy involvement of colour. And I think ultimately it was excitement of seeing something go beyond being a photograph into something that was, I know we talk about being like a painting, and this is something that I agree with definitely, but then even the word painting means a lot of things as well. So if we kind of get more specific about what we mean by painting, because it's almost as if the photos look, they are still photos, but they were starting to look a little bit more like very photorealistic paintings. And so they still look like photographs. They look like they were blurring the boundaries between photo and painting. They weren't trying to be a painting, but they were somehow unreal. So I remember this from my earliest clone pictures when I was first putting these together, and the color would explode in the image. And I didn't really know necessarily what I would be doing with these pictures. I just wanted to share them. I guess it was a kind of self-expression as well. I felt that catharsis that came from actually putting myself into something visual, almost as if I'd put it into the picture and I'd put it out there. And what else in terms of that spark? And I think I remember somebody saying when I first shared one of these pictures, and I'm not saying I took this comment seriously because I was still quite cynical then as I am now, but they said something like, I can imagine this hanging in the Tate or something like that. And I thought, oh, what, you know? But it gave me a little thrill because it meant that someone was recognizing my work as an expression that was recognizable as art, and it could be, you know, that they were seeing something important in it. And I don't know, I mean, it's a mix of the pleasure of other people saying, I like what you do, but it's all, the most important thing is that you like it first, because then it makes it actually worthwhile when someone says they like it. Because when someone says they like something you do that you don't really like, it means that you might indeed be mischanneling a passion if you go with the work that other people like, but your heart's not as much in that work as other work. So yeah, it's just that feeling of, to me, it's that feeling of not quite knowing, trusting the force that comes to you when you're making something, you're not entirely sure how it's going to be translated to business, but you trust that that's going to happen in its own time, and you give yourself time to let something really flourish from you as genuinely as you can. So yeah, I mean, that's a good question. It's a question I could think about even more, but that's the initial thing that comes to mind in answer. I hope that's useful to some degree. Thank you.
So actually my question is more of a practical one about something that you've touched on, and that's actually submitting to magazine editorials. So I did a little fashion shoot on Sunday, and I tried to think of it for the first time in terms of an editorial. And I'm wondering what the mileage is in actually submitting that to these sort of, I hear there's lots of free online magazines that you can submit editorials to, but I'm not sure how worthwhile that is and whether or not it would just be better for me to self-publish that myself on my own blog or website, or whether there's really any benefit from submitting to these free magazines and going through all that effort to see if you can get into one of them and what that would bring me maybe.
It's a good question because it's something that I come up again, time and time again in my own conflict of thinking, because, and it's one of these things about the conflict between fine art and fashion, I feel. You know, you create work and it's, fine art technically is yours, you can do whatever you want with it. Fashion is more like, where do I put this, who do I answer to get this work out there? And sometimes I just put fashion images online because I don't want to go through that kind of rigmarole of having someone else approve my work and put it out there. And then other times it's been worth it because I've put something out there and it's got to an audience that I couldn't have accessed myself through that magazine. And also that magazine promotes it and makes it look good because it's in a fashion context. So it's something I think you've got to weigh up yourself case by case, because sometimes there are fashion stories that I create that I'm not wild about. They're fashion stories. I don't see them as like intensely creative. They abide more by the fashion conventions. And those usually are the stories that I'm happier to try and submit. The downside is that it might not be that it might not be that because my passion is not 100% in them, maybe it's that's not getting me very far up that ladder. But then again, if I spend a lot of time on something that has involved money as well, I don't want to feel like I'm kind of throwing myself at magazines that ultimately are going to take my work for free and put it out there for free. Because it might be that I feel like the work, not saying that I feel like I'm above them, but I feel like my work, I want to do something that's more on my terms with it because my passion is so in it. So that I get that conflict there. If it's something I really, really like, I want to do something very special with it. And if it's something that isn't quite there, but I just want it to be published in a fashion circumstance, then sometimes it's about one being too far that way and too far that way. So yeah, I recommend, first of all, researching fashion magazines online, bookmarking a load of them. There are lots out there. There are a lot that kind of link to each other because they like each other on Facebook, so you can kind of find this trail of fashion magazines, read their submission guidelines, think about whether you really want your pictures in that magazine, because sometimes you get so over the moon about the idea of being published that you look at the magazine and think it actually looks a bit rubbish and you don't want to actually spend the time on it. That's a perfectly plausible thing to think, acceptable thing to think. Because anyone can start a fashion magazine, let's face it, you put a fashion magazine out there and, so it's not like there are ones there is this hierarchy of magazines. I think, but don't worry too much. I mean, a lot of magazines prefer to have first rights over your pictures. They don't like you to put them online beforehand. But there are magazines that don't mind as well. So if you do publish it online, you really want to put your pictures online, you can do that and you've still got the chance of being able to publish them elsewhere. And also think about the genre of the images that you've made. It may be that they're a little bit artier. I'm not sure, I don't know what pictures you're talking about, but it may be that they could be published by a magazine that isn't so much just about fashion, but they have art and beauty and sculpture and fashion all together. And it may be that they don't care about the timings and the shelf life of them. So I had a spread recently where they published kind of a series of fashion images from all over the place from my portfolio because it was presented more in an artistic context. So you can look at those magazines as well because that still gives you that extra exposure that you can't necessarily get yourself through your own audience.
What a fantastic, fantastic first segment.
Thank
you, Miss Aniela, Natalie. We have kicked off this workshop talking about how you define your fine art and fashion and what motivates you to do what you do. There's a lot of discussions going on in the chat rooms, people talking about passion and really interested in how you did your word busting of the word passion. We're excited to see more of those. In our next segment, we're going to be talking about the right brain and the left brain of photography. Can you talk a little bit about what we're going to cover?
Sounds scary. So I came across this concept, which is not something that's very much out there already. When people talk about the right brain and left brain, the right brain responsible for the creativity, instinct, passion you could throw in there as well. The left brain being more responsible for being more orderly, being more organized, logistics, technical. So these are almost like the two halves of being a photographer. I mean, of being anyone really, obviously. But in photography, there are things that I consider to be these right brain moments, but there's also this left brain foundation that needs to be in place, especially for someone who wants to get involved in production more, get involved in commercial work more. You have to also think about the organizational, the business part of it. So it's a little bit like art meets business. And I'm going to be talking about my very right-brained beginnings and how they've made a place in what I do now that involves the whole bigger picture.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to that segment. Just a comment coming in from Carla H., who says, for many years, I wasn't sure what type of photography I wanted to pursue. One day I realized that I loved fashion, beauty, nudes, all with an odd feel to it. But I felt lost because I thought they were very distinct and separate genres. But then I bumped into Natalie and realized in her work and realized that you can blend them if that is what you're passionate about. So I thought that, thank you for sharing that. I thought that really summed up what people were talking about in the chat rooms.
That was beautiful. So I want to remind everyone that we do have a fashion photo contest going on right now for this workshop. If you go to our Facebook page at facebook.com/creativelive and click the Miss Aniela photo contest button, you can find out all of the details about that. We want to see your most imaginative, most surreal, most interesting, just striking fashion-inspired image. So go ahead and go on there. Images are due by Friday, March 21st at noon Pacific time. So that's about
25 and a
half hours from now. So you have some time, but we want you to go ahead and submit those. We have prizes from Three-Legged Thing, who make tripods. We've got Think Tank photo bags, Alien Skin software bundles, and Black Rapid camera straps to give away as prizes. We're going to have 3 big prizes. So we are very excited to give those away. Go ahead and check that out on our Facebook page. And folks, we are going to take about a 15-minute break now, and we will be back for more with Miss Aniela and her imaginative fashion photography. We'll see you then.
Are you getting the most out of all of your home space? When it comes to tiny apartments, quirky old houses, and fitting the demands of work, play, and family under one roof, it can be difficult to make style meet function. Every room in your house can and should meet your needs and reflect your style at the same time. I'm Toby Fairley, and I've partnered with House Beautiful and Creative Live to teach you how to bring beautiful and functional design into your homes. Through live demonstrations, I will show you how to get the most out of every room, wall, corner, counter, nook, and cranny. Maybe your office or your studio is in your home. Maybe you have just 300 square feet, or maybe you have an awkward floor plan. Whatever your challenge, I'm going to give you the tools you need to create a unique, stylish, and functional space. I'm also going to show you how to break out of your preconceived notions regarding your space and rethink how you utilize every room. I believe that your home should not only reflect your personal story, but should also be a sanctuary of wellness and balance for you and your family. So join me. It's time to start seeing function as an opportunity, not a limitation.
You've done Lightroom 101. You've learned the ultimate Lightroom workflow. Now, join Creative Live instructor Jared Platt for an advanced 3-day immersion into making your workflow more efficient with Adobe Lightroom. You'll learn a seamless Lightroom workflow and also how to customize that workflow to fit your specific needs, whether you're outsourcing, taking pictures on the go, or working in a studio.
Get back to the things that you love. So take the next step towards a stress-free life and join us on April 10th and 11th for Balancing Work, Family, and Photography with Rachel Brenke. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to Creative Live. If you are just joining us now, we are here with Miss Aniela, also known as Natalie, and this is Imaginative Fashion Photography. In our last segment, we started going, we talked about what we're going to be doing for the next 3 days. You talked about the differences between what fine art is and what fashion is and how those worlds are very different, but also gave us a taste of how you're bringing it all together and what drives you. We did our first word busting of the word passion and explored that. And now we're going to start talking about right brain and left brain, which is something that I think a lot of us think about and try to figure out where we are and how we can either get better in one area or let it go to somebody else, as you have learned to do so well. Cool, well, let you take it away. And thanks everyone for joining us. We are using the hashtag Miss Aniela Live. And just another quick disclaimer is that in this section we'll be seeing some of Natalie's work, and there will be some slight nudity. So that's just a disclaimer for those of you who may have your little kids running around at home while you're watching, or in your office, who knows. All right, over to you, Natalie. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, so I've called this section Method in Madness on Being a Right-Brained Photographer. Now, it sounds a little bit odd because, you know, no one's really more right-brained or, well, some of us are more right-brained, some of us are more left-brained. Everyone obviously has a whole brain, everyone has to make both of these things work in tandem with each other. But I want to talk about this whole notion of right-brained photography, because it's something that struck me a while ago, and it was a term I liked because it made me think about why I work in the way that I do. It doesn't necessarily mean I work like that 100% of the time, but a lot of my work, including the image you see on the screen there, which is one of my early self-portraits, is part of a body of work that I created a lot with this whole right brain tendency of not having this particular outcome that I was aiming for, but kind of going along with the journey a little bit and letting instinct and spontaneity play this role. So when I say right brain, I don't just mean the creative part of us. Everyone, you know, we all want to create, we all want to be imaginative in the work that we create. But when I say right brain, I mean more like we really almost are blind to where we're going with a particular piece of work, or even in our lives in general, and we're feeling our way rather than knowing our way. So I want to just show you just a few pictures from my self-portraiture beginnings. And I want to show you particular examples that are very right-brained. So this picture here, I put like the before and after, just so you know what I'm talking about when I talk about this picture. This is a picture, one of my self-portraits, very whimsical self-portrait that I created a number of years ago. And, you know, in some of my work, I had more of a plan. This is one of the pictures where I didn't really have any plan at all. So this is a very right-brained picture. So the pictures, when I was shooting them, I didn't really know what I was doing. I was just kind of playing around as I did in my environment of living. I'm going to talk more about how lifestyle kind of influences the photography you're doing at any stage in your life. So this was during that stage when I was creating self-portraits at home, and the result that I made from this was very much like an adventure in Photoshop in terms of just completely transforming it. I've got this kind of step-by-step of how I did it actually on my blog. It's called Bending Over Backwards in Photoshop. So I've just gone through this series of stages to make it completely different, and it was an adventure to do that, and it's not something that I had a plan for when I created it. So that's just one example. Here's another example, which is also a big kind of transformation in terms of what the image looked like to start with. I mean, what the image looked like to start with is just me on the rocks of this pond that's in my garden, and just, I don't really know where I was going with it. I was just trying to create some kind of image of myself in my garden. And then when I was playing with the pictures in Photoshop and trying to put together the best image I could, and I wasn't sure where it was going, and then I ended up kind of erasing the top half of my body. Because I'd taken a blank shot, I was able to fill in the area where the top half of my body originally was. And then I found myself making this completely weird thing in Photoshop where it was just lots of legs looking like a plant. So this is completely, again, another right-brained image where there was definitely no plan at all to create something like this, and I was just taken over by the force, if you like, in the shooting and the processing. So not just the processing. I mean, obviously you've got to get the images you want to work with to start with. So the way you shoot them as well is all part of that right-brained instinct. And this is another picture. This is kind of like a subtle nude, as we mentioned at the beginning of the disclaimer. This is part of a series of work that I was creating. It's a self-portrait, so it's continuation of my self-portraits, but it's from just a few years back, one of my later self-portraits. It's part of a different series. It's part of my ecology series, so it's a lot more sober. It's a lot more kind of almost dystopian, very different from the first picture I showed you there with the playing cards. Now, the reason that I've called this picture quite right-brained, I mean, obviously you have to have some intent to start off making any picture, because you have to actually go out and make the pictures happen. But on this particular shoot, I'd gone out with Matthew, and we'd both wanted to shoot a nude of myself in the landscape, because we were in the phase of doing that at the time. And I was playing around, doing the pictures, doing my part of the process, posing in the barren field near where we live. And Matthew was taking pictures of the cars going through the fog, the taillights, and doing these long exposures, separately from the pictures of myself. So when we went home, I was playing around with all these pictures, and just the pictures of myself. And it was when I put them together, the taillights and myself, after a good few hours of thinking that I didn't have anything from that shoot to show for, I ended up with a self-portrait that became probably one of my favorites, all-time favorites, because of that right brain moment of putting the two together and seeing this whole kind of scene come to life in a way that we didn't see, at least consciously, when we were shooting it. And this is another one, also involving Matthew's input. So Matthew and I had gone out in that same kind of phase as the last picture. When we were going out into the landscape and doing pictures, we saw this big pile of tires and asked for permission to go and shoot in this pile of tires. And we shot maybe about 40, 50 images of me on these tires, and they're all really rubbish pictures. But then this one picture stood out, just one. This one, I mean, I've done some Photoshop work to this, so to bring it out. The weeds that you see in the pictures in the picture, kind of exaggerated and added, but compositionally, it was all like this in camera. And I just saw something really odd about it. The way that we shot this was so right-brained. It was so, we didn't know what we were doing. We were just going with the force, going with the instinct. And I just found it so much more interesting than any of the other pictures from the shoot. And I found there was something about the shape and the weirdness of it that reminded me of some of my inspirations in fashion as well, like Guy Bourdin's images and the way that he presents women kind of tossed around in his compositions. It reminded me of that. So again, a kind of right-brained outcome. So these pictures are typical as in they're typical of the unexpected. That has characterized a lot of my work, especially in the beginning years when I was creating work just for myself, not really for anyone, but then doing things with it afterwards, sharing it online, and then making sense of it afterwards in the form of books and exhibitions as well. So this idea of control is important. We talk a lot about control in photography, in the photography world. We talk about having control over lighting, control over making our intentions happen, control over the model's pose, pre-visualizing what we want to do. And control is very important, especially when you start doing commercial work. And you need to have some idea what you're doing so you can present it to the client. We're going to be looking later at pitching and examples of doing that. You need a plan, you need a structure to make things work. Even if you are doing one of my harebrained self-portraits, you still need to go and have a plan to go out and shoot and to take such and such outfit, like the tire image I just showed you. I planned to wear this tight red dress. I wasn't sure exactly, I felt like it would go with the tires in some way, but I wasn't sure exactly how. And I always thought that this way that I was working with my self-portraits was really unrealistic, some kind of bad habit I had to grow out of in terms of not knowing what I was doing. But this right-brainedness has continued to be part of the way that I work, even in commercial contexts, and I'm going to talk more about that as we go along. So control is important because it makes things happen to start with. But if you rely too much on the plan and if you try to force perfection, your creativity can droop and fail. So the best analogy I can give is of birth. Optimum creativity is like a birth. It needs a plan, it needs foreknowledge, but it needs time, no pressure, and an unexplainable force of nature. So of course, time and having no pressure, these are things that we do have in client work naturally, because a client is waiting for us to do what we do and wants us ultimately to deliver the goods as we have pre-visualized to them. But notice that I'm talking about optimum creativity. So I'm not necessarily saying that every client shoot you're ever going to do is going to allow for your optimum creativity, because you have those constraints put upon you, which sometimes can actually bring out, the best of you if you've got that deadline and you've got that situation where you've got to make it work. But when it comes to work that you don't create necessarily for someone, or just thinking hypothetically about the spark of passion in you that can lead to commercial work, optimum creativity is best when you can kind of give yourself that time to wait for that unexplainable force of nature to intervene. So a good example is this picture here that you see, Storm Door, which is one of the earliest pictures that I created as part of my surreal fashion series. And it was one of the first pictures where I even became inclined to merge a photo with a painting in this case. So I'd taken a photo of the woman standing by the door, and I'd taken a photo of the painting. I didn't take the photo with intention of doing anything with it. I just liked the painting of the ships, and I just wanted to take a photo of it. So it was a very instinctive thing to do. It wasn't something where I knew what I was doing. And then I found myself putting one on top of the other in Photoshop and finding this synergy between them that was really surprising to me. And when I was talking earlier about that excitement that you get when you make something and you're not quite sure, where it's going to go, but you get that excitement, you get in the moment, that unexplainable force, that's what I'm talking about. That allowed for my optimum creativity with this particular picture, which was not created for a client, created actually from a workshop, this picture, and in a stately home. And so it was something I was free to play with myself, and that allowed for the best to come out of me. So I've talked about in that picture the right-brainedness of the processing, but also the way I shot it, because obviously the way I shot it was fundamental to how I was then able to layer them together in Photoshop. But also when you're shooting, there can be that you have right-brain reaction to what you're shooting. And a great example of that is the story of this model that I shot. So when you observe the strengths of the model, location, and the styling, so the more I got into shooting other models, playing around with other contexts ahead of my self-portraiture, I was working more with models and location and styling. So someone's actually styled a model in a particular way, and it's up to you as a photographer to kind of interpret that. Now, this was taken during one of my fashion shoot experience events. So it wasn't done for a particular client. I'd never worked with this model before. The equivalent of the situation is like a test for somebody else. So when I was shooting this model, I had no idea she had this gymnastic background, this dancerly background. And so I would just turn on my camera. I had half an hour to shoot with her during this particular slot. And she just started jumping around and doing the splits and doing all these different things in the very conveniently placed things around her that really suited the theme and the outfit she was wearing. It all came together in this very instinctual way. So instead of rigidly telling her how to pose and saying to her, go and stand over there and do the typical model poses or whatever, I just let her do what she did. And it was up to me to kind of capture that. So it was a moment where I was kind of out of control, and it was a little bit weird. But then I just carried on doing that and capturing the shapes that she was making, because that was her strength. And also the story became to be how she was using her strengths in that environment around the birdcage, for example, and doing these amazing positions around the props that we were placed in. So this gave flavor to the whole sequence of images that I made of her. And notice that, I was talking earlier about how I like to put everything into one frame, but with her, I knew instinctively that that wasn't the way, because her strengths unfolded over a sequence of images that lent itself really well to a fashion layout. So because I say that this model I hadn't known before, but because I knew her strengths, I could call upon them for other shoots in the future where I knew she would work really well. So yeah, like I say, this became a story in itself where she became the whole point of the story. And I found that really exciting. Actually, I look back at this shoot really fondly because these shoots don't happen very often. A lot of the time it is more a case of you directing the model and being largely in control of what you're doing, which for good or bad gives you something in the end that is in line with that intention. But with the story of Linda, it was this adventure that I felt like I went on with her, and was able to kind of make sense of afterwards and organize the pictures to make her strengths really come through. By contrast, on the same shoot, the same day, in the same place, there's another model I was shooting, and her qualities were very different. She's got this doll-like elegance. She was styled in a particular way, very different from the other models, so it didn't, she wasn't going to be jumping around in that dress anyway, but her personality is very elegant and quiet and sober, and she was posing gracefully on the couch and by these props and doing these very gentle poses, and this went really well with the whole look, her personality, her strengths that were coming through completely. So this made for a different story that I submitted separately. So this model, Eleanor, we knew that we could call upon her when we wanted something similar in terms of how she came across to us, that same elegance that we used when we shot her, I think, a year and a half later for another shoot, where we knew she would suit these very ornate headpieces for a shoot in a church. So, how you choose from, edit, and present your pictures is just as important as how you shoot them. It's part of the process. It's part of the journey. That might seem like a really obvious thing to say, and to some extent it is for people who are used to creating photography. But there are a lot of photographers out there that I meet that kind of shoot and then they don't really come back to their pictures and make something of it because the shoot was the end product in themselves, in itself for them. But you may find yourself looking through loads of pictures after a shoot and wondering or feeling dismayed that you didn't quite get what you wanted, wondering, making sense of what it is you wanted and how to get the best of them. And this is a story of my life. I look through tons of pictures after a shoot and I wonder, I kind of think I don't have anything and I feel like, there's so much bumf in there. How do I sort through it? How do I get what I really wanted from it? And the great thing is, like I was saying earlier, when you start to work on one thing and then you finish it and then you move on to the next, that can draw out a surprising number of images from a shoot where you thought you didn't have anything. But it's also important to be open-minded about what's in your images, because I get this, like I say, all the time with mine, and it's important to allow yourself to make sense of them. So this picture I've got on the screen here is a picture I created, again, on one of my fashion shoot experiences, where I'd shot with 4 other models that day before shooting this model. This was the end of the day. I'd been flagging all day and I kind of perked up for this one final shoot. And I started shooting her in this bedroom. The wallpaper was made up of all these painted birds, which I immediately liked because I had already created quite a few surreal fashion images by this point. So I knew that I would do something with the birds and I didn't quite know what, but I made sure I shot high resolution pictures of them with the ability to play with them later. And then I started to play with them in Photoshop when I got home and to move them around and let them fall into the place where they felt best. So I didn't have a composition or storyboard. I had a kind of inkling of where I'd go, putting the birds somewhere around her, but I let them fall into place. And it was actually towards the end where I looked and I realized that I'd made this shape between the model and the egret, I think it's called, of the main bird that you see there sticking out to the right. I made this shape between her and that bird that looked like it was really complete. And that was done really subconsciously. It was done in a very right-brained way. It wasn't like I had a sketch that meant I wanted to do it like that. And there's no harm, having sketches for shoots. I'm not saying that there's no point doing that. I work on jobs all the time where there are sketches, there are storyboards. These give some idea as to what you want to create, and these are important. I'm going to be talking more about them later. But in these examples where I had no one to answer to, and I wanted this optimum creativity to flow, it was important to give it time. This is a heavy composite, heavy Photoshop composite, and I'm going to be showing more of these composites and how they're created and the stages of the decisions that I've made. One of the most important things when you're making a picture like this is time, giving it time just to look at the image and look and look and look and keep looking until it falls into place, because looking is so important. You can't rush something like this. You have to let it fall into place and not try and force, in this case, the birds into where I think they should go, because I had to let them fall where the eye felt comfortable. Inspiration exists, but it has to find you working, a quote from Picasso. I really like this quote because the word inspiration comes to stand as the right brain creativity, you could say. The right brain creativity comes to you, but it has to find you already busy with the left brain. So with the picture I just showed you, the migration season, I obviously had gone out and shot this model. I've shot the birds. I've sat down with them. I'm playing with them, putting them together, and then the spark of inspiration of how to make it all work comes to me. The inspiration has found me working. I'm going to be thinking more about this word inspiration later in the workshop, but this word here comes to represent that spark that you get that suddenly makes you think, aha, that eureka moment that fills you with joy, that you have got some sense of where you're going, because of the sense that you allowed yourself to trust that you don't know exactly where you're going at first. Efficiency. So through my time as a photographer, I've noted these right-brained aspects of myself and wanted to improve the efficiency of the way that I work, because being right-brained and not knowing what you're doing isn't conducive to the best of commercial situations. You want to have an idea of what you're doing, and even for your own work as well. So you want to improve your efficiency as a photographer. You want to improve your lighting. You want to improve your planning skills, your communication skills, your database of locations. You want to become better at how you actually get down to it. But efficiency doesn't guarantee your right-brained artistic satisfaction, I've written there. So there's always going to be that spark. There's always going to be that little bit of not knowing how to make a picture be the most optimum creative result it can be. And I'm telling you this, I have to tell myself this as well, because when we work on commercial briefs and shoots and we're planning these things, and we have to be very clear about what we're going for. But I know that on the day when I do it, there will be these moments where I go with the force and I go with something that I may not have premeditated. It may be that there's a burst of natural light through the window and there comes this whole kind of new aspect to the narrative that still doesn't interrupt the way that we planned it, but it emphasizes it in a way that I couldn't have planned. I've seen shoots where that has happened to photographers. They've been shooting a model with flash in the corner for ages, and then suddenly they shoot it by the window and they get these really whimsical natural pictures that they use in the final thing. I mean, I'm not saying it happens all the time, but it can happen. But those are the times where we might be able to get the best of what we can do. So it's not necessarily about not knowing what you want. It's about not getting what you want. It's about not knowing what you want necessarily to start with, or what can make the best result you can get. So in many of my images, I choose to work on something that draws me to that picture. So in this picture, if I just show you the picture, I mean, this is a little bit processed, but it's mostly what came out of camera. I've cropped it a bit and I've done a little bit of adjustment to it. But compositionally and the quality of the light in this picture and the painterly look was already there in this shot, and something drew me to it because it's very unposed. It's not a picture where she was posing for me. It's kind of between takes on one of my productions. And so I just liked the qualities in this picture. It was very natural. So I thought I'd work on it and make it into a surreal fashion composite. Now, it was very important for me to keep, with a composite, the world is your oyster, which can be a bad thing because you've got so many possibilities of what you can put from one picture into another. But with this picture, I wanted to keep it in line with a nautical theme, because this was shot in this house by the Thames in London. It's got this nautical theme going on. It's like a shipwright's house. There's a painting of the ship behind the model already, as you saw. And I've kind of emphasized and pulled bits out of other pictures that I shot of paintings of ships in that same location, and put one in the mirror and put one on the piano. And then I've got this painted sea coming in, and then I've also got these drops, splatters of water on the lens that has been added in Photoshop to further enhance this whole surreal notion. So there's a whole journey of considerations that I made as to how to actually make that into a composite. But it comes from being drawn into the spontaneity of the things that were in that natural shot to begin with, that I didn't direct completely. This is an image of mine that, maybe is a little bit odd in an imaginative fashion photography in terms of my current portfolio, but this picture is just bizarre because it's part of my surreal fashion series, even though it doesn't have a model in it. It feels completely right to be there. But the story behind this image, I mean, this image is so right-brained because I didn't, well, I was going to say I didn't intend to put a giraffe there. I was shooting in this room. I'll show you the pictures. I was shooting this model in this room in a chateau near Paris, where I was doing a workshop a couple of years back. And I didn't even have much time to shoot in this room. It was literally minutes. So I shot this model, and I'd also shot at the National History Museum in Paris a couple of days prior. So I did have an idea that I wanted to use these animals somewhere, possibly in my pictures, to complement the fashion situations, the portraiture, to demonstrate my surreal fashion images to the people I was with at the time. And I did do quite a few other pictures from this context where I've got also picked animals from the museum, which you'll see some of them through the workshop. But when I put the giraffe on, I just slapped it on top of this picture and it just fit there instantly. And it was such a great moment because I knew that there's no need for the model anymore. You know, she became superfluous, of course. You know, I had to get rid of her. Who cares about her? I'm joking. But stick the giraffe in there and it just worked so much better than the model because it just became this completely different, bizarre direction. I mean, it ceases to be a fashion image in its most conventional sense. It's more part of a bizarre fine art juxtaposition. But this image has been quite popular and it's got a lot of attention that I might not have got just with my purely fashion images, so that's another story in itself. But this is, like I say, a very right-brain picture where I went with that excitement, because that excitement to me was more important than making the picture fit in with any particular convention of fashion. Not that it was entirely fashion-based workshop. The models were dressed more in costume, so it was more creative edge. So I was free to do what I liked and to play around and to get the optimum creative result, which I felt was the giraffe in the office. So, every right brain needs a left brain, of course. So I want to move a little bit on now to talking about left brain and talking about the role that Matthew plays as part of the Miss Aniela brand that we are nowadays. Miss Aniela has gone from being not just my name to more like a brand name. And that's largely with him coming on board as doing a lot of the left brain stuff to start with. What do I mean by left brain? I mean organization, business, negotiation, technical, lighting, a lot of these things that I was doing bits of myself. I mean, one person can't do everything themselves anyway, so it's a case of two people sharing it, branching out and having a member of a team helping you do things. And a lot of photographers, a lot of people in anything where they're starting out doing a business need to at some point get someone else to help them because they have so much to do. So Matthew is a large part of what he does is helping me do everything. We do everything together, but also he takes care of things that I would consider to be more in line with this left brain organizational element, logistical, as they say. So the importance of team members, you know, it's not just about working with a partner, it's also about any team member that you take on board. Even the team members, you know, the styling and the makeup and the hair that you start to recruit as you get more involved in fashion. I'm talking about those people as well. Things that you don't want to or can't or not as good at doing yourself. You call upon someone else to fill that role, and then you find that they actually can be better at doing that role than you are, and that leaves you to do what you are strongest at. Now, I want to give you an anecdote as well, which I think really perfectly sums up the I guess the evolution from what we're calling lo-fi, the kind of origin of being simple, improvised, minimalist methods, you know, lower budget, doing things kind of on a shoestring, to the hi-fi, involving more production elements, involving bigger budgets, involving more ingredients. So this anecdote, years back, when I was first offered a commercial brief to do an image for a book. And it was quite exciting because it was the first time someone was giving me an amount of money just straight up and saying, you know, I want you to create this for us. And I was really excited about it. And I didn't actually really ask the right questions at first because I was not extremely experienced at that time. It's something that I was first getting into. So I didn't know exactly what this budget was supposed to entail. That's a very important question to ask. You want to know if someone gives you a budget, which is great, they've already answered that question that you would ask anyway, what's your budget? But then you want to know what do they expect for that budget, because the budget and the brief are relative to each other, and it might be a great budget, but if they want you to do a million things for that budget, then obviously that's no good. So anyway, this job involved shooting a model in a particular location, in a library location. So I went and found a shop that I could shoot this model in, and I got this model from wherever online. I think Model Mayhem I used to source this model. And the location I got for free, so I was kind of pleased. I thought, oh great, I got it for free. I didn't ask for it for free, but they said, oh, you can come and use our shop. And I also sourced the clothing myself. I didn't know 100% whether it was exactly right for the job. I just kind of almost guessed a little bit, got this clothing, bought it from a shop, and then took it back afterwards, parts of it, and some parts I couldn't. And then so I shot this thing, and I shot it in the way that the crux of this is that I shot it in the way that I shoot my self-portraits. Everything was pretty much on a shoestring, and I went home and I worked on it in the way that I would work on one of my self-portraits. So I was putting together all these pictures in Photoshop to make the ideal composite in the way that I was working on a standalone picture. So I was, working away and then presented it to the client, and they didn't like it. So I thought, uh-oh, they don't like my picture, and then asked me if I had any other pictures to show them, and I said, well, yeah, I could show you the other pictures I shot, but they weren't any good because they're very different from the composite that I'd presented. It was something that I'd woven together in the way that I do artistically. But they wanted to see options, and this was something crucially that I was missing about this particular kind of job, which is they wanted to see a lot of options of shots, raw shots from the shoot, so they can actually look at what pose they want, and they can look at the foundation they want. So it's very different from the way that I work on my self-portraiture, in the way that I kind of beaver away in private and then present something finished and done. So I considered it to be a dead end. I thought, okay, I won't, I've kind of failed with this, but it's fine. But then Matthew stepped in and he said, look, why don't we go and hire a different location? Why don't we hire this location? It will cost this amount of money, which is a lot more than doing a location for free, obviously. But I thought, okay, well, I'll talk to the client and ask them if they can offer a little bit more money to use this location. And I'll just take a sip of tea. It's getting a bit of a dry throat. And so I went back to them and I said, can we work in this location? They said, okay. And we chose a different model. And we also had the clothing sent from the client as well, which helped because then I knew that exactly what they wanted to wear, and we reshot it. And I had a contact sheet of about 150 pictures to present to the client. And they were overjoyed with them, and they picked out the picture they wanted. I did a little bit of post work to it, but they mostly wanted to do a lot of the post work themselves. So that was the job they wanted me to do, which I'd approached in a very lo-fi way, which in my particular case wasn't appropriate. But when we stepped up and we said, no, okay, we need this, this, and this to make it work, do you have this bit of extra budget? If I'd done all that to begin with, that would be very much more in line with how I work now, because how I work now is I've got the experience to know what's involved in a shoot and the quality that Matthew and I as a team want to bring to a shoot. And from that shoot onwards, we decided that was how we're going to work. We're not going to do things on the cheap. We're going to make sure we've got the budget to do it properly in the way that we envisage. And if there is, if the client isn't happy, then it may be that the job's not for us. But that's how we want to work, and that's what we want to put forward. So I want to talk a bit about the Creative Live shoots that we've been planning, because this is really great situation for me to basically paint a picture of all this stuff I'm talking about when it comes to planning and production and all these ingredients, all of this time that goes into preparing something, and how it actually comes about to the real thing, as you'll all be seeing tomorrow. So when we first started planning our Creative Live workshop, we knew we wanted to do a shoot where we could actually show realistically how we work with these ingredients, with a styling team, and the caliber of styling we really like to work with nowadays. And we wanted to work on location. That's one of the key things, because I've always shot on location. Even my self-portraits, I've shot in a studio very rarely, only when I was starting to do workshops, and it became the most appropriate place to do a workshop at first. But naturally, we led on to doing the shoot experience events with locations because that's what we naturally wanted to do. And also, the thing about locations is that I just find I feel at home in them because they're part of my inspiration workflow. They're part of inspiring me to what I want to create. And I wanted to make that happen for real on the Creative Live workshop so that it really ties into everything I'm saying now. So when we first started planning, the main thing we wanted to choose is location. So Matthew initially brainstormed and Googled loads of places in Seattle. We also had Creative Live team looking for locations as well. Now the thing about location is it has to fit any number of criteria, obviously you have for any particular thing. In this case, we needed it to be available on the dates we wanted. It needed to make sure it's suitable for all the needs of Creative Live as well as our needs. It needs to be in our budget. It needs to be interesting enough for me to feel like I can create something close to what we do nowadays in the visions that we put together. And yeah, so we went on the hunt. Now, one of the locations that we narrowed it down to, but there's quite a few on the potential list, but this is one of the ones that we came close to using, which is Fort Nisqually, and it's an outdoor location. So we instantly were worried about the weather in Seattle and whether that would work, and that would be a very big unknown. But also, not just the outdoor, but I was looking at pictures of this and wondering whether I could really feel, I guess, I don't want to sound cliched, but that spark of passion, what can really draw me to making a picture come together? Where do my eyes go when I look at these pictures? So I was looking at pictures of the place. It looked like it had a lot of space, a lot of options, a lot of texture, but I was still kind of hunting for something that drew my eye in, because the thing about the Creative Live shoot is we want to shoot mainly, we want to go for one particular picture. We don't have all day to shoot that one particular picture because we've got other things to do as well. So I wanted it to be one obvious, grandiose place that was very compact, where we could work in and really work on honing that picture so I can show you the process to it. So I was also looking at the natural light that spilled into a lot of these textured rooms in the Fort Nisqually, and I thought about how these textures are used in work that I've done previously. So I've got this image of mine on the left, which is shot in a fisherman's shack as part of a location that's separate from the house. So this is, in line with that textured look, making use of somewhere that's very low-key and shabby, and goes in line with the whole theme of this fisherman idea. And then you've got the image on the right that was shot in this warehouse in LA, and it's got all these, broken down things around the model, and that really goes well, the mustiness of it, the age. But also, the other factors, the fact that the location is so spread out there, that the outdoor unknown element of weather. I wanted to be ideally somewhere indoors. So this is a picture that we first saw on the website of a place called The Ruins, which we're going to be shooting at. And this picture really drew me in because this is the outdoor part of, kind of conservatory part of The Ruins, where you've got a tree actually growing from the inside outwards, and you've got all this foliage everywhere and spiral staircase. All of these things really appealed to me, and this stood out for me as the place I wanted to shoot in, this particular room. But so we had our team producers here go and do a recce of this location. And when we saw actual pictures of this particular room, it wasn't quite how it looks in this picture. Things had been taken out and it was a lot smaller than we thought it was. So it turned out on the logistical actual look of the place, it wasn't quite right. And that's really important because obviously you can be drawn in to think that location looks exactly how it does in the picture and you get a different impression. But then we looked at other rooms within the same location, because then we thought maybe that room won't work, maybe other rooms will. So we saw these pictures on the website, and these pictures are from the Ruins website. And so you see these different rooms. I immediately saw a lot of chairs, and I thought, no, that's no good, because chairs are just kind of ugly. They're not really, in my experience, they're not really good things to use as part of fashion photos. They're just clunky, and they just want to get rid of them. So my eyes were being drawn to the walls. What's on the walls? What's hanging from the ceilings? What can really complement the image in the way that my images in my portfolio are complemented by, decor and chandeliers and, texture and age and all of these things. So the bottom right-hand picture is the picture that I naturally was drawn to, because you have instantly this scale that you don't see, at least in the pictures of the other rooms. And I knew that scale was very important. The more I work with these productions involving models, I really like the idea of the location being kind of tall and exciting around the model, as you'll see in a lot of my pictures as we go on. I also like the color in this room. I can see from this picture that there's paintings and murals on the walls and even on the ceilings, which lends itself to this surreal quality that I obviously like in my work. And also you've got these chandeliers that look very bright and very grand in the image. You've got quite a lot of them in the room as well, and they really crown and frame the room in this particular picture. Now the carpet's changed as well, which we were pleased about, because the carpet for us is like the least interesting part of the way the room looks in this image. And also we won't be using all the chairs and tables because we knew that they would just get in the way of the fashion element. But everything else we think is a really good foundation, and also we got some extra shots of the details in this room. When we went to visit the location, actually, it's even better than we imagined, because you really see these details when you see them, when you're physically there, they come across so well. The other rooms are actually more interesting than they look in the pictures. The other rooms are beautiful as well. This room, though, still has the most scale, and scale is something that I increasingly look for when I'm doing grander pictures. I thought about pictures in my portfolio that are relevant to what drew me into that particular room. So you've got this picture here on the left with the canaries. You've got the scale of that room. That's a very tall ceilinged room where you've got these, where you've actually got another level of the library up on the staircase there. Staircase became the focal point of this. I've got the room for the stress to spread out and the surreal concept to spread out as well. And also the picture on the right is where I've shot in this room with these mural drawings on the wall, which reminded me of the drawings on the wall in the ruins image. So choosing a stylist and a model. So we also wanted to then think about what we're going to do in this location. So we thought about the styling that we want to have, ideally, to really convey the quality that we use in our images. So we straight away thought of Leonid. So Leonid, we've worked with Leonid Gurovich, he's a New York stylist that we have brought over to do the styling on our workshop. So this is a picture of styling that he's done on a shoot of ours last year in New York. And you can see in this particular case, a couple of his dresses, and he styles and he designs as well. And we knew we wanted his quality to come through, because we can trust him. We've used him a few times now. We know that he has this passionate spark where he wants to do everything as best as he can do it. And he also has an imagination that's very in line with our imaginations, very kind of over the top color and elegance. So we've worked with him before, so we knew that he would be great for this. Choosing a model as well is very important, especially when you are working with someone who has these, when you're working with Leonid, we like to let him input on the model. We want him to actually go and choose a model, ideally, because then he knows that his styling is going to fit the model. Now, these two pictures, the reason I show these pictures is because it's important to have a tall model for the kind of couture dresses that he designs and presents. So here's an example of where I didn't get so much of a tall model for a particular dress, and you can see how it really pays off to get the model that holds a dress well, for couture in particular. I'm not saying that, tall models for everything, but for this particular purpose, they work really well because they become literally a human hanger for the garment, because it's very important to convey the garment very well, and you want to make sure that that comes across in the picture. So we're going to talk about lighting now, because lighting is the next piece of the puzzle when it comes to how we were putting together the vision for the creative live shoot and what kind of lighting we want to use in the high production element of the shoot, the couture with Leonid's outfit. So lighting is a really interesting topic, because I've got this whole evolution of how I've gone from my beginnings to what I do now, and using more artificial light than I used to use in the beginning. So the beginning, I was very much using natural light. This went very much nicely in line with the way that I worked. There's no way I would want to have even been fiddling with lights shooting myself. I liked to use natural light. It was very instinctive. I could just jump up and seize it. You know, light comes through the window. I could jump up with my auto settings on my camera, and everything was very simple. And natural light went hand in hand with that, went really well. And it's just something that I think came across as quite organic and whimsical. And also, when I wanted to use lighting in low light situations and also get a bit more creative, I would start reaching out to other sources of light. And these would be things like torches and candles and lampposts, and these were often tungsten kind of light. So it gave this painterly, orangey quality that I liked. If you're familiar with paintings like by Caravaggio, where you've got these dark scenes with the orange glow of light, I really liked that look. I still do, and it still comes through some of my work. But it particularly comes through when you use things like candles and lamps and other improvised sources that for me were cheap and easy, and they weren't a burden on what was largely an instinctive process. I also, I have meddled in HDR as well. It's when you take a number of exposures and blend them together to get the best of the shadows and the highlights, so you don't have blowouts and too dark areas where you've shot in very high contrast situations. So this is a good example of that. This is a picture shot in an abandoned girls' school, very high contrast situation, and not a situation where I would have liked to take lighting in with me. This is where Matthew and I were collaborating a lot, because again, it's a context where I wouldn't have wanted to be by myself. And so we'd go in and we'd just want to just get down to it really and start shooting and use an available light. So we set the camera on a tripod and took a few exposures, blend them together, and that allows you, instead of using lighting, that allows you to basically control the detail in the shadows and the highlights. So I could get the detail in the debris at the bottom on the floor, and also the detail of the sky in the same shot. So when I started shooting other models, I would make use of natural light to begin with. I felt most comfortable with natural light. I started playing with flash and stuff, but this, mostly at the beginning, I was in my comfort zone with natural light because it was what I was used to with my self-portraits. So these images work fairly well, I think, with natural light. You've got on the top left there with the clock, you've got an image that's shot in a very light, airy location where I felt like the lighting just worked very good in an ambient manner. And then you've got a picture there in the bottom left there where it's taken in an outdoor situation, and the whole of the image, lighting is not directing the eye because you've got an image that's just kind of all out the same, very even. You've got natural light by a window there of the model in the middle, and then you've got on the right-hand side another model by the window with the light coming in from the window to camera left, and that just gives her a nice glow over the image. So natural light has its place, and it works very well in situations where you have, an effect by a window or something where you have no need in particular to draw the eye towards a particular part. But then, once I started playing with artificial light, so I'm going to start with HMI light, otherwise known as continuous or movie lights or spotlights. These are a very good halfway house between natural light and flash. So if you're somebody who wants to start kind of getting used to using artificial light and engineering and pointing it and doing things you're not until then used to, HMI lights are good because you literally turn them on and go, and you see what you're shooting with that light. And it gets you used to the idea of pointing and controlling and punching in light to situations, but you don't yet have the obligation to use flash, because you can use HMI in quite creative ways as well. So these images I show here, on the left there, you've got an image where you've got HMI light behind the model, and it's made this very fiery, hell-like look to the image, which I'm going to talk more about the processing in later in the workshop. And the image on the right is where I've had a HMI light to the left, and it's pointing in at the model. It's giving a very eerie shadow. Shadows are something we don't always want in our images, but I think it works quite well here because her styling is so kind of gothic and eerie, and the shadow basically reflects that in a kind of Cruella-esque way. And it gives it this movie-like quality. It's just a bit more on HMI. You can see here HMI light pointing. We use Lupolux lights, so these come in HMI and LEDs. An image on the left there, I've shot this image at one of our LA shoots with HMI. So HMI is good for, like I say, when you're getting used to the idea of working with lighting, and also for creative effects. There are situations where it's just not strong enough and you need something stronger, and that's when you think about flash. So flash is something that I think like a lot of photographers that start off with natural light, find it difficult to use at first because it's like a whole new world basically. You know, you've got all this control, you've got all this capability of making a scene, and making a picture look so different than it would have been with natural light. And you can do more things as well in terms of the model moving, and it's a whole new world, but it's a scary world because of all the amount of possibility. So a few images where I have used flash, and flash has been fairly crucial to the look of the final image. So on the left there, you've got a model jumping in the air, which wouldn't have worked without flash, because she's frozen in motion, and it gives a nice lick of colour to everything as part of that as well. You've got an image in the middle there where you have a split lighting effect of the flash coming in from one side and going across the model to create this kind of contrasty look across one half of her face. And that's in a very dark room, so it gives an effect that wouldn't have been achieved with natural light otherwise. And then you've got an image there where I've lit a model against the architecture of the house there, and it allows me to keep the detail of the house and also have her nicely lit as well, which I then further exaggerated in the post-production. One of the key images that you're seeing in my workshop is this canary image, and this canary image is a bit of a milestone for me in terms of feeling comfortable using flash, feeling like I actually didn't want to use natural light because flash gave me something that I couldn't get without it. So I'll be talking more about that picture later, just to quickly show you a kind of natural light and flash. So I didn't have a lot of time to shoot this picture, as is the case a lot of the time. But I was, as soon as I shot the test shot of her, on the left there, you can see that everything, you've got light flooding in everywhere. And that would be the way that I would have shot it, some years ago. But as soon as I tried the flash on her, I knew that that was the direction I wanted to go in. So as soon as I shot the picture on the right, I knew that I wanted to keep using flash, keep having her pose, get the pose I wanted, because the flash was directing the eye towards where I wanted it to go. And it was lighting her against the background of the library and it giving more drama, and also allowed her to move as well, because I had the dress moved by an assistant that kind of pulled the dress on the shutter release, so that caught it mid-motion. So the ingredients of fashion. There's so many ingredients that go into fashion. It's a very high maintenance genre of photography. It's an art in itself to bring all of these things together. After lunch, we're going to be looking at the test shoot that we did for the shoot tomorrow, and the main things that we're looking for in the test shoot. So these ingredients, location, or the studio, obviously in this case location, the model, the styling, that means the outfit and the hair and the makeup, all of that coming together. The lighting, the camera, the lens choice, and then afterwards the whole journey of making sense of what you've got. The selection, the post-production, and the cohesion. And cohesion, what I mean by that is the way you're actually presenting your work. So going back to this fine art and fashion thing, what are you actually striving for? What are you trying to make with your image? Are you trying to make it into a fashion commodity, a fine art commodity, or what? So lighting is one of the main things that we're testing on the test shoot. Lighting is something that we are thinking about, because we've brought so much with us because we want to try it out and see what works best in that location, so that tomorrow we have more an idea what to go to in the limited time we have to shoot the image that we really want to shoot. So when we go into our test shoot, we're trying to hone some of these things in mind. We've got poses. I'm thinking about pose. One thing I found a lot is that you've got all of these left brain logistical things, the location, the timings, the lighting, and all of everything that you've done to get everything in place. And then, the pose is often the last thing you're thinking about. And yet it's so important, because You know, you can add the model just standing there and you've got the perfect lighting, but there's something that's just lacking from the way she's standing. And the pose is like the final push to get the image that you want in everything that you've been, you know, engineering for so long. How much of the location to take in? A lot of my images are this marriage between portrait and location. How do I get the best of both? That's basically an endless question that I'm asking, because in my images, the location does play a very important role. It's the context, it's the story, it's part of the mood, you know? So you have to know how much of it to get into the shot, because if you're going straight up to the model, then you don't see the location. What's the point of being there? The right lighting setup, like I've just been saying, actually making sure that you're using the best of the arsenal that you brought with you, and making sure you don't just use things that are unnecessary as well, using the strongest combination of what you have. And the ideal foundation shot. So you want to, I'm going to be talking more about fashion and fine art, but what I want to get is the ideal fashion foundation, the ideal foundation for possible surreal directions that I could take it into a fine art outcome later. The main thing for me is to get a good, strong fashion image. And I also want to give you a glimpse of the lighting diagram as well. Now, this is something that we went into planning. This is something that we planned at home, looking at the pictures of the location, thinking about how the styling is going to look upon discussion with Leonid and the team. So we've got here the subject in the middle there, we've got the camera, and then we've got a big softbox behind the camera. We've got a gridded softbox on a boom arm over the model. A lot of my pictures have used flash going in from a diagonal direction from the top of the model downwards. It's something that, as you saw with the canaries picture, is the lighting method behind that. That's something I like a lot. And we've also got these fill lights of HMI going in around the situation, and also lots of flags. And so these flags are where we're basically blocking out the light so it doesn't spill out from its course in which it's pointed. So this looks like a quite extravagant lighting setup, but really what we've got there is options for filling in the shadows of quite a dark room. There's no natural light coming into the room unless there are some doors you can open to let a little bit in, but there's no windows in the actual room itself. So it's quite a dark room, which is good because then we have complete control over being able to engineer the lighting as we wish. So all of this we're going to be looking at more when we come back, because I'm going to be talking about our test shoot and how we started to put all these ingredients together.
Beautiful. Love it. All right, let's go ahead and take a couple questions if you don't mind. Go ahead and ready yourselves out here if you've got any. We want to start with one kind of technical from Martin and many, many others in the chat room who are wondering, how do you deal with the copyright issue of using other people's images, paintings like in the sea-based one, in your work? How, especially when you're doing composites, how do you deal with copyright?
Yeah, a lot of my images use paintings that are hundreds of years old. So the copyright, there is basically no copyright on those pictures. So yeah, that's great because that for me allows me to use them freely because you have this kind of rule over 70 years after the death of the artist. But these are hundreds of years old, so that some of them practically ancient. So that leaves me the freedom. So yeah, if you were looking for paintings from modern, people who are, more recent, then it wouldn't be something that you can do because you'd have to get permission from that painter. And for other sources of images, a lot of the time it's cleared with the location owner of the place in which we've shot that particular artwork, if it is something that isn't ancient, sourced elsewhere, but sourced from a location. So that's kind of in line with our agreement upon renting that location. And other times, you could even directly collaborate with somebody who actually draws or paints and gives you direct permission. So yeah, if it's something that is relatively new, then permission must be sought for that usage. Especially if you go on to then want to sell the picture or license it, that would definitely need clearance.
And that's kind of the follow-up question is, do you ever, when you're doing your composites, go and license from a stock photo or other direct contact images to use in your composites?
Very rarely. I mean, sometimes I've looked into it. It's not something that I've done very often because usually I use a picture I've taken myself which is another answer to the previous question. Some of the pictures in my composites are not paintings, they're actual photos that I've taken myself before, like the beach scene in the picture of the big red dress. So I normally use pictures I shot myself, I'm certainly, my mind's very open to going and sourcing stock from other people, and it's something that I would, go and buy on a stock site or what have you, depending on how much I really wanted that picture in as part of my composite.
Fantastic.
I have a question from Sam.
Actually, my question's really related to that, almost answered. I was wondering if ever you've done a shot and then actually felt that you needed to go and shoot something afterwards. I know you've used from your archives the sea and stuff, but you've actually felt like, now I need to go and shoot this thing and then go and do that afterwards.
Yeah, in answer to that, yes. I prefer, a lot of the time I find that I'm just using pictures I've already taken because I think back to them. But then again, it may be that I like a picture, but I don't feel it. And then later I go and shoot something and think, oh, that could work really well in that picture. So sometimes it works in that way, kind of unintentionally. Just comes from me not being inspired enough to take that picture to its finished outcome until I then find something else that goes with it. There has been a specific time where I did a picture of myself holding a snake years ago that Matthew and I shot together, and we really didn't like the background of me, the background that I was standing in. So we actually went out and shot a new background. It was just another forest background, very similar to what you would expect to find in that situation, but it was really good because we managed to get the perfect shot to go with it, a shot that allowed for some kind of like depth of field behind me, so it wasn't just kind of up front, straight forest scape behind me. You can see that picture on my website, in my ecology series, I believe. So that picture, I didn't like the idea of doing that at first. I thought, I just don't like the idea of trying to shoot a picture to fit in with it. But we replicated the settings and we went out to choose somewhere with a similar dappled light that was in the original shot. So we were really keen on matching it. And it worked really well, actually, in the end. It's not something I do a lot, but it certainly proved to me that it can be done. So that was good.
So I know we're going to be talking and seeing your left brain partner, Matthew, tomorrow more. But a lot of folks were asking about if you don't have a left brain and you're a right brain, could you talk a little bit about what, if you don't have that person that complements you, what are ways to access the other side of your brain? Or suggestions?
Well, it all comes from the whole idea of just reaching out to other people, because I talk about Matthew. I mean, Matthew is part of Miss Aniela, so he's, like the right-hand man. But then there's also people that we use in our repertoire that are people that are additional left brains, they're people like assistants that we've come to know and trust through the years. And just people we've got to know, just friends we've met that have become part of our team and are excited to be helping the planning. There's also, even when you start to use, stylists and hair and makeup, these people are their own kind of, hair and makeup do their particular job, but a stylist in particular is a person who is actually looking after a whole portion of your shoot. So they're not just doing putting the clothes on, they're also organising the clothes to arrive. They're getting another assistant to help them get the clothes. They're looking at the mood boards, they're working with you. So they're they've got this kind of managerial role on your team, like a subsection of your team. So this left brain aspect is really part and parcel of the whole notion of going out and finding people to help you do what you do, which is really in line with how fashion works, because you can't do everything yourself because you're not really expected to do everything yourself. So I certainly would reach out to finding someone. Maybe the first hurdle might be to find someone who can assist you, someone who can actually maneuver your lighting and even help you with lighting, because lighting assistants don't just maneuver, they also suggest and can help you, because lighting is a whole art form in itself. When you remember that photography is an art form, lighting is like another art form, and they both kind of, they're two massive things to put together. So having somebody to input their suggestions on that, as well as logistically actually help you with the physical side of it, is, I think, necessary for anyone who's regularly using lighting. So this left brain thing is a way of thinking. It's a way of thinking outside of just what you want to do and how people can help you achieve what you want to do. And this comes through just reaching out to team members through through shooting, through making friends, through meeting people, through networking. This all helps you concentrate on bringing your ideas to life, bringing your imaginative, right-brained, or however you want to call it, bringing that creativity to life is having people help you.
Thank you. When you're working with a client who has strong ideas about what they want, how do you meet in the middle while also maintaining your creative integrity?
It's a good question. It all depends on what they want, really. I mean, there's been jobs I've worked on where I'm generally happy doing whatever they want me to do, as long as I feel like it's worth my time, or if I'm getting something enough from it in terms of the money that they're giving me for it. Because there's been, like, for example, when I talked about the book shoot and doing the images, all those images, and handing over the raw files to them for them to work on as they wish. I'm happy with that in that situation because that's what I'm being paid to do. I think, I don't know, if the final result was something that looked really messy and they just made a complete, mess of something that I've created and I didn't think it looked good, then I wouldn't necessarily care because it's just not something that I would showcase to my future clients. It's not something I would put onto my website, for example. So as long as I feel like I'm being fairly rewarded for the effort that I've put into that work. But anyway, as part of another answer to your question, it all comes down to the brief that you get from them. So when they're talking to you, you get an idea of how much they want your creativity to come into it. But the important thing with commercial work is that you do actually have a brief. It's important you know what they want, because a brief will appear at some point. Even if they say you have loads of freedom at the beginning, they do want something in particular because that's how commercial work generally works. If there is a lot of room for creative freedom, you've got to make sure you understand why that is. Because if they're making like an advert, it's likely that they have a very specific idea of what they want, and they might not be able to articulate it, and that's a bit dangerous because then you think you've got freedom, but then you do something and they say they don't like it. So you have to make sure that if you have creative freedom, why do you have that freedom? What are they expecting from you? Like, for example, I've been asked to do commissions where someone gives me an idea for a commission and I basically have freedom to create that piece because they trusted me as a fine artist. So you have to look at what they expect from you, what you want from it. If it's something where they've got all these rules for you that they want you to abide by, but you feel like it's not worth your time to not be able to bring something into the vision for your own portfolio, then you might decide not to do it and to spend your time doing something that you can actually have more creativity on as part of creating it. But I mean, when I create my own work, a lot of the time I have that freedom because there's no one answering to it, and I'm happy because the downside of that is there's no one waiting to pay me for it because it's something that I'm doing of my own accord. So sometimes it's a bit of a trade-off between one and the other. It's about finding that balance, but ultimately you find that balance through communicating with your client carefully and making sure they're happy with all your ideas and the crazy ideas that you might have and that you really want to put in your portfolio. If they're up for it, great, but just make sure that they are happy with it. So it's all about communication really and weighing up something, whether you feel it's really worth it for your time and portfolio purposes.
We have a question from Fashion TV from Singapore, who is a regular here and has a ton of great questions as always. This one, we do have some detailed questions about location. So when sourcing for a location, if you were to prioritize, would you always prefer an ideal location over availability of light, or quality of light available over an ideal location? Any practical advice to that regard?
Yeah, interesting, because like I've been saying about this location we're shooting in tomorrow, there's the room we're shooting in has, like I say, a little bit of natural light, but it's no windows, it's very dark. You can seal it all off and just, light it all yourself and turn the chandeliers off. And we're comfortable with that because we like the idea of being able to control that setup. But like, for example, the picture of the woman with the canaries, one big attraction we had towards that location was the abundance of natural light in that particular room. It's a very gorgeous, gorgeous room where you've got this really high scale, spiral staircases, books, artifacts from all around the world. That became part of the attraction to the room. Now, it really depends on why you're using the location. On that particular shoot, we were hosting an event there. We were living there for a week. So we wanted it to be an atmospheric location for everyone who was joining us. We also felt that we could be inspired by the natural light as well. But we knew that also we had a load of lighting gear that, we weren't necessarily relying on the natural light. So it depends whether you really are relying on natural light, which is something that I don't necessarily rely on. A lot of the time I find it's a little bit of a hindrance because it comes into a shot and it actually impedes your shot because you get these patches of sunlight which are actually just, ruining the image. So it depends on your intentions. It depends where you are in your journey of photography. I certainly have been very attracted to locations on a lot of my shoots where there is natural light, because we know that other photographers who are joining us on that shoot as well would like it. So yeah, I think natural light is part of the atmosphere to being there, which can inspire you, but it's not always a technical issue. It might be that you want to shoot with flash and you want to literally flag out all the natural light anyway, so very much down to decisions that you make for each case.
Wonderful. All right. Well, that is about all the time that we have for this segment. So let's talk a little bit about what we covered. We covered being the right brain versus left brain, kind of using that as the metaphor to talk about creativity versus the intellectual approach and how those can work together, complement each other, and really bring their own approaches and strengths to your photography. We talked about then making the shoot actually happen, how to find locations, how to find your team, how to find your model, all those, and then talked a little bit about lighting. And that is a wonderful, wonderful segment. Let's talk about the next one that we're going to do. We are specifically going to go over the test shoot. So do you want to give us a little preview of that?
So going over the test shoot that we did the other day at the location, and it was really exciting for us because we got to see the location for the first time, and it's better than in the pictures. I genuinely mean that. I mean, a lot of the time it can work the other way around. You go excited, then you think, oh. This was like, wow. So I'm really excited to have gone there and to have had a chance to start, like I say, putting together all of these ingredients that we're bringing, which, the world's biggest dress and the world's biggest lighting setup. So, and also it's important because there is a lot of excitement when you see a location for the first time, and it's nice to kind of get over that excitement so you can get down to business. So this test shoot was a chance for me to kind of like start even think about how to put together these ingredients, and also how to approach the lo-fi shoot as well, because it's a beautiful location for a shoot, even without the dress and all the lighting we've got for the high production one. We're also shooting practice shooting the lo-fi setup with our model, with our dancer model. So that was really fun as well, and you get to see pockets of what we did. I'll talk about my gear, and I'll talk about my initial reactions and the shots that I got and how I think I'm really kind of like starting to make sense of what we're going to be doing at the real shoot.
Wonderful.
Can't wait.
So what happens?
I bet a lot of folks out there can't wait as well.
I love it. So we would love to read you a couple quotes from folks online about what they thought during this segment. We have Piper Williams said at MY1928 says, Miss Aniela's candor is both inspirational and refreshing. And Themia says, this is by far the best creative live session ever. It has so much depth, and the level of creativity is beyond words.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
And we are just getting started.
Yes, we are.
I think it's really cool that you're going to take us through the test shoot and all of that, because that is a huge part. Often we're just focusing on the shoot itself, but with this type of work, my goodness, so much goes into that. So I'm looking forward to talking about that in our next segment. And just want to remind everybody how Creative Live works. We are here right now. We are live. We have people joining us from all over the world, countries all over the world, people up late at night, in the middle of the night, to join in and watch. During the live event, folks get to join us in our social classroom and ask your questions and feed off of each other. So we enjoyed that. You can also choose to have anytime on-demand access to this entire course. And the way that that works is you can pause, you can rewind, you can go back and rewatch exactly the segments that you're looking for, or if you know you can't be here for the full time, you can already go ahead and upgrade to that anytime access. There is a blue button that is beneath the video that we are watching right now. So over lunch is a good time to make that decision if you plan to. It is $149 for this course for the entire 3 days of content, and it's $99 when you buy during our live event, like right now. So everybody, thank you so much for joining us and for your questions. Thank you to our studio audience. Thank you, Russ.
Hey, you're welcome.
And thank you to Natalie. We will see you all back in 45 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to Creative Live. Hope you had a wonderful break. If you're just joining us now, we are here with Miss Aniela, Natalie, and this is Imaginative Fashion Photography. We had a wonderful first couple of segments. They went by really quickly for me. I think other people in our studio audience was saying that. You are so pleasant to listen to and jam-packed full of information and telling us, getting to know you, getting to know your story, getting to know the differences between fine art and fashion photography. In the last segment, we talked about finding the location that we are going to be shooting in tomorrow and talking about working with teams. So we are going to head into our next segment where we are going to see more of the location where we'll be tomorrow because they did the test shoot, and we're going to be talking through how Natalie and her team work through that. And I want to invite everybody to get your questions in the chat room. If you're not in the chat room right now, there's a little blue little icon that says chat with live with class participants, and we want to hear from you. You can also use the hashtag Miss Aniela Live for your questions and comments as well. One more thing, I want you to, can you talk a little bit about the Facebook group that you have? Because a lot of times in these workshops, we have people who go out and want to stay in touch and share work around that particular photographer's type of work, but it turns out you already have one. So tell us a little bit about it.
The Fashion Shoot Experience group.
Yes.
Is that right? Yeah. So I have my Miss Aniela Facebook page.
Right.
And that's on which I share everything, new work and announcements and things like that. But I also have kind of like this kind of more niche group for Miss Aniela Fashion Shoot Experience. And that's for anyone who's interested or has been to one of our Fashion Shoot Experience events. So they can come along and join, and usually that's the place that we first start announcing new events, new shoots that we're organising. And it is where we're usually also putting the feelers out for seeing what people are interested in as well in terms of making a new event happen, or a new location, a new destination that we're planning, got our eyes on. So it's a good place to hang out and to also share work like you shot on our Shoot Experience group, and it's a very nice community. So if you're interested in our Fashion Shoot Experience, it's a nice little community to come along and join. And to hang out with people who have been before and people who are coming to new ones that we're doing this year.
Very cool. I was looking in there yesterday and saw some of our regulars here on Creative Live in there as well, chiming up some conversation. Shout out to Adrian Farr, who is very active in there, as he is here. In any case, everybody, that you can just search for Miss Aniela Fashion Shoot Experience on Facebook, and that is where you find that group, and I would love to see how many new members we can get. All right, well, I will turn it back over to you and your beautiful gear over here.
Thank you, Kenna.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so As you know, we're going to be looking at the test shoot this segment, but first of all, I want to talk about my gear. There was a nice place here just to kind of start talking a bit more technical with reference to how it's going to be used on the test shoot and on the real shoot, and how I've used my gear historically as well. So this is the gear I use at the moment. So I have two bodies. They're Nikon D800E. So this is 36 megapixel camera. And I'm sponsored by Nikon, so this is how I'm able to have two bodies and also a variety of lenses. Whereas where I started out with a variety of differing bettering cameras as time went on. But in terms of lenses, I was mainly using my 24 to 70mm lens or equivalent with other brands that I've used in the past. So the 24 to 70mm lens is a zoom lens, and it's a good all-rounder lens that a lot of people use for a lot of different things, because obviously you can get closer portraits and you can also get contextual images with more surroundings in the image. So it's a lens I've used a lot, and I continue to use quite flexibly across a range of different images. So when it came to starting to use different lenses and exploring the big bad world of getting a bit more diverse and lens changing, the lenses that I was most intrigued in using are these telephoto lenses. So I have 70 to 200, and I also have 80 to 400. So it's even more of a powerhouse with that one there. So these two are particularly good for taking you to a whole new world than I was used to with my 24 to 70. So in terms of shooting from a distance, shooting images with great depth of field, very shallow depth of field, and so that for me was really exciting in particular, to use those for the first time and to get a kind of image that I couldn't really get with the 24 to 70mm lens that I was used to. We also have a very wide lens here. We have 14 to 24mm. So this is a lens I don't use very often, to be honest, because I don't often shoot very wide contextual scenes. And when I do shoot scenes that show a lot of surroundings in them, they tend to be images that I've stitched from pictures that I've shot with either 24mm or something like the 50mm. And I'm going to be showing you examples of panoramics and why I actually do that. Why I stitch my images as opposed to shooting wide, because it's a different kind of effect that you're getting with the shallower depth of field you're getting in an image, as opposed to just shooting the whole thing wide. So the wide lens is one I haven't used a great deal, but it's something that I keep in my bag for those situations where I might want to try something to capture the whole breadth of a scene, some place with really great architecture, for example. It's a kind of lens that would be normally used for architecture and such like. And then here we also have 85mm lens, which similarly to these offered me a kind of, when I first started exploring other lenses, offered me a kind of world that was previously not so accessible with the 24 to 70, because that's basically the version of the lens I've been using previously. For years I was using that equivalent of lens. So the 85mm lens is beautiful as well, because this is a prime lens. And this is 1.4 and f1.4, so you get this beautiful shallow depth of field that is not really something you can get with this 24 to 70, because it's 2.8, f2.8. So there's all my lenses. I also have 50mm that I haven't mentioned, sorry. So this 50mm is on the camera here. I haven't, the 50mm tends to be a lens that a lot of photographers start out using a lot, and I can certainly see why. It's a lens I've started to use recently, and to discover the simplicity of using a prime lens of this focal length. Because obviously with the 24 to 70, there will be a lot of images that I have shot at 50mm as part of using this on 50mm. But the great thing about the 50mm lens is it's a prime lens, so it's better quality. So you're going to get a better quality with prime lens than on zoom lenses. That's one of the benefits of using a prime lens. But also the fact that you can't zoom with these prime lenses means that you're moving on your feet instead of obviously zooming in and out, which is strange if you're not used to it, but it's actually quite an interesting challenge, or just a new factor when you're using a prime lens, because then it encourages you to think about moving closer and moving with your feet, basically, zooming with your feet. And so I like the quality I get with this 50mm lens. And I also find that because it kind of replicates what the human eye is seeing, I find that the images are very satisfying when I shoot them as well, and I can get a range of close-ups and more contextual shots quite satisfactorily with this lens. And it allows me also to get the kind of shot at a focal length that I would be inclined to stitch to get a panoramic scene, either up or down or left to right. And I'm going to be showing you more what I mean by that and where I've used that in pictures of mine. I've done that quite a lot in my surreal fashion series. The canary picture that you see on the wall there is stitched with one shot to the left. So you can see more of the room in which she's shot, and it gives a space for the dress and the canaries to spill out into. So that was really quite important. And I'm going to be showing you also some breakdowns of how that picture was made with respects to panorama and also the surrealism in it as well. So 2 bodies is good because it means that when you have a few lenses and you do want to try obviously playing with more than one lens on a shoot, you can have one ready with another lens on it, which is great. This is something that I've enjoyed the luxury of. It's not necessary, but it's just something that becomes more convenient the more you're working to time limits and the more you're working on productions where there's a lot of factors going in, and you can have an assistant prep your other body with another lens, and that's great. And also you might be wondering why I've got pink all over my equipment here, is because I realised the great convenience of actually marking all my equipment, especially when I'm around other photographers so much as well. So that's why I've got these little pink stickers over everything, which is so easy but such a good idea. So yeah, that's all my gear. I love shooting with DSLR because it gives me fantastic quality. 36 megapixel is fantastic, gives me really high quality raw files that I can work with before I then can work on them and store them as TIFF files. Whereas I've toyed with other things in the past, but DSLR is something that allows me the ability to shoot with equipment that isn't too hefty, it's manageable. I've got also grips on these, which do make them a little heftier, but also mean that I can turn to portrait and have like grip vertical shooting here to shoot portraits, which is much better than going like this. So that's really handy. It does make it heavier, but it does also mean that you've got the extra battery life with the grips. So I really enjoy my gear. I feel like I'm still making use of all the possibilities of the lenses I've got, because lenses basically are your gateways to different worlds. And you might be shooting, what I find is because I'm so used to shooting with 24 to 70mm all these years, and then toying with these different prime lenses and also the telephoto ones, even bulky as they are, they offer this great, this facet that you can't necessarily achieve with the simplicity of this zoom lens that I've been using for so long. So when you're shooting in the particular location, you can really feel like you're opening up a whole new realm when you can give that kind of space between the subject and its background with the depth of field that you choose. So I really enjoy playing around with that because it really does add a whole new world to what you can do with your pictures and the worlds that you can conjure up in your fashion and your fine art. So when it came to the shoot that we're doing for Creative Live, Matt and I were wondering which lens might be the most suitable, or a couple of lenses that might be most suitable for the ballroom that we're shooting in. You're going to be seeing videos shortly where I show us arriving at the location and setting up and things that we did. So we had in mind that we would probably be sticking to the trying out the 24 to 70 and the 50mm. 50mm because I've recently enjoyed using it to get a kind of intimacy with the model whilst also giving a bit of context depending on, of course, where you're standing. But I felt as if there is a really good, as soon as I look through the 50mm, I kind of feel like I know where I am, because then it tells me either to move forward or move back, and I feel like that's a good marker on how far away or close I should be to the model. And the question is, for a lot of my situations that I'm shooting in, is how do I get close enough to the model without, letting go of the beauty of the location around her? But how do I get far away enough without losing connection with her? And that is an issue that we're going to face that we faced on the test shoot, that we're going to face in the shoot, because we started out shooting with the 24 to 70mm lens right far back at one side of the ballroom shooting in, and then also we've tried out using the 50mm as well. So what I'm going to do is I am going to start playing the test shoot videos so that I can talk more about things and you can have something more in your head as to the situations I was in. Actually, could you pass me my triggers just over there? Thanks.
And before we do that, we do have a couple of questions about gear. So if you guys have any gear questions, feel free to grab a mic. But we have a lot of people, of course, that are starting and don't have a lot of lenses. So Studio 360, if you could only afford one lens, what would you choose?
Well, that would be a toss-up between 24-70mm and the 50mm, I think. Strangely enough, I said the other day because Matthew kind of set me a challenge to shoot with a 50mm all day on this shoot. Or not this shoot, sorry, on the shoot we did a couple of weeks ago. And I kind of rose to the challenge and I quite enjoyed it. And I actually said at the end of the day, you know, if you had to shoot with a 50mm full stop and no other lens, I could see how that's possible. So, you know, that's like a natural answer to that question. But then having said that, the 24-70mm lens is one that I've used, or the equivalent of that kind of focal length of a zoom lens. That's the one I've used for years in my self-portraits and my early fashion work. So you can do a lot with that lens as well. So the 50mm is basically like a walking version, I think, of the 24-70mm. So either of those, I think, is a good bet. And 50mm, you can get them for fairly cheap. There are cheaper versions and better versions, so you can always go from one to the other when you start out.
And when you're talking about like what kind of camera to start with, do you have a preference full frame versus crop sensor, especially when you're trying to, you know, get the wide view, the whole field of view, the whole background, everything into it? Is that a consideration for you?
Yeah, I mean, I started out using cameras that had a crop sensor, and it's just something you work around, I think. I don't think it's a massive deal at first necessarily until you do shoot with full frame, and then you kind of get used to that, and that becomes part of your, you know, your demands, your taste, what you're used to. So I don't think there's a big issue of shooting with that. I think you work around what you're used to. I mean, for example, I started shooting with a camera that was that had a swivel screen. That was tremendously useful for my self-portraiture. So going from that to a camera without it felt like I was taking this huge backward step, and it was really difficult, and I was really frustrated that cameras don't generally have this swivel screen, and that they were kind of taking these backward steps. But obviously they don't all cater to self-portraits. But I found it also convenient for when I was looking down and taking a picture, and I didn't have to actually look through the camera. So I felt very frustrated when I went up from that camera to a better resolution camera that didn't have those same features. But like I say, it's just something you get used to. So in the same vein about the crop sensor, it's just something you can work with. It's just a case of when you better your gear, you get used to certain things, you get used to that extra bit of quality, and then you know you can do more with it in line with your evolution as a photographer.
I love that approach because we do have a lot of people who are just starting out, and the cost of the full frame is daunting at times. So I love hearing that there are advantages to the crop sensor, and it's what you're used to, and it's where you are at the moment. So I really like that approach. Thank you.
The same.
So you don't have a tripod there with your equipment. Do you use a tripod often, or what's your thoughts on tripods?
I do use a tripod. It's not here with my gear. I didn't, for some reason, but that's mainly because I just wanted to talk to you about differing lenses. I have a bulky tripod and a travel tripod, so I tend to just basically swap in and out. So tripod is important to me. To me, it's a little bit like of a necessary evil sometimes, because I like to like I was saying about the right-brained thing earlier, you know, I like to be thinking about all the possibilities, but technicality calls for, you know, the assurance of a tripod to make sure that the picture is the best quality it can be, especially if you want to shoot at a slower shutter speed, which, you know, if I'm shooting handheld, I know I should keep it on 120th of a second as a general kind of minimum, or 100th at the very least. So tripod is important. Yeah, I don't have it with me at the moment. It's somewhere else, but that certainly is important. And I will be shooting on a tripod for the majority of the shoot that we're doing at the location. In my clips that I'm going to show, actually, there's a lot of shots I'm taking not on the tripod, and that's a point I want to very clearly raise, that the reason I was doing that is because they're compositional tests, because I was shooting slow shutter speed a lot of those times for the ambience of the location. So it's not something that I would shoot tripodless, but that'll make more sense when I show the shooting videos and you see that I'm doing these compositional tests to make sure that I get what I want before I mount it on the tripod and it becomes stuck in that position and I can't, obviously be as flexible to play with the possibilities.
Marcia.
I was just wondering how important it is to keep your lens choice consistent if you're going to composite like you have in this image, or whether you can use different lenses and
to keep
still
your lens
stitch.
choice consistent.
Consistent if you're going to stitch the image together.
Oh yeah, I mean, if I was stitching an image, I would use this. Basically, I would do it in the same burst of shots that I'm taking, so it would definitely be with the same lens. It's just a case of making your commitment to that lens that you're using for the shot. So. If you're committing to a certain proximity to the model and you have to commit to that as you move around and you're getting that panoramic in the same spot. And if you find that you just feel too close to everything, then you might want to redo the shot with another lens, but you'd have to redo the whole thing because I wouldn't want to combine shots taken with different lenses.
Great. Well, we have a number of questions coming in, folks, about lighting, but we are going to be talking about that and seeing that in action tomorrow. So we're going to hold your questions about the lighting gear that Natalie uses till then.
Yeah, that's right.
So we can keep going.
Okay. So I will play the first test shoot. So the first one is going to be the initial reactions to the location. So when we were thinking about, what's important to show of this test shoot, what is important, what are the important topics to cover with regards to the point of why we're doing a test shoot, the reactions are a good part of the test shoot to cover because these basically account for all of those times where we first recce a location. So we haven't had the opportunity, like on this, usually we have the opportunity to have a look at a location before we shoot it. And this was a great opportunity to do that for this particular thing. So I'll just go right in and show you that and talk more about it after you've seen it. Wow, cool.
Oh man.
Really like it.
This is sick. You guys outdone yourself.
I love the scale to the room. I think it's just bigger than I even thought from the pictures. So much artistry all around us. Beautiful. Really fascinating details as well, like the lamppost.
Phenomenal.
Yeah. It's very visual room, isn't it?
I'd say.
Okay.
I mean, we're inside of a fairy tale.
Yeah, yeah.
It doesn't get
exactly.
more surreal and magical than this.
Yeah. Oh, I'm pleased. I'm excited.
You can just hear the birds chirping and the owls and the night breeze. Oh, that's sick.
So I see just so much potential, which is really good because it's quite a compact space as well. So it's not like we've got a whole house to kind of go around. We've got one room, but it's got a lot of texture, a lot of detail, a lot of layers. So
every single corner will look like it's a different location almost.
Yeah.
Because you can do so much with it. You're right.
It's a fascinating place. So and I think for what we're after as well, obviously we want to make the dress look like it's in a beautiful element. So I see the dress as being really in its element here. What do you reckon? Like, how do you feel in reaction to this room now that you've got the dress here and everything?
Well, seeing the pictures first, I kind of envisioned how the dress will look here, but now seeing it in person, I know the colors will match perfectly, and we're gonna have a feeling like she's inside but also outside, and that's gonna even maximize the surrealness of it. So it's perfect.
Fantastic. Yeah.
So, quick setup for everyone who may be joining us, because there are some new faces in that video that they haven't seen before. But we want to let everyone know we did do this test shoot 2 days ago. And so at the location, do you want to walk through kind of who was there, who we were talking to, and what your reactions are?
Yep. So we went with the full team, pretty much, to the location. So in the video, you see me with Leonid, the stylist. So it's the first time he's seeing the location as well, but he's seen it through pictures in order to kind of concoct his styling contribution for it. But like Matthew and I, he is new to see it in the flesh, as it were, on this test shoot, because obviously we've been flown in from other places. And we've got the crew as well. We had the makeup artist, the model, and the hairstylist also on this shoot as well, preparing the model for the test shoot, just very roughly. So not completely as she will be on the real shoot, because that takes a lot more time, but we wanted a general kind of palette and a little bit, tiny bit of hairstyling, just so we can see roughly where it's going. It's almost like a physical sketch of what's to come at the real shoot. We also have Matthew, who I've mentioned earlier in terms of him being my kind of my partner and my the left brain, as it were. He does a lot of the organisation and also the lighting. So his main role on this particular, on the test shoot is the lighting. So he's set the lighting up over a few hours. And he's really thinking about how his lighting diagram that I showed you earlier is actually coming into reality and what we might not need from that lighting diagram when it came to the test shots. So the initial reactions to the location are important. I mean, like I say, the reactions to this location represents how I would respond if I was checking out a location as well, because seeing it in pictures is one thing and that draws you to them, and then you want to also come along and see it in the real. You want to see how much of those pictures is actually close to reality. You want to see what's been moved. You want to see how you just feel as well when you walk in there. This is when I come down to the right brain thing, the right brain, the instinct, the feeling of magic and feeling of inspiration is something that I'm very serious about. When I come to a location, that I think about, how I first feel when I get in there and how that might be captured in the pictures that I create there. So that's an important part of it. That's part of, an important test, a recce or a test shoot, just as important as the logistical and technical aspects as well. So there we have the initial reactions. We have Leonid and I looking at the room that we're going to be shooting in, thinking about how it stirs our imagination and inspirations, Leonid's obviously thinking about his dress that is designed and how it's going to be best represented in this place. And I'm also particularly struck by all the paintings and murals on the walls as well, which really makes it quite a surreal location, which makes it exciting for me because that's my thing. And it's not just a normal ballroom. You've got all these different worlds going on the walls themselves. You've got these interesting lampposts as well in the room, which give it a really outdoors-indoors feel. That's anchored also by the tree paintings on the ceiling. So you really feel like there's this opportunity to make the most of that through the pictures that you take. And there's almost this pressure I feel on myself to really best capture that. So I say inspiration, but it's also / pressure, because you also feel like all this yearning to put all of this magical feeling into your images. And like I mentioned, sometimes the good thing about a recce is that you get over that excitement, that initial kind of naive thrill, and you can then get down to business when you do set up and get your shot properly going, because getting over that thrill means you can sort through everything you've seen in the location and think how much is actually appropriate to my shot. Because not everything I see in this location is gonna actually be part of my outcome. So you make a start on working on that, sorting through all of the stuff that excited you, what is actually gonna be realistically in my picture. But then again, how am I gonna best convey this location in my images? Because that is one of my big priorities when shooting on location. Otherwise, there's no point really being there. You might as well just shoot in the studio. So, okay, so that's the first video. Do we have any questions?
We do. We do have some questions even just related to this. And again, grab a mic if you guys do. I want to know what you felt. I heard the words excitement and I heard the word thrill. What are those other things that you felt when you walked into this room?
Well, like I was just saying, the word pressure. Definitely pressure, because sometimes when you have all this inspiration of the location being quite unique and not an everyday location, you want to manifest that the best you can in your images. The location also has other rooms inside it which are just as exciting, maybe without the scale of the ballroom, which is why I like the fact we chose the ballroom to shoot in. And just like with any location that we're scouting or test shooting in for a commercial job, you will want to make sure that you are actually picking the best part of the location to do what you need to do in. And every shoot always has time limits as well, so you want to make sure you spend your time in the best part of the location that you're in. And even if it's one room you're in, you want to shoot in the best way in that room as well. It all comes down to just getting the best of the best while you're there. And you're always up against the clock to get it. So walking into the ballroom, I felt as if there was a lot of color and a lot of texture and mood that I want to bring more to life in my images. But I also know that it's important to keep it simple as well. And this is something I'm going to be talking about as I talk more about the test shoot and at the shoot tomorrow. Keeping it simple is something Matt and I are basically reminding each other to do, because we have these great ingredients, we have a great location, we have lean-in styling. How do we just kind of not overcomplicate it too much and bring them together as a great foundation to start with? And then we can build from there, because that is how I've got most of my pictures in my surreal fashion portfolio. So I've got to kind of remind myself of that and remind myself to go make sure I get a strong image and work and build from that.
I think it's fascinating that you say keep it simple, because when I look at your images, simple is not the word that comes to mind.
Exactly, yeah.
So it's really cool to say that you need to start with that base.
I'm going to talk more about that, because I'm aware that does sound kind of contradictory when you see a lot of my pictures, and because obviously I'm not going for simple, I'm going for something extraordinary. But how do I get there? How do I get there is by trying to keep things simple and strong all the way. But you're going to see more of that as I shoot and as I process, and also as I show you the workflow to a lot of the pictures I've already created, to see how my thought process through that. And it's always about trying in some way, shape or form to get the simplicity, and to because you want to be able to know what you're doing to some degree, whilst being inspired as well to try things out.
Along those same lines, New York, Clyde, and Toronto kind of want to know, how often are like the paintings on the wall and the colors in the room a problem? Is it too busy sometimes, or do you ever feel overwhelmed by the rooms you scout? What are the things that will make a room too busy for you to use, too much clutter? What are the things that you use to determine that?
Oh yeah, that's definitely an issue. Definitely. I mean, it's kind of one of the downsides of being a location-driven photographer, as I tend to be, because there are some shots in my portfolio where I have, very rarely, but sometimes I almost obscure the location out, and I kind of some images I have a black background, not many at all. And those images, you might look at them and think, well, they could have been shot in a studio, and in that particular frame it could have been, but then there'll be another picture that I did really want to use a location for. But yeah, overwhelmed is a really good word, because that's how I do feel when I enter a lot of locations. There is a particular location that Matt and I were shooting at last year, which is just an absolute feast for the eyes when you walk in. There's so much to look at. But when it comes to taking a picture, you have to think differently. You almost have to strip out everything, at least in your mind, and think, where do I start with all these things? Because you can't necessarily walk into a beautiful room and just turn your camera on and take a great picture, because it may be that there's too much in the picture and you actually have to take things out. And it really is about composing. I mean, we talk about the word composing when we're putting together a shot, and you're literally, composing, letting things in, letting things out as well. A lot of the time it's about as much as what you leave out as what you put in. And I'm going to be, that is a principle to my compositing as well, because in the same way, you could want to put too much in when it comes to, stock images and trying to make something really bizarre and surreal and just putting too much in. So in the same way, whether you've got things in a room or in Photoshop ready to put into a picture, it's all about making very careful decisions as to what works. When you're moving furniture about in a room, or when you're moving things about in Photoshop, you're composing the shot. And it's not easy, it feels easier than it actually is to make things look beautiful to the eye, as it does in a picture, like it did when you first saw it physically. So it definitely is, that's the whole challenge of photography that I come up with time and time again. And when I walked into that ballroom, I felt as if the walls necessarily were okay, because they are part of the flavor, that they're not physical things that are in the way. They're all kind of the same color tone mostly. But the good thing is that we moved all the chairs out of the room, so we had this space to play with. So I felt as if we have a nice palette to work with. The lamp posts at the side as well punctuate the room. So in this particular situation, I feel a little bit more focused because there isn't so much physical bulk around me. But yeah, it definitely is an issue to be overwhelmed with things. That's why you've got to give yourself that chance to just calm down and think what actually works in my image.
Thank you. Anyone over here? We do have, oh, yeah, go ahead.
I was just curious. I saw that, when you walked in with the stylist, that you hadn't seen it before, obviously. Are there any changes that are made in styling once you walk into a room? And also, how much do you work and collaborate with the stylist to decide the direction of that side of things?
Yeah, so the styling, I think Leonid may well add bits and pieces, but the main, obviously the color of the dress, the kind of vibe, the inspirations he had when he first saw the room, they're going to be still intact because the room is still the same flavor, and we knew that it was going to be, the same colors and the murals that we saw in the pictures. And then when we were doing, as you'll see, when we're doing some test shots, I found that, we might discuss, for example, putting more fabric in so it can look like it's blowing behind her, or the potential for building on it a little bit more with what he already has. But usually it's going to follow the line of, what he's actually brought along on theme, because the theme's not going to really change. We want to at least know the direction of the mood we want to evoke with the outcomes from it. So little tweaks here and there, but they're mainly just to enhance something or to maybe tone down something that we have already kind of put into place. And when it comes to my input, it depends. Sometimes I like to leave the stylist to do what they're doing, but then I think is a great benefit to the photographer communicating with the stylist, obviously, especially to start with when you're first telling them the brief and you're getting their initial reactions. That's always important. But then as the stylist is building their vision, it's very useful to keep communicating, because you might find that with Leonid, I find that with Leonid we're on the same page a lot of the time when it comes to what we're imagining, and we're building the vision together. It's difficult because sometimes you want to leave stylists to do what they do and have them just kind of walk in and do what they do, because it's them playing to their strengths, especially if you can trust them to do what they're doing. But then I think it does benefit. There has been times where I have suggested something to a stylist, like why don't we leave her hair like this, or why don't we put her hair like this, or let's not have too much of this makeup, or let's try this. And I think it is important to do that, because it means you're remaining engaged with what's going on, because ultimately it's the pictures are all going to have all your names on at the end, but you're going to be the main name on it because you're the photographer, and you want to make sure that the ingredients are just preened throughout so that they're coming out for the best result at the end of it. So constant communication is nice. It means you can keep on the same page. But then at the same time, it's also nice when you work with someone that you can trust, that is, thinking in the same way you're thinking in the same language as you are, which we really find with Leonid, and feel very fortunate because of that. And we spent a long time kind of, working with different stylists, and then I think with Leonid, we found someone who really thinks in the same language, thinks in the same kind of colourful way that I like to be I like to put forward in my images.
Fantastic. Keep these questions coming, everybody. We have another video that we're going to go on to.
Actually, really quick, one other question, one topic that we did want to get to right before we left.
Yes.
Very important one that a lot of people, Fajo and others, were asking. Whenever you go into a location, do you ask for a property release? Do you need to get permission to shoot places? Or do you just go in, shoot, and then leave before anyone notices?
Well, most of the time when we shoot in locations, we have actually hired them. So it's part of the agreement. Sometimes it requires us to actually get a property release just to make sure we know for sure, but most of the time it's just kind of included in the agreement. But then there's also times where I've been in locations and haven't necessarily hired them, but I've just been in them. Sometimes I've taken pictures. I generally don't tend to use them that much because I usually don't have. It usually doesn't. I usually like to have time to shoot the images that I use. And usually, I'm actually shooting a model in the situation. I'm not often shooting an image as stock and then transposing a model onto it. Although I do that sometimes, but not regularly. Usually, I'm shooting a model in the situation, and it's a location that we've paid for as part of the production. But then again, going back to I'm going to talk more about locations and the ways in which people can source locations if they haven't got big budgets. But when we used to shoot in abandoned buildings, that's more like a shoot and run type scenario. So yeah, that's relevant there. And no, there was no property release involved in the abandoned locations. It's just more like a bit of a little bit of an adventure, let's call it.
I love it. Thank you for touching on that. And with that, I think we are good to move on to the next video.
Yeah, tell us what we're going to see.
Okay, so next we've got the lighting setup. So Matthew, much to his delight, is going to be on camera talking about, he'll be forced to do more speaking soon, so don't worry. He is going to be talking about his lighting setup, and yeah, I'll just let him get on with it, and then we will just talk about it afterwards.
We've got 3 different light sources. We've got the LED Fresnels, you can see one here. We've got the strobes at the top, and we've got the house tungsten lights. So we've got to find a nice balance between these, and it's going to be a little bit challenging. I'm shooting tethered as well, so we're going to be monitoring everything and tweaking with grids, gels, the barn doors, and obviously I'm trying to get this nice effect coming down to the model, almost like a spotlight, almost theatrical, because the room's very theatrical, and this is something we're trying to emphasize, hence the spotlights, and colour as well. Obviously we've got a very flamboyant dress. So yeah, I've just got to try out all these different lighting, and hopefully Natalie will like at least one of them.
What do you think about this? Does using, lighting a room that's this sort of unusual and colorful, does it encourage you to do more creative things with your lighting setup? Do you have more latitude, if you will, lighting a room like this than a normal situation?
Well, we brought lots of different types of lighting here because we honestly didn't know what was going to work in here, because there's lots of color going on, and it is quite dark. And we want to try out some different styles, and we're going to be possibly using a low fogger machine and a hazer machine as well. So we've got the Fresnels to emphasise the haze there. So that should be quite interesting. And then the strobes really just to punch some nice light into the subject. Yeah, it's going to be fun. So I'm literally just going to be tweaking now for probably another half an hour. I'm not sure how much time I've got left, so I'm probably up against the clock here.
Okay, so we have been given a peep inside Matthew's brain there as when it comes to all the lighting that we've brought along for the shoot. Like he says, we were a little bit open-minded about how we're going to put the lighting into the picture literally for this shoot, because we hadn't seen the location prior physically, just by pictures. So we wanted to make sure we're covering all bases, all options, with trying out what we have in our arsenal and how it can make our grand picture come to life in this room. I'm most drawn, flash is something that we were mainly thinking about. We wanted to make sure that flash is in there as an option, and probably going to be used in some way or another, because flash is going to give us that strong look that we think is pretty much necessary in a location, in a room that doesn't have much natural light at all. And also it's also going to guide the eye to looking at the model and being a dynamic fashion image. That's what's important with the high production setup. Also, as you saw there, we have him showing the HMI lights as well that we've brought and dotted about the place, I wouldn't want to shoot alone with them. I've shown you examples of where I have shot with them alone, but I think in this situation they're more accessories to a shot where you have the flash in the soft boxes. And the main flash is the one that's going to be coming down diagonally on a boom arm above the model, which you're going to see more of. And he's also mentioned gels as well for effect. The room that we're shooting in is very much like a storybook room. And I was watching the video there, just reminded of how deep, like the walls are so rich with color and imagery, and then you have the lampposts against them. It really reminds me of, kind of some kind of Narnia feel, like a nighttime Narnia, and that's something that is part of the inspiration that's in my mind as I'm kind of thinking, how to make the best image possible in this room. So the lighting is one of those things that's kind of, from my very minimalist origin, I kind of, using natural light, using myself, doing everything myself origin. One of the downsides of working with a team is that, there is a lot more time taken, like Matthew mentions, tweaking. Lighting is something you're just constantly tweaking to get the very best shot, because you've literally got this whole new, when you go from natural lighting to flash, you've got this whole new world of possibility, and that can be daunting, it can be overwhelming, and the lighting, certainly with all the setup that we've got going, there is an element of being overwhelmed with possibility, and it's about always checking in with what is your ultimate aim. I want to make this model stand out from the room, but then at the same way, I want to make it some kind of like storybook image where she looks like she is part of it. She's not blending into it in a way that she looks dull, but she's coming to life with it. And so you've got this kind of paradox of trying to make her stand out and make her blend in. And it's one of the many conflicts of things you're trying to balance out when you're making your final picture. So yeah, that's just a brief introduction to the lighting. Obviously, we haven't really looked at the lighting setup, how it stands. We just heard Matthew talking about it. So you'll see more of that soon. So I'll take any questions on what we have shown with regards to what Matthew said about the lighting and what I've said about the lighting so far.
Great. Question from Dallas in the back.
Hi.
Hi. It's kind of lighting related, but it's also something Matthew said right at the end of his video. He mentioned bringing in a fog machine or a haze machine. I'm just wondering if there's any other elements like that, I guess more theatrical elements or props that you generally bring into locations. And second part of the question is, if so, is that a decision you make when you're initially planning, or once you've seen the room and you can kind of recognize what might add another dimension to the shoot?
Okay, thank you. Well, yeah, I mean, the fog and the haze, there's not many other things that we have used in terms of, because we've got so many ingredients already. You've got the dress. The dress is like this massive prop in itself, and the location brings its own little forms of props around her. And we talk about simplicity, it sounds contradictory, but once you've got all these complicated things in place, you want to then bring your camera in and capture it in a simple way. The fog and the haze are nice because they just pump out an effect that is not necessarily a whole new prop, but they're emphasizing the effect of the props that they're going to surround. Fog and haze are they're not necessarily always easy to work with, because they're kind of like, they're giving an effect in the image that you have to, it's another thing to harness, it's another thing to rein in. So I wouldn't want to bring any more in on top of that. With regards to effects, I can't think right now of other effects that we have used. It mainly comes down to the styling and the location, and also any props that may have been like designed for the shoot, not for this particular case, but other shoots that we've done. If we're having anything involved, like other elements, which, like if you're, for example, if you're doing a shoot in water, underwater, then that's going to become a whole new element to the shoot that you have to harness. So you want to make sure that you have enough stuff to work with, to be creative with, but also all these things are, potential things that can run away with themselves as well. So you have to bring them all back together. And so yeah, on this particular shoot, we have, we don't know for sure whether we'll use the fog and haze. We're going to try and see if it benefits the shot. There've been shoots that I've done with fog where it kind of, it means that you have to be careful of trying to get the best shot of the model with the best fog effect around her. And if you're getting the other way around, like you're getting great shots of the model, but the fog isn't doing its thing, then you're potentially ruining shots that could be good. So you have to be careful where you kind of inject these new elements, making sure you kind of do have some control over them. Get your foundation shot first and then maybe add fog once you've got shots in the bag without it. So that's the way I'm going to be thinking on the shoot itself when it comes to all of these things coming to life at once and trying to be in control of them and remain as the kind of director of all of these things that could be kind of making a whole life of their own, getting them all back down to like a simple foundation as much as you can be simple with how to interpret what's in front of your camera, which is always the challenging part. I'm not saying it's easy. It's the biggest challenge of what we do, especially the more we work with productional elements. There's more imaginative things to play with, but they can also, run riot. So you want to always, try and bring it back down to some form of, left brain formality, so that you can also have fun with the creativity as well.
Question from Themia online. How long did the lighting take to set up? And I'll extend that. How long was the test shoot in total?
The test shoot, in terms of setting up, we were a couple of hours. We had the location from around 9 o'clock to 3, which sounds like a long time, but in that we only did maybe about 2 hours in total of shooting, if that. So a lot of it was setting up lighting, which took a long time because we're doing it for the first time in that location, and it does take a long time anyway. It's not something that I was dealing with. I was doing my thing, or Matthew and his helpers were doing that part. So it is something, like I say, when you do start getting into higher production, it becomes a lot more time consuming. Sometimes it can be annoying, you've got all these things that are going on, tweaking. You can't just go and get the shot without waiting first for the lighting. So it's something that is time consuming, but ultimately it gets the effects that you want in the end, hopefully.
Well, and that was one of those questions that I ask every once in a while where I knew the answer going into it, but I thought it was an important note to hit because it is something that we see a lot of people who, like personally, I'll spend 4 hours on the actual shoot. You're spending 4 to 6 hours on the test shoot, not even the actual shoot itself. And so that's the key, is putting in all of that work, putting in all of that effort ahead of time so that you do have the result that you want at the end. And it was really impressive to me, the work ethic and the just dedication and time necessary that it takes sometimes.
That's right, yeah. I mean, when I first thought about us doing a test shoot, I thought, well, are we just going to be replicating stuff that we're doing on the real shoot? But, having actually been through it now, I think it was very necessary and very useful. We also got to bear in mind that it's Creative Live as well, so we're not just doing a shoot, we're also presenting it. So there's also that part of the machine that's going on, which we want that to be as efficient as possible. And it might sound like that's a unique situation, but there have been situations where we have been hired to do a shoot that is not just a shoot, it's also a form of event, something that is being presented to somebody else at the same time. So there have been other situations like that are part of real life. The test shoot was great for us to just get to grips with our tools and how they're going to be implemented in this particular scenario so that we can be more efficient with them on the real shoot. Because I know that an hour and a half to shoot that high production setup is just going to fly by. And especially when you're working with all the lighting and everything, because there's a million tweaks you can make. And an hour and a half will just slip by so quick that, it'll barely give me a chance to really hone in on that final magnificent shot that I want to capture with the lighting and potentially the fog as well.
So you already answered this is a question from Visual Pup about how important a test shoot is, but do you try and have them on every shoot?
They're not always possible because a lot of the time it's just down to constraints of budget, because obviously you have to basically hire everything or mostly everything for another day or half a day. I think it's, so like I say, most of our shoots, we have some form of preparation. We're looking at the mood boards, storyboards, the stylist's thoughts. We're going to be looking at those things a bit later. So a lot of the time, no, but for jobs that allow the budget for that when you're spending a lot of money on a shoot, you want to make sure that that money is going to be well spent. So you want to have that trial run, so it's worth budgeting for that. But you'll be able to tell for yourself whether it's worth it, because it will come ultimately down to the money that you've been given for a particular job, and whether it's worth it. Whether you feel as if if something went wrong on the big day, would that be like a tremendous travesty? And is it worth doing that test shoot? But test shoots, even for smaller productions where it's not involving necessarily a massive budget, but it's important for some other reason. Like you're working with things you haven't used before. Like even if you are like, I don't know, even fog machines or other, you're doing something outside and you don't know what that particular location is going to look like at that time of day, or you're working with elements you're unused to, or even you're working with animals. Like I remember when I was did portrait with a snake years ago, and that was a whole new unknown in itself, the animal itself. So when you're working with these new aspects, it's really helpful to test them out, and then you might find you actually even get shots on the test shoot that you like. So it might even serve that purpose as well.
Great. Quick one from Sabahat.
Hi. So this location, you were mentioning that there is not very much natural light and there's no windows, but you have a pretty elaborate lighting setup. So for someone who doesn't have the budget or access to as many lights as possible, are you limited as in terms of location? Do you have to, for example, choose a location that has a fair bit of natural light coming in to compensate for not having as many strobes and continuous lights?
It's a great question, because it's exactly in line with the other shoot that we're doing on location. So we're doing you'll see shortly what I mean, the examples of what I'm doing exactly in answer to what you've asked. So in this location, I also wanted to shoot without lights. I wanted to shoot on the lo-fi setup and shoot that without lights, so that I was demonstrating something closer to my earlier methods. And these are different methods. You might, for example, shoot with the ambient light that's there. So even though it has, like I say, about the limited natural light, you do have light coming from these sources, the chandeliers. There's a lot of light coming from those actually, and the lampposts. Also comes down to lenses as well. So if you're shooting with a lens that goes down to 1.2, 1.4, then you've got that extra light you can bring in for a shot with more open aperture, and that has a great effect as well compared to a lens that can only go down to 2.8. So opening your aperture, also elongating your shutter speed. So if you're doing a slower shutter speed image, that does have implications, because then you have to have your model keeping very still, or you have to allow for the motion blur to be part of the image, or shutter speed as well. And obviously the other thing is bumping up your ISO. So if you've got a great camera, I mean, I consider my D800E to be good enough to go to like ISO of 1600. And with 1600, you can get a really great, decent image in that particular room that I was trying out on the test shoot. So I would consider 1600 ISO to be perfectly acceptable in terms of the noise in that image is not a great deal. It looks like it's an image that I wouldn't consider to be poor quality in terms of the digital noise you might get otherwise. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend going up to 1600 on a camera that's a lower grade than that. Like your kind of entry-level DSLR, I wouldn't necessarily go up as high as that, because I've seen a lot of degraded images when you go that high on your ISO. But you've got these different things. You've got changing your ISO, changing your shutter speed, using a wider aperture. You might also think about HDR as well as part of the slow shutter speed thing. So you're making different exposures, some that are longer shutter speeds than others. It does mean that you have to be very careful with how much the model's moving if you were doing that. But yeah, these are just some of the possibilities if you didn't have any lighting gear at all that you can play with, and that I have been playing with on my lo-fi portion of the test shoot and the real shoot that we're going to be doing. And you'll see some examples of me shooting Tori, the model for the lo-fi setup, in the videos to come as well.
Great. Well, I think we can move on to the next video, the styling video, if you want to set that up for us.
Yeah, so the next video is Leonid and I talking about the styling of the model, So you hear a little bit about Leonid's thoughts on how and why he prepared the styling this way, and you'll see a little bit as well of the model getting ready. So, right, Leonid, so how's it going with the look today? It looks amazing.
It's going very well, thank you. We have a beautiful place, gorgeous model, and now that I put it on her, I can see that it's actually coming out better than even in my imagination. So I'm really excited about that.
Good. So what's been your inspiration behind the outfit and the design?
Well, when you guys showed me the room, this beautiful, beautiful room, and I noticed how it has the ceiling, but in the trees and the birds inside, it gave me this idea of this surreal concept of the outside within inside. So maybe it's happening in her mind even. Then I envisioned this beautiful, almost like a princess that maybe ran away from the palace. But then I thought maybe it's deeper, maybe it's more than that. Or maybe she's not a victim at all. Maybe she's a sorceress that's going late at night, to the cemetery to find a very rare plant that grows like once in a blue moon on the 25th hour of the night or something.
Oh my God, your imagination's even more multi-layered than mine is. So no,
I'm learning from the best.
So, and details as well. So you're going to have obviously accessories and...
We're going to have her accessorized completely on top with beautiful bling.
Yeah, good.
Couture bling. And, well, the thing about the volume here, I needed to come up with a technique to make it seem really large and voluminous, but keep it straight and open on the front.
Yeah.
So I came up with this button technique, sort of, so we can attach it here, so it really creates a beautiful, there's going to be another layer of tulle here, but it's open in the front.
That's a really good idea, yeah.
And we're going to have a little bit of Cinderella, a little bit of Gone with the Wind.
Yeah,
It's going to be all the best stuff.
Yeah, I certainly see the Cinderella in the color, the powder blue of that
I think
tulle.
what girl doesn't dream of becoming a Cinderella, at least once in her life.
Yeah.
So.
And the hairstyling as well. What are you planning on directing Zoe with the hairstyling?
I'm looking for a really large, almost kind of a mane type of thing, really wild and to match the volume on the skirt, but then we have really tiny waist here, so it creates a beautiful, really exaggerated hourglass shape altogether.
Yeah, so obviously the hairstyling we're going to have more time to work with on the shoot itself, but for the test shoot we're just going to basically want to get an idea of how the outfit is coming across. So then I can figure out also the hairstyling will be like the last piece of the puzzle visually, and the accessories as well. That
and
we
then
put
once
in.
it's all made, we'll know you'll know how to place her in the room.
Yeah.
We have a lot to work with.
So it'll be good to get an idea of just how everything's working visually and placing Taylor in the room as well, because there's obviously, like we know, the room is so big. We want to get an idea of where to position her to get the most out of the impact of the outfit as well. Obviously, because it's so big, there's impact already, but capturing it is a whole new art. So that's where I have to try my hardest.
Which you're very good at, so you do a great job.
To do you justice. So yeah, cool. That's fantastic.
This will go in there. So it'll be, and then of course for the final shoot on Friday we'll have it all blinged out.
Yeah, great, blinged out. I like that. Okay, so you see Leonid and I talking about the styling of the model. It's always interesting to hear Leonid's interpretation of what he's thinking when he first saw pictures of the location. We pretty much kind of left him to interpret it flat out from the location and then kind of picked up with his thoughts. I mean, that's something I tend to do with stylists a lot actually, is not on all shoots. On shoots where it starts with a location, I give them pictures of the location because that's ultimately what's going to be visually in the pictures alongside the styling. And I just want to know where their thoughts lie, and then we can kind of tweak on where it might evolve toward too. But Leonid's thoughts on the room, on the styling with reference to the room we're going to be shooting in, were just exactly in line with how I imagined it. He has designed a dress that obviously it's very large, it's going to have a lot of volume and potentially can kind of, if we were to use fog, the fog can be like an extension implied of the dress, and then you've got this kind of outdoor-indoor feel of the decoration of the room, so you've got the forest and the lampposts. So I'm seeing this as being this kind of very mystical image where the woman is implied to be outside almost, but in this surreal room. So I really like the idea of that kind of contradiction or that paradox of two worlds brought together, like a world under a roof. So yeah, it's Leonid is. I like to give Leonid his kind of time and space to be able to bring together his creations. It sometimes is a challenge because we always have time restriction in some way, but he's really good at keeping to those time restrictions, which is great because, you know, when you're creative, being creative and being organized at the same time is not an easy thing in general when you're finding other people to work for you. So that's great to have the mix of qualities in him that is so professional and also yet so imaginative as well. So yeah, there's a little sneak peek of the styling that you're going to be seeing. So I welcome any questions at all on anything to do with Leonid or this portion.
Fantastic. A quick setup for everyone, just to let you know. Tomorrow we are going to be doing both our lo-fi and our couture shoot. The lo-fi shoot, because people are like, I want a Leonid, but you know, we can't all afford, we can't all have our own Leonid. So we are going to be doing a lo-fi shoot, which will be basically styled kind of by you and by the model themselves, rather than professionally.
That's right.
And also, at the end of the day tomorrow, we are going to have a panel with all of the team members. So the questions that people are asking about, like, how do I get started with styling when I'm first starting out? Those are all questions that'll be fantastic to ask tomorrow when we've got Leonid there to ask him himself. But for now, we've got one from Frozen Photog. When are you making your storyboard, and are you then directing the stylist then, or how does the kind of timeline work?
Well, in the next section, actually, I'm going to be going more into detail about that. So you'll see the mood boards I was presenting to Leonid and also to other people involved in organising this shoot. So you'll see some images that I put into that mood board. I already give you a sneak peek right early on in the workshop in the beginning of Leonid's sketch of the dress for this, but I'll show that to you again in the portion to come. So yeah, Leonid has been mainly kind of given a free rein to create something for this shoot. And that's largely down to the trust that we have in him from working with him for quite a few times in the last couple of years on different projects where he's had to do quite a few looks in one shoot. And in this case, he has to do one look. So we knew that he'd be able to pull off one killer look for a location that we can really concentrate on. So yeah, but I'll be answering more of that in the session to come, so you'll see that in more detail.
Any questions from our studio audience here? If not, we can keep rolling.
Well,
do you have one?
I had a great one here from Afshar. Says, would you say that the dress is the most important aspect in terms of styling, or does everything, hair and makeup and any props, does that all kind of even out, or do you have a focus on the dress?
Well, it's a good question actually, because yes, all the ingredients are important to some extent. The thing about fashion, the thing that makes it kind of challenging out of all the genres of photography is that if one ingredient does slip, then you can find that it becomes a challenge. You want to get the best ingredients that are all on the same level with each other. I'm not necessarily saying you're all going for, try and all find a Leonid straight out, trying to get the couture when you're first starting out. I don't mean like that. What I mean is that you will gradually find that you improve all your ingredients and you keep kind of topping each one up. So if you, like on this shoot, for example, we want to make sure that the hairstyling, the makeup and the dress, they're all good as we can make them. Generally, when it comes to the dress being the most important thing, I find that increasingly I would say yes to that, but that's kind of the way, that's because of what I like in fashion. The dress becomes almost the piece of art that I want to, make look like a piece of art in my image, even more so. So that becomes the main ornament in my images. And because I'm often backed away from the model, it's very few kind of close-ups and mid-shots in my portfolio. And because of that, the dress becomes the main subject, the main object, if you like. And so, yeah, for me, I find that the dress is increasingly the most important thing. And that doesn't mean that in all fashion it is the most important thing. I mean, fashion is generally about selling, usually garments. So it is important to show off the garments. But fashion also includes other things as well, like the accessories and shoes and other aspects of what a model is wearing. And but also if you're shooting images that are more beauty inclined, that are closer to the model, then the makeup is increasingly important. The more focus is put on the face. So that is very important as well, sometimes even more important than the styling if it's an image that does have a lot of face and flesh in it and you're advertising maybe the earrings or if you're doing an image that is more a beauty shot with an extravagant hairstyle and there's necessarily no outfit included, it's just the shoulders of the model. So it all depends on what you're doing, what you're going for, and also if you are kind of blurring boundaries a little bit, as I'm doing in my work with fine art. For me, the dress becomes the piece of art. So it's what you're going for, and it's what the brief is, whether it's a brief you've given yourself or a brief you're doing for someone else. What do you need to show off, and how can the makeup and hair help carry that selling, that message of what's being sold better?
Great. Let's keep going.
Okay, cool. So so now we're going to move on to the test shots of the couture setup. And then after that, we'll be going on to the lo-fi shoot as well. So this is the hi-fi shoot to start with. Okay, so Matthew's been spending a lot of time today laying the foundation, the technical foundation for the test shots, whilst we've been getting obviously all the styling done. The styling has been done just to kind of a half level, not the complete full styling, because we just want a flavour of how the dress is going to look and how the model is going to perform in front of the camera and the kind of main props and furniture that we might be using with her. So we have brought the model into the scene that Matthew's been setting up with the lighting and been working out how her dress falls into that composition. So the kind of left brain technical foundation, as it were, has to be tweaked as we incorporate a person into what's been a shot of the room up until then. So naturally I've been tweaking a little bit, coming round to one side to try and build more depth into the image by not shooting too straight on. I want this grand wide shot, but then there's also the intimacy we want with the model as well, and that's always the challenge. So that's just where I've got to keep working on getting the balance right. So I'm trying to, it's like a bit of a conflict between the best shot of the room and the best shot of the model, and trying to meet them halfway to get the best fashion photo. And also Leonid's, he's got expectations as well from how he wants his dress to be presented and trying to get the best impact from showing off the shape of it. So there's all these different considerations to think about, which is the challenge of any test shoot, all the ingredients coming together, trying to get the best lighting we can as part of that as well, thinking about how we might stitch the room to build out the shot into a panoramic. So I've got all these options in my mind. The main thing that I want is to get the best pose in the bag. So I know that what I'm doing at the actual shoot, I can kind of fall into it as a base and then kind of build on it and develop it and tweak it as we go along. Okay, so that's me talking very fast about the hi-fi shoot, and hopefully you actually made some sense of that. So the main thing, I'm talking about keeping it simple. So let's just go down to keeping it simple. The main thing I want to do is take a wide shot of the model in the element and to get the room looking as nice as it can. A little bit similar to the website shot of the room that I showed you earlier when I showed you what we saw on the website. That kind of simplicity, but with a model in it. And the problem is that when you put a model in it, into that picture, she's going to be lost. So you also want to get in on the model as well. So it's this constant kind of like juggling between trying to get back away and close enough. How do you actually achieve a look, a picture that makes you feel like you're close enough to the model without losing the environment? And that's something I'm constantly toying with. It comes down to lens choice. It comes down to the settings as well on your camera and the way you're using lighting, and also the way that you edit the pictures as well. There's been some instances where I composite the model into somewhere new. That's not necessarily something I like doing, because I want there to be a point as to why I'm shooting the model in a location, but sometimes, as the picture of the woman in the big red dress that you've seen in the beginning, that's a composite where I've put the model in a completely different environment, and as a result of that, she looks larger than life. So I'm thinking here of how to best bring together the room and the model. The dress is huge, and it's amazing how little it looks in the room, and how I've got an issue of making sure it looks big enough in the images, because it does become lost the further you get away from her. I want to also give it a lower angle, so At first I was shooting kind of straight on with her here, and then I'm moving to one side and getting kind of closer to her with a 50mm lens. So it kind of gets closer to her, but the closer I get to her, the more I'm losing the location. So it's about fine-tuning that balance, and that's something that I've got to start on working on with the test shoot. But it's a process that's going to continue at the real shoot, and I'm probably going to play between those two scenarios, and maybe coming around this way as well to really get in close to the model. But I know one thing, and that is that I want to get context around her, so it's not going to involve getting too close, unless I want to take some specific close-up shots, which I may well do at the end of the real shoot. So I think we have a little bit of time for questions, but we also have the lo-fi shoot to get through, so that if there are any burning questions, I could take them, and otherwise I'll move on to the next one.
I would say let's go ahead and move on.
Okay, cool. So I know there's been questions about, if you haven't got the extravagant lighting set up and you haven't got access to all the styling and everything, the reason why we're doing the lo-fi comparison is so you can see a model shot in the same location in this case. So it's still on location, but it's involving simpler lighting methods, and it's also involving simpler styling. And the model herself is not from an agency, but she's a wonderful model. She's got a dancer background as well, so it was a nice surprise for me to work with her on the test shoot, and I look forward to working with her again. So whereas our hi-fi model is from an agency in Seattle, we sourced Tori from elsewhere, so she represents more like a model you would find in other methods, like the aspiring kind of model that you might work with in other situations that aren't necessarily through an agency. So let's go ahead and play the lo-fi styling, where I'm going to show you how I chose a dress for the model and what my thoughts were when I was putting together her look, because I wanted to make sure that I didn't necessarily work with Leonid on it, because I wanted it to represent just me and the model working together as you would in that kind of situation where you haven't got all the team and all the extravagance. Okay, so we're dressing Tori for our lo-fi shoot, which is aiming to reflect the simpler methods in shooting a model, very much in line with how I started out shooting myself, and also the first time I was getting into shooting other models as well in situations. So we've sourced dresses from kind of vintage dresses from vintage and secondhand stores. So we have a choice of dresses that we've been looking through to best suit Tori, because it's nice to have a choice, so obviously to get the one that fits her the best, the one that we just kind of feel works best. So I've chosen this dress. For example, I'll give you some alternatives that we had. I really like the idea of going with something white or cream rather than dark, because it's good to have options, but having seen the room now, I want something to be quite light against the darker background of the room, so I want her to stand out. Also, because of the way that I'm going to be lighting her in more of a lo-fi, simpler way, trying to avoid using any of our lighting gear, and instead call upon the improvised lighting sources that we have in the room, like the lamp posts and the lamps and the light from the chandeliers, and also using my camera and my shooting creatively like I used to do when I did my self-portraits in my first fashion shoots, by using longer exposure, by opening up my aperture more. These all have implications for what the model can do in the shot, but I want to play with that and see, for example, if I want to keep Tori quite still in the shot, I can do a longer exposure. If she's going to be moving and it's a longer exposure, she's going to be giving motion blur into the image, which I did do with a lot of my earlier images of myself doing ghostly self-portraits and what have you. But it might be that that's not suitable, but we'll see. We'll just try that and how it goes. Also, what I like about this dress is that we have these straps that are kind of falling down, and as Tori sits here having her hair done, I quite like the way that could look when she's in the middle of a pose. She has a ballet background as well that I'm very interested in, because it means that she's going to potentially be really good with poses and the attention to detail in her feet and hands. So as opposed to this dress, which has sleeves, I see more of her flesh with this dress as well, which I think will lend itself well to the look of the final picture, to show flesh, because it's obviously flesh is very photogenic, and I want quite a natural, organic picture. So the hairstyling, I'm going for something quite clean and scrape top in a kind of ballet-esque way as well. So that's what Zoe's doing on Tori now. So yeah, hopefully this will be all set for a really nice clean palette of an image to work with once we get back into the ballroom and play around with the ambient light sources and what we can do in terms of poses, which I'm ultimately interested in as becoming the shape to the foundation of the picture for this one. Okay, so that gives you an overview of my reactions to the model Tori and how to best represent her in the shots I want to do of her. I mean, it was a test shoot, so on the test shoot I wanted to use that opportunity to try out a couple of different dresses. It did come down to that particular dress she's wearing as the best one because it just felt like it went the best with her. The other dresses didn't work as well with the look of the room. I wanted something simple but textured. So I was able to kind of act upon the reactions to meeting Tori for the first time and looking at the dresses for the first time and trying out the hairstyle that she had as well. The hairstyling was done by our hairstylist Zoe, but I wanted to make sure it was a simple hairstyle that could potentially have been done, you know, by herself or by myself. Not something extravagant, not something you'd see in a couture image, you know, just very simple and very slicked and almost, you know, representational of the kind of ballet aesthetic that I wanted to get from her with her nice dancily poses. So that's the styling. We'll move on to the test shots in a moment, unless we have any questions about the lo-fi styling.
Any in the studio? Why don't we move forward to the next one and then we can have a couple minutes for questions when we're done. Great.
Okay, so I'll move on to the lo-fi test shots. So I go into shooting Tori and interpreting the location as best I can with everything that I've so far prepared with her styling. What's going on here is I've got two shots, one of there and then one across, so I could potentially like put them together to make a panoramic image. Mm-hmm. So you're doing your pose by the lamppost, and then, you know, and then stitch that on so it's a wider scene. The question is, you know, what then? What do I do to the image then? But that's one potential thing. I want to do something between these two lamps as well and see if there's, you know, any interesting spark that happens in this particular setup as well, and then we might move over and try something by the electric candles as well, which I think are very photogenic. So it's just about trying you out in different corners of the room and finding the best place to put you in your pose and the best place for your pose to grace the environment. So I've been doing test shots of Tori. So really I'm trying to figure out the best compositions that I want to use for the shoot with her. I've chosen the dress that I feel works the best. I've tried a few different options, but I think this one ultimately is the best for allowing us to see the most of her kind of flesh elements, her legs and the arms and the kind of chest, shoulder area. This one I think is the best for the ballerina kind of look. That way I think suits Tori's poses. And I think ultimately the main thing about Tori that I've come to learn is that her poses are really, you know, flexible and gymnastic and dancerly, and that's the strength that I want to hone in on. And the pictures are becoming defined by her poses. So I'm just trying to find the best way to accommodate that pose within the frame. So working with trying to put the lamps in interesting places so that she is underneath the light coming from them, and to use the context of the room in a flattering way around her as well. So I've been playing with that and taking shots all around her and trying to work out what the best composition and the best angle is as well for how low to get to make her more dominant in frame. I'm playing around with my settings on my camera because I'm not shooting with proper lighting gear. I'm shooting with ambient light and also playing around with higher ISO. Generally not going above 1600, but trying to keep it down really to 800. On my shutter speed, I'm slowing that down as well. So I've been doing handheld shots. I wouldn't be doing handheld with the kind of slow shutter speeds I've been doing. I'm doing it mainly just for compositional purposes for me to get an idea of what I want. So they're not my proper shots. If I want to actually make it a proper go of the angle that I've chosen, I put it on my tripod and and ask Tori to keep really still because I don't want any blur in the images. So I'm been going around handheld taking shots that are mainly for compositional, almost like visual sketches in camera of what I'm playing around with, what I can achieve in the actual shoot. Okay, so as I was saying in that video, the important thing to note is that because we're kind of doing a lo-fi test, I was using my camera handheld, sometimes on a slow shutter speed than I would consider correct for handheld. So I was down to shutter speeds of maybe 50th or 30th, I think, a second. So I wouldn't want to do that handheld. It was mainly just to get an idea of compositions, because I wasn't going for my technically perfect pictures of her to start with. I just wanted to make sure I had some idea of how best to put her in the frame, because with Tori, the main thing I want, a little bit similar to the hi-fi shoot, I want to accommodate her as best I can in a picture that involves the room. So it's just a case of, well, not just the room, but with the hi-fi, it's about the dress. It is about pose as well, and I'm going to talk about that, but with Tori, like I said in the video, the pictures are becoming defined by her posing. So I want her body pose to become the main part of the image. The dress isn't so important because this is not about couture, this is not about selling the dress necessarily, it's more about mood, it's more about what I'm evoking with her pose. So that's interesting to note. And also the fact that I'm shooting her with these more improvised lighting methods. So I'm shooting her with the lamps that we've brought in, especially because that's something I did a lot of my early self-portraits. I did a little series of kind of nudes with lamps that were, you know, pretty much my kind of reaction to using these dimly lit, not dimly lit, but kind of just hotel rooms where I wasn't using lighting. And I wanted to do a series in hotel rooms with just the lights that were available. So I was kind of like harking back to that with the use of the lamps. So if I just flick to some of these images here. So we have these are just very, very rough pictures that I've grabbed off my camera from the test shoot, so you can get an idea of what I was actually shooting, because I don't want you to just see me shooting away and not see something of what I was thinking. So these are shots that I've got of Tori posing in a nice kind of panoramic image that I've tilted to one side to shoot an image that I would intend to stitch on. So I've got this nice wide view of the room and the light coming in through the curtains. You've got a lamppost in there. So I'm not saying this is a finished thing, it's just me playing around with how I can make a nice picture of the room with her in it, doing her thing. Also some other kind of test shots here where she's on the chaise. I'm not so worried about settings on these, well, not so worried about exact settings on these pictures. You'll be seeing more of that when I do the real shoot. But just the main crux of this is that you can see the picture there is brighter. I've probably used a higher ISO there, or I've brought my aperture open more, which does have implications. It means that the background's going to be thrown out of focus more, and potentially I could lose focus on other parts of her if they're coming towards the camera more than others. So yeah, I'm constantly playing with my settings, but overall the thing is that my camera would be on a tripod for these in the real thing. I'm just getting an idea of how best I can get her in the frame. And here's just a couple more test shots of Tori where I've also played differently with pose, because she has such a great array of poses and I want to make sure I'm getting the best I can. And it's this challenge between getting the best pose I can and trying to get the location looking as good as it can around her as well. And then you've got this pose on the right where she's holding the dress up, and I quite liked that because it gave the dress a whole new form. Whereas in other shots it might not necessarily look so exciting, but here it kind of becomes a part of her. And while we're showing you the test shots, I'll just show you also a couple of test shots from the hi-fi, the couture setup. So we took quite a fair few test shots, but I just want to show you these as a sneak peek, because these are the ones that I keep coming back to from my test shots in terms of this being the most informative for how I want to do my shoot at the real thing. So when these shots were taken when I moved to one side a little bit, from originally being dead center straight on, I moved to one side and used my 50mm lens instead of my 24-70 as I was using originally. Used my 50mm to one side and I was getting closer to her, and I like that because she becomes feels like she's closer to me. I feel like her dress is becoming more, you can see it more. But then obviously I'm losing the location a little bit, but I've still got the chandeliers in there. So these would potentially be stitched with an image to the left. And I really like her pose in these images. I'm probably going to show that picture on the right to Leonid at the shoot itself. He's already seen it. I've already showed him. I've already told him that this swan-like pose she's doing, I think, could be the one that we do in the real thing. So those I've got on my mind. So if you have any questions about the test shots, please go ahead, or indeed about the lo-fi shoot.
We actually have run out of time for questions, unfortunately, at this point. I just want to say how I am sitting here and so excited Russ and I are looking at each other like, I can't wait for tomorrow. That's just straight out of camera test shot, let alone what we're going to see you do tomorrow. So. Yes. Very, very exciting. It's rare that we actually get to go behind the scenes of a test shoot for a shoot like this in any of our workshops. Right. So I think it's really, really cool that you not only did that test shoot, but allowed everybody into your mind and talked us through everything that you went through once you got there and getting this set up. So that was really, really awesome segment. We are going to head into our next segment, which is all about inspiration and making the pitch. Can you give us a little preview about that?
It's a packed segment, as they all tend to be, but I will be first starting with word-busting inspiration, and then I'll be moving into talking about how that relates to mood boards, and going back into the preparation for this shoot as well. So answering some questions that were asked earlier about how I kind of communicate with a stylist and also other members of the team as well. And some of my thoughts that were going into the ideas that I have visually for the shoot that we've tested for and that we're doing tomorrow. But yeah, lots of interesting stuff there and lots of food for thought coming up. So I'm actually quite excited about this segment because I also talk about pitching and how pitching and practicing for a pitch and even a pitch that you don't get the job for can really help you define who you are and where you're going with your photography. And I think that's important for anyone, no matter where you are, to just call that question to your mind and to think about what you actually want to do with your photography and what is the mission, what is your dream and how are you heading towards it.
That is wonderful. Can't wait. All right, so we are going to take our 15-minute break now, and folks, just so you know, this is the kind of 3-day look into the mind and into the process and the art of Miss Aniela. If you're watching this, you most likely are someone who has been a fan of hers and her work for probably a long time. Or you're seeing it for the first time and are understanding why the rest of us have been paying attention for so long. If you want to be able to have access to this and really rewatch any segment as often as you like to really get down deep and understand exactly what's going on so that you can translate it into your own work and into your own style, which you can develop as you go, then you can purchase anytime access to the course. It costs $149 to be able to rewatch and see any segment as often as you like. We do offer a live discount to the price of $99 if you purchase that access now during the live event. So we'd encourage you to go ahead and make that decision. If you decide you do want to purchase it, you can press the blue buy button, which is directly below this video feed. For now, though, we are going to take a 15-minute break, and we will be back in 15 for more with Miss Aniela. See you then.
Welcome back, everyone, to Creative Live. If you are just joining us, we are here with Miss Aniela and Imaginative Fashion Photography. We just had a really cool segment where, Natalie, you walked us through the big shoots, plural, that we're going to be doing tomorrow. Both the lo-fi shoot and the hi-fi shoot, if you will, the very fashion couture. We met Leonid and saw some previews of the dress that he has created just for this shoot. We got to hear about what you feel when you walk into a shoot and what you see and what you do. And that was a really cool segment for me. I am excited that we are going to now do another one of your word busting exercises with the word inspiration. Earlier today, if you missed us, we talked about passion. And these are words that we hear all the time, passion and inspiration. And I love the insights you had on that earlier. So take it away. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So I quite like this segment because I'm going to be talking about something in a quite philosophical way, but also then relating to how it becomes very practical as well. So it's a really nice mix of art and business. So it starts with this whole word busting thing with inspiration and the word inspiration, because we use this word a lot. I mean, I use this word a lot. Everyone tends to come to this word when they want to describe something it is about the way they make photography or want to make some kind of photography, and the spark of passion that comes to you as the reason as to why you want to make it. So when people describe being inspired, usually it's because they are moved by something they've seen, and it can be that it's directly motivated you to want to make something like what you've seen, or it can also be just a general feeling of motivation when you see something. It might not be that you necessarily want to create something like it. It just makes you want to make things. So I'm going to be exploring all these different angles and facets of inspiration. So we all have this landscape of things that inspire us inside our minds. Some of those are more conscious than others. So I want to start by suggesting this idea of the unconscious. We are inspired by so much more than we know. So when we ask a photographer, what inspires you, or anybody, any artist or anyone who creates, and we want to know what goes into what they create and why they create it, we ask them, who inspires you? And often the answer is that the person who's answering it says the names of photographers that they aspire to be like. They usually choose the ones that they want to get to the level of, the ones that they consider to be higher above them. But there's so much more that inspires us when we are just generally, not just creating work, but generally digesting the world around us. And a lot of these things are things that we don't even realize inspire us. So it's a little bit of a kind of theoretical point, but it's quite interesting because if you go back to when I was first doing my self-portraits and somebody asked me on Flickr, I think it was, are you inspired by Cindy Sherman? And I was like, well, no, who is Cindy Sherman? I don't have a clue who Cindy Sherman is. I'm not inspired by her. Is she copying me? So I didn't really consider it to be relevant to me. I wasn't really looking at other photographers' work much to start with, and I still don't necessarily look at loads of photographers' work. I do definitely look at more than I used to. But in the beginning, I looked up Cindy Sherman like a while later, and kind of got to know that she was this, she's a self-portrait artist, and she's got this whole evolution of her self-portraits and what she's been doing in her work as a photographer. And I realized that even though I hadn't heard of Cindy Sherman, her work still plays a part in the whole kind of inspiration chain of where my work comes, because other people may have been inspired by her. She's affected people who I have been inspired by in this kind of whole domino effect. So even though my self-portraiture was, in a way, it did feel like, because when I first started taking pictures of myself, it was years before I first started Miss Aniela. It was when I was like about maybe 15, 16, I first started making these clone self-portraits. And to be honest, I don't even know where the inspiration for those came from, because I just can't think of anything physical that I saw that inspired me. But I do know that whatever they were started by didn't come out of nowhere. It came from things that I'd seen, and it came from things that I'd been affected by. And those inspirations could well have been things that I never actually heard of, because they've come around in a way that's almost like a chain links that come back to me in the future, affected by the things that have come before. So there are lots of debates around the nature of inspiration and what constitutes being original or original enough. So Some people say everyone can be original, and others say nothing is new under the sun. And what's the answer? Which is correct? Well, my answer is both, because everyone does create stuff that is original to the extent that it's personal. So we mix together lots of things that have been done before in a way that hasn't been done before. That's a nice way of putting it, because it means that what we create, the sources from which we derive our inspiration, are existing out there already, but then we put them together in our own way. So it's easier to think of art not so much as trying to be original, as in something that has never been done before, but then instead trying to be authentic. So we're putting together inspirations that we have seen together in an authentic way that is true to ourselves. So when we kind of forget this word original for a second and think about authentic, we understand more what the whole nature of art is. Because after all, no idea is new, Like this image here, I've got a woman in a red dress, which is not a new thing. I've got a woman on a beach, which is not a new thing. I've got a boat on the sea, it's not a new thing. But the way in which it's all brought together, and the way in which I've applied this surreal subtext as well, with the red in the sea and the styling, and every little detail has come together to make something that hasn't been done before, because the final image hasn't been done before. So this is my response. This is something that I have made from mixing together inspirations from lots of different places that have been done before. So every new piece of work is a remix of the inspirations that went into it. So if we think of the word creating, it implies that we've kind of birthing something new, but even in every new life that is made is a mixture of the mother and father that goes into that new life. So it's created something new from something pre-existing. So if we think of making art as remixing rather than creating, we maybe get a better sense of what we're doing in our work. So you've also got this sometimes a confusion between imitation and inspiration. When we see something we like, we want to try hard to kind of recreate it, but that's a bit misleading, because it means that we're trying to just imitate something without first thinking about what it means to us. So I've got this idea of internalizing influences. So there's this importance of actually looking at an inspiration, something you like, not just one though, looking at plural, looking at lots of them, and then also internalizing them. So you're actually kind of eating them, you're actually making sense of them, and then you put out your response. And that's something I've tried to make a diagram of as well. So this diagram here, I've got these shapes, and they represent all the inspirations that we see in their differing forms and colors. And then these all come to us, and we internalize these inspirations before we do anything. So it's important, you see that some of the colors and the shape, the size of the shapes has changed because we're making sense of them in accordance to what they mean to us. And then we put out our response, and our response is like a mixture of all those things that have gone into the original spark of inspiration. So it's a bit like papier-mâché rather than photocopying. I'll just go back to that, sorry. So it's like you are actually making a collage of inspirations rather than a photocopy, because when you're inspired by one thing, but you don't let yourself internalize the inspiration first and actually put out your response based on multiple inspirations, then you basically just produce what is a copy, and what will probably be a weaker copy of, like photocopying, it's a weaker copy of the original. And it's not true to yourself, because you're literally trying to replicate something that exists already. Probably because you're so taken in the moment of that person, but you don't want to be that person, you want to be yourself. So in order to be yourself, you have to first digest inspirations and then put out your response. So when you carry on to think about it, you can think, what makes art art? Because when we are making a piece of work inspired by the things that have come before us, and don't forget that we're all inspired by things, it's not something that we just choose to mention when we like, or something that some people have more inspirations than others, and we all are inspired by things. And what makes art art is the act of thought, so the act of fusion, of synthesis. So when we're putting things together, there's energy going into that. That's making the new piece of art. And that is what makes your art unique. It's your own unique application of thought, the personal response to what you're looking at and why it means something to you. So like I say, rather than seeking to be original, we seek to be authentic to the reasons as to why those things inspire us and why we want to act upon the feeling they give us. So to get even more philosophical, we can get down to the question, what really is art? Because art isn't just, when it comes to costumes and styling and locations and pixels, all these things are just materials that we're using to express something. And that expression that makes the source of inspiration different from what we make as a result of being inspired by it. The difference between them is the energy we put in to make that new piece of art, because that's what art is, energy that we have put out in a visual form. There's nothing sacred about a picture or a camera or pixels. This is just an expression, an attempt for us to put out what we feel inside. And our inspirations are just catalysts for that. They just help get out what we're trying to say. So if we take from multiple sources, internalize them, and then respond genuinely from within, this is how to be original. By being inquisitive, not taking from one source, and responding as to how those things collectively engage with us, we make something that is unique. If you want to use that word unique, sometimes that word unique or original can be misleading because we're led to believe that we can't ever kind of be inspired by something we see, but as long as we are actually making sense of why it inspires us and looking at lots of other things as well, don't idolize one photographer, don't just follow one body of work or just, emulate one picture. You want to look at more than one thing because that is how you engage with who you are. And if you do take from one source and you try and replicate it, the inspiration is more like fast food. It's not nourishing, it's not sustaining, it's just something you're trying to desperately put out because you want to be maybe like that person who's put that work out. But that is a road to destruction because you don't want to be them, you want to be yourself. So it's important to look at other people's work because everything we do is basically a mixture of everything that's come before us or that is around us. So some photographers maybe need to look at more of other people's work. Some photographers need to look less at other people's work. Looking and looking away are equally important because you need to look enough to engage with the world around you and be inspired, but then you also need to be able to look away and say, okay, well, I'm going to work on what is my response to all of this? Who am I? Why do I create art? So what is the use of thinking about all of this? Because it does sound in a way to be a bit of like airy-fairy kind of philosophical stuff that, we might kind of like mull over for a while, but then how is it relevant to us as photographers that want to make a living from what we do? Well, it reminds us to collect and store inspiration like a squirrel. So like I've been saying, to look at other people's work. It's really important to keep seeing things that you like, whether it's like saving pictures off what you see off the internet into a folder of inspirations, and you have that kind of that visual storehouse to go back to, and you realize that it's not just one picture you're obsessed with, it's lots of pictures that inspire you in lots of different ways, and they're all making little sparks that you want to make your own kind of alchemy from yourself. And it also means that when you see something you like and you're inspired by, be happy because that picture has struck something in you that you like, and there will be something you like most about it that hits a chord in you, and it's up to you to define what that is and to combine that with other inspirations, other sparks. But also to retreat into your squirrel den. So just carrying on that strange analogy I started there, I also think it's important not to just be completely immersed in other people's work all the time because you'll never get a chance to breathe. You want a chance to digest what you have consumed from all of those different sources and to think about how you might, go about kind of going inside yourself. And that's the point where I guess some people think their inspiration does come purely from within, but it comes purely from within after you have digested the inspirations from the outside. So it does come from within, but only after you've collected it from the inside because no one arrives on Earth, pure from another planet without being affected by anything we've seen before. When we're born, we're affected by everything as we're growing up. Things we see, things we experience, they all become part of our pinboard of inspirations, some very deeply rooted and subconscious, and some more obvious. It also reminds us not to fear duplication as long as we remix. So what I mean by that is not to fear using things that other people have used in their pictures, whether it be props or locations or whatever. As long as we mix them together with other things that we like as well. It's not so much about, avoiding things, there being a stigma around using a certain type of prop or location. The picture I showed you earlier of the self-portrait on the tires, I remember when I shared that on Flickr and I had someone very indignant that I'd copied their picture of a woman on tires, and I'd never seen their picture of a woman on tires before, and I just said to them, look, I haven't seen your picture before, and I certainly didn't try to imitate it, but women and tires are something that's being used in many pictures, so it's not necessarily so much that it's about imitation, it's about how you're using these items or these ideas and concepts in your work, and how much you're genuinely responding to them without, necessarily imitating other people's work, which is something that you're answerable to yourself, because you're ultimately the one that's going to feel good when you make work from the right motivations and not from just the desire to create a work that's like somebody else's. And it also reminds us of the point of art or of life at all is to satisfy us. So like I just said there, it's not ultimately about looking great or even about getting commercial work. I mean, that is the thing that we really want to do, in our existence. We want to make money, we want to be successful. But ultimately, even when we're being successful, we want to be satisfied deep within and to feel like that success is because we have really listened to what we want to do and responded genuinely. So come back to this word genuine and authentic. So moving on from that train of thought, I just thought I'd start on my 2 cups of tea there. Beyond photography, blurring the boundaries of inspiration. So here's just a couple of thoughts on inspiration and little things to think about. So I think generally that the most interesting photographers, or perhaps the most successful, or a mixture of those kind of words in terms of people who are doing well or look like they're creating images that are interesting, are those that draw inspiration from outside of photography as well as within. So they look at other art forms and they engage with other art forms and other aspects of life that aren't necessarily just about looking at photographs. I think that's really conducive to work that is more likely to be a bit more different, because they're sourcing their inspirations from these different pockets, and it means that the result is not just going to be combined, not just going to be a result of the photographic inspirations that went into it. And it also means that oftentimes you can create something that is interesting in itself, even if you haven't been inspired by that many ingredients. So what I mean by that is, for example, a few years ago, I did a little series of work where I was directly inspired by the works of the painter Balthus. And I just basically created works that were directly inspired by the colours and the furniture and the mood in his images. So I wasn't really combining necessarily, at least consciously, that inspiration with loads of others. I was just making a photography version of it. So by making a photography version of paintings, it was already something different because it was 2 art forms that were crossing over there. Look to the child. Childhood contains purest motivations. This is one you could talk about for a long time, but I just wanted to touch upon it because I really believe that a lot of our characteristics we show as children and the things we were interested in when we were little have real relevance to us as we grow up, and it's almost like in adult form we have the ability to put into practice a lot of things that we were unable to do as a child, but we can still put the same flavours and motivations. I think there's real glimmers of our real self as a child because you're pure and you're basically just acting on impulse. So I'll give you an example of this that made me think of this. I remember watching a video about a fashion photographer and a few years ago, and she was talking about how she was always reading fashion magazines when she was little, and I kind of thought, well, I'm not, because I haven't done that myself. I was kind of reading all kinds of things, not necessarily a focus on fashion or kind of feminine things. I was kind of a mix of all kinds of things, from adventure books to comics to a few kind of fashion-related things, but there wasn't a pure focus on fashion, which is why probably now as an adult I don't have that, you know, fascination for just fashion. It's something more about adventure and artistry that isn't just about, you know, the fascination with fashion as a commodity, because I'm not so interested in the whole cycle of trends and seasons as much as I am about making art that is timeless. Your machine, not just to have ideas, but how will you make them consistently happen? How does dream meet reality? So the photography you do at any one time will be in accordance to what you can actually make happen. I don't want to make this point sound too complicated. What I mean by this is that at any one time, if you want to do something, you have to think about how you're going to make it happen. So it has to be kind of in accordance to what you're willing to do as part of your lifestyle. So for example, if you want to make a series of images of, you know, beaches throughout the world, then how are you going to get to go and see all these beaches? How are you going to make travel a part of your lifestyle? It's no good just going to one beach on a holiday and, one set of images doesn't make a series. You have to think about how it's going to match what you're willing to do and what you're able to do right now. And I'm going to be talking more about that on day 3, because I'm going to talk about how my lifestyle at any one time has informed and shaped the photography that I am producing, from the self-portraiture days through to what I do now. And that will be in accordance to photography and life being kind of hand in hand, and part of evolution being this natural progress that you make according to the lifestyle you're living and how the true you comes out in what you do for a living. So this is just like a brainstorm of loads of inspirations of stuff in my own work. The reason I've just put it all on like that is because I want to visually show you how this is just like an explosion of different things. They're a mixture of lots of things. I don't want to talk about inspirations without mentioning some inspirations of my own, but these are a mixture of things that are just part of a landscape of inspirations that have been there in my mind that haven't necessarily inspired a particular art piece, but they're just there as things I enjoy, things I like, things I wanted to write down when I thought of this question of inspirations. And there's also things on there that are more direct, like for example, there are particular paintings that like I mentioned, the Balthus paintings, and also I mentioned earlier segment, the picture I did of myself with a snake, which is directly inspired by a painting, John Collier's Lilith. But that's one of the rare times that I actually draw direct inspiration from a piece, because usually I just see things and they give me a vague murmur of inspiration that I put into my kind of visual, my mental storehouse, and I just let stay there as part of the landscape. There's also things in there that inspired me very early on in my work, that inspired me more in the beginning days as part of that stage of my evolution. Things that inspire me more now, new things, old things, things from childhood. So this is like a laughably slim slither of what really goes into inspiring and informing my work, because of course, like I say, there's so much more that inspires us beyond our comprehension. And it's important to be aware of that, because it's not that we have some great ability to be completely original. It's about how we respond to the world around us and how we're kind of remixing and making new consolidations of it. That is what art is, because art is your thought, your ability to look at things and be moved by them and then express that in a new piece of art. So this is the tip of the iceberg, and there's so much more that goes into my work, like I say. I'm going to be showing inspirations that have gone into my mood boards of my shoots a little bit later, so you can see where I've put together images that I've just found on the internet and such like. So everyone has a trail of inspirations. Talking about them is not so much about honesty, but awareness and discussion. So, for example, I'll talk about an artist here, Kirsty Mitchell, who some of you may have heard of. I mean, her work is inspiring on many levels. Her work is very visual. If you haven't seen her work, definitely check it out, because it's just an amazing feast for the eyes. But amongst the many things I find inspiring about Kirsty Mitchell is the way that she's very open about her inspirations, because it very much reminds me of when you're at college and you're putting together like a sketchbook showing visually what's gone into the planning of a piece. And she treats her blog like that. When she's showing how she's making a new piece of art, she's shown all these many inspirations within and outside of photography. So she's inspired by, for example, paintings or visuals from different tribes around the world, films, other photography as well, like Gregory Crewdson. She's inspired by so much, but she shows how she's putting it together. So that honesty makes her work even better because it shows that she's got nothing that she's trying to necessarily hide. She's responding very genuinely based on her own feelings as an artist and what she wants to put into her work. And that's what I find inspiring about her, is that she really has her own vision and drive of why she does her work and how she puts together those inspirations. So it doesn't necessarily mean that everyone should kind of create blog posts talking about all these inspirations that go into their work. But it's just interesting when you can call upon things that did become part of an inspiration, because it doesn't mean that you are somehow admitting that you're not as unique as people thought you were. It's something that you're just highlighting that is everyone has, and you're just simply pointing out something that everyone has. You're just making it more of a talking point, which can be interesting for people who are watching and reading and learning about the artist. Inspirations are on all levels, not only visual. Like, for example, I just mentioned Kirsty Mitchell and the way in which she expresses herself through her sketchbook-like blog posts, but also a person's focus, person's attitude, business skills or other skills. So, I don't know, for example, you might be inspired by the way an artist puts themselves into their work, even if you're not inspired by their visual outcomes necessarily in line with the genre that you're interested in. Like, I don't know, for example, Banksy and the way that he puts political messages into his work. You might be inspired by the way someone makes a business branch from what they do as a photographer, like maybe they have made a particular business from what they do on the side from their photography. And I find endless inspiration in looking at the way in which people conduct their lifestyles and the creative ways that they make money as well. Because I find the way art and business come together a very interesting relationship, because it's not just about kind of compromising your art to make some money from it. There's also this whole world of creativity when it comes to ways to actually make a living from what you do that wouldn't have been the same if you didn't have to make a living, and bring out these whole new worlds and whole new situations that you wouldn't have had otherwise. I mean, an example of that is my fashion shoot experience and the situations that's brought out between myself and other photographers, and a lot of friends that we've met through that because of that kind of slightly, I guess, entrepreneurial aspect to creating it. So mood boards. Sometimes inspirations are mystical, like I've talked about, all the unconscious, the subconscious inspirations that go into what we do. But some inspirations give us a clearer view of where we want to go. A mood board is like the physical version of the papier-mâché of inspirations that I mentioned earlier when I showed you the little bad diagram of the smiley face with the shapes. So a mood board is where you are literally getting inspirations visually to put in a place where you can show either yourself or usually someone else what your vague kind of pinboard of moods is for a particular shoot. So we're going to be looking at some mood boards now from different shoots I've done in the recent past. So I'm really pleased that I'm able to show these mood boards. These are not my images. These are images that have been sourced through the internet and I put together as a mood board. So it's really helpful for me to be able to show these, because this is like a great way for me to show it's not just all about my work and looking at my own past work and where do I want to go. It's all about looking at other people's work as well. And so this is a mood board I did for a shoot in LA that we did last year. So it was like a sci-fi themed shoot. And I just went sourcing images on Google Images and stuff like that, and just throwing together a mood board, mainly for my own purposes. So this mood board that I'm showing here is a mood board that I've put together just to communicate, not so much with the stylist, but just to Matthew mainly, and to myself in terms of what I might do with the lighting on this shoot. Because a little bit later I'm going to be showing you stylist mood boards, but these are my photography mood boards. So I love the word mood board because it really sums up what it is. It doesn't necessarily mean you want to recreate a picture in that set. It doesn't mean that you really strongly love the picture. It's just a general vague feeling of mood that you are called to when you see that picture. You might even wonder why on earth you put a picture in there, but it's just something that strikes you. So in here, I'm drawn towards this kind of sci-fi aspects of the styling, and also the lighting in some of the images as well, and the futuristic appeal. And the final images that I created on this shoot, you know, they're not necessarily completely in line with the images that I've sourced, but it's all about the mood. It's all about there being some kind of like arrows pointing from those images to the final results I got in terms of their lighting and in terms of some uncanny similarities, like the blonde woman kind of being replicated in the image there that I've got that wasn't entirely intentional at all, but it's just interesting to look at them afterwards and see where you have called upon some of those little inspirations that went into it. So let's have a look at another one. This is another set of images that's not my work. It's images that I've sourced from the internet and put together. There's a lot of Tim Walker pictures in there. And this is a selection of images that I just put together upon interpreting the location for a shoot that we did in this Brooklyn brownstone mansion a couple of years back. So you see some similarities in terms of the warmth and the tones in there. You've also got a little bit of an uncanny mirroring of the man by the fireplace in the middle of the mood board and the woman by the fireplace that I produced at the shoot, which wasn't, again, intentional. It's just something that was kind of in the ballpark area of what I was inspired by after seeing images of the location, to then go and look for mood board images and then reflect upon how those mood board images have affected the look of the final things that I made. Then we've got another one here, a mood board for Hampton's mansion shoot that we did last year. Again, just some kind of subtle references and also some more direct references, because there's an image in there of the woman on the spiral staircase. And this is an image I actually plucked out. It's an image by Tim Walker, and I showed the stylist, and Matthew, Leonid and I kind of communicated together and said, you know, we want to create something inspired by this image because we know there's going to be a spiral staircase in the location. Let's have Leonid make a dress that is long and something in line with this, not to recreate it by any means, but to respond to the inspiration of the impact in that image and the coincidence of the same kind of prop, the staircase. And you've also got the woman with a thing on her head as well. That's ironically become reflected in the styling of the model there you see on the top. So these images, a couple of these images were in the stylist mood board as well, so may well have influenced Leonid. So yeah, there's quite a few Tim Walker pictures in there as well, because his images are very broad range, almost like an encyclopedia of inspiration for fashion and fine art. And here you've got a stylist mood board. So this is a mood board that's put together by the stylist for a shoot that we did in London last year with a kind of mermaid nautical feel. So she was sourcing images that had this kind of mermaid look to them. And so this was in response to the location that we gave, images of the location we gave her. She suggested this kind of look, and we thought that was great. And that went into the look of the styling and affected also obviously my images as part of the way I interpreted that theme as well, because the styling becomes part of the way I interpret the directions for surrealism. Not that all the images had surrealism. I did a couple of surreal images from this. I also created another one that's not on there that you will see through the workshop, which is the girl in the fishing shack with the big blue dress and the fish underneath her. That's another one that was part of this particular shoot with the mermaid references. And here you've got another styling mood board for a particular shoot. Lots of kind of headpieces and ethereal kind of powderiness going on, and a little bit of kind of taxidermy and antlers. So this became reflected in the styling and the outcomes from that shoot. Again, it's by no means supposed to be some kind of like direct replication. It's just that mood board and the usefulness of a mood board. So the stylist was using the mood board to communicate to me and the other photographers involved in this shoot, because it was one of our production shoots, our fashion shoot experience shoots. So we were able to show this to the other photographers and show them what they were ready for and what they could start preparing ideas for. So mood boards in pitching. So I want to talk about how they're important. What is a pitch? and how do you get to the stage of doing a pitch. So I want to move on to talking about pitching, which is very much in line with what I've been talking about with the mood boards. So the mood boards I've been showing you here are mood boards that I've made to help myself, and the stylist has made to inform me, and to kind of inform each other. So when you're pitching for a job, a mood board is something you can present to show what your ideas are for a particular job, and give the client or the agency or whoever you're pitching to an idea of what's going on in your head and what you're planning, what you can make possible. It inspires them. It also gives you an idea of where you are going with something as well. So when I talk about a pitch, and I mention, naturally answer the question of how do you get to the stage of doing a pitch? Because usually when you get to that stage, you've already got the interest of the client or the agency, and they're asking you to do a pitch to continue the process, because you're probably up against a few other photographers. So it's not so much that you send pitches to clients out of the blue, it's something that you're invited to do. But then again, this is also relevant when you're pitching to fashion magazines, and you're asking a fashion magazine to believe in your idea for a story, so they can give you pull letters, so your stylist can go and source outfits to be part of that shoot that's going to go in the magazine they're going to publish, or promise to publish, or near enough promise to publish. So, but what I want to do is, everything I'm saying is relevant in many different ways, on different levels of the ladder. If you're doing kind of mutual collaborations, or you're presenting a mood board for your own shoot. But this I want to talk about with particular reference to a pitch that I did for a Campari job last year or the year before, I can't remember exactly when it was, but I did a pitch for a job that I found a really interesting experience, because it allowed me to really call upon a lot of interesting things about my own portfolio, or where I wanted to go with it. So first of all, just to visually show you what I mean by pitch, here's just like the whole thing laid out. From the title through to the textual sheets, through to all the images, and then the final sheet. So that's what I mean when I talk about a pitch in this particular case, and in the kind of anecdotes that I'm going to be following up with. So the purposes of a pitch depends on the stage you are at with a client. So what you're putting in a pitch depends on, obviously, whether you have actually got a job. Usually the whole point of the word pitch is that you're pitching, you're trying to get something. But also, once you have got a job confirmed, the process of making mood boards and making things that continue from the pitch, they continue because your communication keeps going, and you're hatching ideas, you're developing ideas, and you keep needing to get those approved so that you can get your ideas approved in line with what they want. So it depends on the stage you're at with them. It depends as to whether what they're asking you for, basically. They're asking you for your ideas, then you're presenting your ideas in that pitch. If they're asking you for how to actually make something happen, then you're showing them how you're going to make your ideas happen. So the pitch is shaped by the brief they've supplied to you. So they may have already given you very detailed storyboards. So for this particular Campari pitch that we did, we were given very detailed storyboards, drawn by an illustrator, very detailed, full of colour, and our job would have been to basically recreate those images, stroke for pixel. But then there'd be situations where you don't get anything near half as detailed as that. You just get a few lines of description, and it's up to you to kind of respond to it, and to do that kind of speculatively until you get more information. And sometimes you are kind of put in a situation where you are expected to respond quite creatively, and you're a bit like, well, how do I know where to start with my idea? And you really do have to kind of give some idea, because often clients struggle with, their imaginations. They want you to come up with ideas as well, and they want you to come up with really interesting ideas. And sometimes it's scary to know, how high to jump, but that's part of being a photographer is being able to use your imagination at the right times. Purpose of a pitch also to sell your image and flair. So throughout the whole thing, you're selling yourself, you're bigging yourself up, you're making yourself look as if you definitely know what you're doing. You have images that are brilliant already, and you're going to make something really brilliant for them. And so you're using your language, using the power of your best images. You're kind of putting yourself across, and you're impressing them. And it's also to instill confidence that you can produce. So you have to verbally describe, how you're going to make every part of what they want happen. So when I use the word produce, it might be that they've told you what they want you to do. They want you to make a picture of a woman on the beach, you know, with an array of drinks around her, and I don't know, like there's got to be some other interesting props in the scene. Well, how are you going to get those props made? You know, where are you going to shoot this? How are you going to make it happen? And it's also how you'll produce every part of the shoot. So like I say, you know, the props and the things you're expected to source, where are you going to get them from? How are you going to make, what you're going to make them out of? You know, even these very tiny details you're expected to think about. Well, on this particular pitch I was putting forward, you know, there's expectation that we're going to describe everything that how we're going to make every little detail happen. And this is before we're even, you know, given the job or told that we have a chance of getting the job. It's about convincing them that we can do it, because they want to be instilled with confidence that they're going to pick the right people, just as you would be if you were hiring someone to do something very important for you. And like I've just mentioned, it's ongoing communication to all team members. So the interesting thing about when you're pitching for a job, even before you have the job, you're going to start thinking immediately about all the things you're going to need for that job. Because if you do get it, you want to know that you're ahead and you've already prepared some things. So you might show your pitch shortly after to team members that are going to be part of the production for that particular job. So what I learned from making a pitch, I've put present tense there, what I learned, because I learn every time I do a pitch. It's not just about what I learned from making a particular pitch, as in this case, the Campari one. I was really excited to put this into my workshop because it was really enlightening time for me to put this pitch together for Campari, because it caused me to look upon my portfolio with almost like new eyes and to think, you know, how much of this is really relevant for this particular job. Now, obviously, it depends what job it is. It doesn't mean that everything you've done up to that date is all for that one job and you have to, you know, cast away everything that's not relevant. But it does make you just suddenly look at all your work and to want to put the best quality into that PDF. And sometimes you look at work with different eyes than you might be with your kind of, when you were maybe kind of looking in a different way at your work when you were in the moment and you were so kind of carried away with it. You might look at it differently from a commercial point of view, which, you know, in my case, sometimes I look at some of my most experimental kind of fine artwork and I consider it irrelevant for a lot of commercial purposes, because a lot of the time what I'm doing in my fine artwork is distracting for a commercial purpose or a fashion purpose. So for a situation like this, it may be that the images that I had the most fun making are not so relevant, and it's more about pictures that are strong, have a good foundation, have good composition. It often also helps to have someone else have their input on your work as well. In my case, you know, Matthew's opinion is very useful because he can be brutally honest about what he thinks works and what he thinks is rubbish. You know, he'll just walk over and say, nah. So that I pretty much know I shouldn't put that picture in. That's fine, I appreciate his honesty, I think. So it's great because it just makes you think differently. It makes you think, okay, all my work is going to stand to attention, you know, and which is going to cut the mustard. So it's just a slide from the Campari pitch. It's not particularly important to read. You can just kind of cast your eyes over it, but it kind of gives you an idea of set by set what I'm talking about. So we had this calendar of storyboards presented to us, and we had to basically describe month by month how we would make each image come to life. And this was the initial response to the storyboard we were given. So we didn't have a great deal of information about budget and what have you. So we had to, that wasn't ideal. You know, ideally we would have an idea of budget to give something clear, but this was an initial response. So we were talking about, you know, how we would source bespoke props, where we would get styling from, how we would introduce color, what kind of lighting we would use. Got February there that didn't have a storyboard, so we just wrote that we'd address that later. There's all these different themes that were going on in each page of the calendar that we were responding to, and it was a very interesting sounding job, so we were very keen to be considered. And another part of the PDF is putting together images from my own portfolio that relate to the particular things I wanted to see. So they wanted to know about color and lighting and styling and playfulness, all these things that they wanted in their brief. They were asking they wanted to see whether I had any experience in my portfolio of portraying these different things. So I spent some time putting together this nicely presented PDF of images, which organized images from my portfolio according to these keywords. So you've got here color, so I picked out red. Now red is this key color for Campari, so I put the whole PDF on red as well. So red is this important branding part of their image, so I wanted to pluck out images where I'd use red. I remember thinking I wish I'd shot more red dresses so I could put them all in. So it made me think about, how could I shoot more dresses that could be appropriate to use in a pitch like this. So it already had got me thinking about, thinking critically about my portfolio and what I could be doing, whether or not I get this job. Lighting, so looking at lighting, one of our responses is that we were going to use flash as a mainstay, and HMI lights as accessories to the flash, so pretty much in the same way we're doing the shoot tomorrow. So I put examples here of flash and where I've used flash, just to illustrate the different ways in which I have utilized that drama in my work. Then we've got attitude, so I plucked out images where the model is conveying attitude, wanting to just kind of stimulate the senses to show the variety of images. This is not something necessarily that I would always do for every client presenting PDF slides like this. It's something that they wanted to do. So like I say, the pitch is shaped by what they want. So this is what they wanted me to do. They wanted me to present like this. But it certainly is interesting, I think, for people to see this, because it means that if this client wanted this presenting to them, there's bound to be other clients that want this as well, because they want to be convinced that you've done work and that you can do their work. They don't want to feel like they're taking a punt on you. They want to be able to trust you. They want to be able to see what you've done. And like I say, it's about proving to the world that you can do something, rather than it all just being something you think you can do. And then you've got playfulness. So you've got images that I put in there where I've got examples of the model being playful. This is part of the brand that they wanted. They wanted kind of sexiness and playfulness at the same time. So I was trying to show how all these different moods are conveyed in my work. But again, the reason I'm kind of showing this extensively is because I want to show how I have been looking at my work with these labels. So I'm looking at these in line with these labels, and I'm thinking, how much work do I have that shows playfulness? How much work do I have that shows the strengths of my lighting? How much work do I have that shows color, deep reds, or drama? If this is the kind of work I want, then how much work do I have to actually show that I want it? Fantasy and intrigue. So we have visual response to fantasy and intrigue, images where I've used surrealism, in particular ones that have a kind of like timeless look about them, and also surrealism. So one of the main reasons they approached me to start with is because of my surreal fashion series. So surrealism was very relevant to show examples of where I have used composites and used this element of bizarre in my work and how it might be used in their own. What else might be in a pitch? So I've just showed you these examples of where I've kind of spliced my portfolio into these different sections. But also you might have suggestions for locations, visualizations of those locations. So we did a form of pitch a while ago where we responded to their brief by showing initially 5 location ideas, potential location ideas, with a bit of a description as to why we were suggesting them. And these were responses to their pitch. To their brief. This was a simple pitch in the initial stages for them to kind of wrap their heads around whether they wanted like an opening thing, if you like. But it all depends on what they're asking you for. Suggested stylist, makeup artist, model, concept, props, all of these things, again, are in line with what they might be asking for. I wouldn't necessarily suggest a makeup artist. It's not something I would normally suggest initially, but if it's in line with the concept that you need a really creative makeup artist, because there's going to be a series of headshots in the campaign, and you want to make sure these headshots are really spectacular, it might be that you suggest a top makeup artist that does very creative makeup. It depends on what the brief is. If they're after a campaign with a really top model or celebrity, then you want to put forward your suggestions for that as well. So These things are going to be things that are in line with making yourself look like an attractive option for them to pick as their photographer. Mood boards of externally sourced images from where you will draw inspiration. So this is like what I've been showing already, all those mood boards that I did. These are things, mood boards you can put into pictures as well. I'm going to be showing you a couple of them in a minute of what I've done for clients. So this is where you are showing the client where you're getting inspiration from. This is great. There's jobs we've pitched for lately where we've put images in there that really nicely show something we're trying to say, and they've really effectively seen them come across in the pictures we've chosen from other photographers. It's not that we're trying to replicate them. There's just something in the picture that is key to what is going to be an element of our response, our own creation for this client. And also storyboards. So this depends on, this might be something that you do further down the line when you actually got a job confirmed, but you want to create something that actually visually draws out what you're going to put into the scene. This is something we've started doing more of lately. It's very useful. We showed one lately to a client and they looked really thrilled when they saw it because we were finally able to actually express in the storyboard what was in our heads all this time. Now, neither Matthew or I can draw, so we had someone else do it, paid someone else to do a storyboard, and it was money really well spent because we had this visual thing, and it didn't just excite the client, it also excites us as well because we can see what is in our own heads, because a lot of the time it feels like this mangled mess after so many conversations. So here are some more mood boards. These aren't my images. There are a couple of my images in there, but most of them are not my images. They're sourced from the internet. They're part of a mood board that I've put together for a commercial client. So in this case, we've got 2 mood boards. This was for a job for HTC last year, where we were putting on an event for them. So it was like a shoot/event. So we had to host an event whilst also doing a shoot in this scenario as well. So on the left there, you've got this street style mood board, and on the right, you've got this couture mood board. So 2 very different looks. So in the one on the left, we're showing how the location that we've chosen is going to really lend itself well to the street theme, because the location we'd chosen was a location with this kind of indoor street, a building that was built over an old Victorian street. So it's got these outdoor elements in the indoors. And then on the right-hand side, you've got this couture, you've got ideas of the dress we might source, ideas of the model, the lighting, and also the props from that same location that we'd been to before, that we knew had these Gothic props, like the Devil's Chair and this old fireplace and candles. And we knew that those were props we'd want to show the client so they know what kind of look they're getting from this particular couture setup. So taking the street one, first of all, taking that mood board, here's the resulting shoot. Now, this wasn't actually supposed to be a photo shoot, so these are just how the actual setup looked. It wasn't actually a proper photo shoot, it was more like a scene we were acting out, because we were demonstrating a smartphone and the use of this smartphone. So you've got this set that we built in accordance to the mood board. So we've got the models in their autumnal outfits. This was actually a summer event, but we had to theme it in an autumn way or a fall way, as we were coming up to that season. So we wanted the writers of magazines to be able to show these images in line with the upcoming season. So we had to do everything fall themed. And we had a set designer who came in, brought a park bench, brought a bike, decorated the set with ivy and leaves to make it even more on theme with the way that we envisioned it in our mood board. And then the couture setup was one where we produced, it was also not necessarily made for a photo shoot, it was made as a set, but we also got a chance to shoot a decent image with my DSLR as well of the model in this setup. So we produced a final image from this as well. So we have the model looking very fiery and hell-like, just interestingly calling upon that reference in the mood board there of the woman with the bright lighting. So you can see that kind of backlit idea coming into the final thing. And you've got the dress from a designer, Bibian Blue. So the dress on the mood board is from her. We had a different dress from her for the shoot, but it shows the quality of the styling that we wanted to put into it. So you can see how the mood board is really important to conveying what's in your mind. And these subtle diagrams. It's like a map to where you want to go. It doesn't exactly spell out stroke for stroke what you're going to get, but it's tremendously useful. So here's a mood board, again, not of my images, but images sourced externally from different places. A mood board for the shoot we're doing with Creative Live, the shoot we're doing tomorrow and that we've tested for. So you've got a picture of the location there. That was one of the main things that I was responding to in terms of thinking, what do I want to do in this location? I've got some dresses there that I've just kind of plucked from searches online. Dresses within elegant locations as well, dresses with drama. I've got a couple of pictures in there that I'm not quite sure if they're relevant. They just kind of struck me as some kind of mood that I felt was going towards how I was feeling about this shoot. The green of the peacock feathers, that's not something entirely relevant, but at first I felt that possibly she could be wearing a dress that is that colour. And I felt like the way to show the stylist that thought is to show a picture of what initially gave me that idea, rather than just saying, oh, how about a green dress? Why not show him the picture that made me think of a green dress? Because it may be that peacock feathers might become appropriate to the way he designs a dress. So you have also an image in there, an Annie Leibovitz image that was really relevant to the powder blue of the dress that Leonid has designed for the shoot. And I really think of that image especially more now that I've done the test shoot, because that's a very kind of whimsical fairy tale image that I feel is very appropriate to the kind of running away in the middle of the night type vibe that I'd like somehow to get in the picture that we do. And also here is a spliced out version of a PDF that I made to also pitch this shoot, because we needed to pitch it to, in particular, the model agency that we wanted to get the model from. So I wanted to set out a PDF to them that clearly showed the details of the shoot. It's really important because a lot of the time it's important to make things clear to people, very, very clear, because sometimes you can tell them things and they forget them. You want to set out, what the job is, what the dates are. But luckily I had the Creative Live team to help with that. So my main job was to kind of sell myself and Leonid to make us look like, we could really do a good job, make this an interesting job with the model, make them want to be involved, basically. So I've set out these examples of images from my own portfolio where I've worked with Leonid. So because Leonid and I are working on this shoot, I wanted them to see a flavour of what we've done together and what we might be making on this shoot. So I've showed them examples of where we have done colourful images using his dresses and an idea of what we're going to be doing at this shoot. So this kind of PDF pitch / mood board helps everyone. It helps the people within the crew. It helps myself and Matthew planning it, and it also helps people outside of it, like the model agency and the Creative Live team themselves. Now, storyboard. This is kind of like a storyboard / rough concept sketch by Leonid that he did a couple of weeks back to show his idea for the dress. So I kind of asked him to include some of the location in it to show how the location is going to become part of this image. So he's included the chandeliers in there. I love this sketch. It really got me excited because it made me feel as if we're heading towards the result that we want. We're putting it on paper, it's becoming real. And it gave me an idea of his vision for the dress. And it's such a rough sketch, and yet it's so informative and so useful and inspiring. And that's another side effect of doing a rough concept sketch or a storyboard, is that it does give you that extra stroke of inspiration and excitement that gives you extra passion for what you're doing as well. So mood boards, pitches, and storyboards are a map for you to use. They're literally a way for you to find your way from A to B when you're in the pursuit of creating something. And it helps other people see where you're going as well. You might know in your head roughly where you're going. To communicate to other people is invaluable because ultimately it usually involves other people when you're working on jobs and when you're working on anything that's veering towards fashion. It usually involves a team and you want to communicate to that team. Communication is really important. The more team members you have and the more extravagant you want your pictures to be. They help you think realistically. So they help you really think about how you're placing a model in an environment. They really help you think about what you're actually going to ask the hairstylist to do. They help you think, really, how is it going to happen? Help you communicate with others in the team and beyond, as I've already covered. They make you aware of inspirations as well. And this is really nice. Going back to everything I've said about inspirations, they help you become aware that inspirations do always go into everything you do. And when you can make them into conscious references, it means that you're aware of where your inspiration is coming from and where you want it to go. So you might be inspired by a fashion photographer, but you want to take those fashion references into a more artistic direction, a direction that's not necessarily all about the dresses or selling something, or maybe the other way around. You want to take elements of paintings and put them into your fashion images because you want your fashion images to be more intriguing and less just about the dress. But then you've still got to make sure the dress is an important element of it if you want to keep it as a fashion image. They make your aims real and motivated. So it's almost like you're making it more real by putting it down on paper, or in the case of a mood board, into a PDF or what have you. It gives you a sense like being a map, but it makes it feel as if you really want to do it, especially when you get a storyboard or sketch done. It makes you feel like you actually want to make that come to life, rather than just being an idea stuck inside your head. And they don't necessarily rule out the right brain spontaneity, but they give you a much needed starting point. This is a really important point on this with reference to myself, because I've talked to you all about this right-brained way that I've got into making my images and the instinct that has powered a lot of my early work without the notion of exactly what I was going to do with my pictures. So how does this correspond to what I'm saying about all these mood boards? Well, all these mood boards help you communicate with teams, and they help you tackle big jobs that you want to get cracking on, whether that's something of your own, a collaboration that involves many people, or a job for a client where they're expecting you to work with many people. But they give you a starting point. So everything you do, even commercial jobs where you're working with clients and directors on set, you're still going to have moments where something happens, where something spontaneous happens, or the shoot leans a bit in a certain direction because of the conditions in which you're shooting, or because of something looking great that you didn't expect to look that way, or you try something a little bit experimental, and then you can act upon that inspiration in the moment. And it might be that the client also is fully on board with that, but communication in that case is very important. So this exercise of doing a pitch really helps you get to the nitty-gritty of what you want to spend your time doing. Because when I was doing that pitch for Campari, and it was a pitch that I didn't get the job for, but it was so interesting for me. I mean, I don't look back and think, oh, damn, I didn't get that job. I look back and think, wow, I genuinely think that was really interesting exercise for me to see what they wanted, because it called to mind what I want to put in my portfolio for the next pitch. Because I was wishing I had a certain type of picture to put in there. I was wishing I could maybe show examples of more of this or this or this. So it makes you really think about who really inspires you, what do you want to create, and how are you going to create it and get it in your portfolio in time for the next pitch. So even if you don't have a job to pitch for, preparing a hypothetical pitch of a hypothetical job is so useful, because it makes all the work that you've done, no matter how little or how much work you've done so far in your careers as photographers, it makes you think about where it's heading towards. How is this work a map, your own mood board, your own map to where you want to go in terms of proving you can do a particular job. So later in the workshop, I'm going to be talking about the dream job and what your dream job might be. And I want you to keep that in mind, because I want you to bear in mind how you would put together images that you've already done to pitch for this particular dream scenario that you envision. So that's something I'm going to be coming back to and talking more about, but just keep that in mind. So I will touch upon that more, because all this I find very interesting, because ultimately the passion of what fuels the images that you make, the passion I have when I make my surreal fashion images, I'm really thinking, where is this going? Where do I want to go with my work? I'm going to talk more about where I want to go with my work. But when I look at my surreal fashion work, yes, I'm proud of it and I love it and my heart's in it, but I know that it's somewhere I'm going next with it that makes me excited. Everything that you do in your work is like you're showing a flag to potential clients of what you can do and how you can make it bigger and better. And obviously it's not the case for all work, because some work is more fine art oriented. It's not all about clients. But ultimately, if you do want to be a commercial photographer, you do have to think about how the work you're putting out there, what its message is saying to potential clients, because that ultimately is what it is. It's a series of symbols and signs to those potential clients.
Wow, this bit right here, this segment, when I think about creating I was going to say the word profile, but a portfolio.
Yes.
Thank you. A portfolio and editing down the images just to create a portfolio is such a big process. This is like that amplified, and so what an amazing exercise for everybody to go through step by step of what you've just showed us in order to create this pitch, combining all those different elements. That was really, really very educational. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have some time for some few final questions. We'll start with our studio audience, and then we have some online. You can feel free to add some more in there in the chat rooms if we have anybody. Sam, I see.
So you're talking about editing down the portfolios. I have the opposite problem. I feel like I don't have enough work, and if I don't put anything in, then there seems to be like nothing. So what advice do you have for people who are sort of more at the start of their career and don't have so much choice about what kind of images they put forward for that?
Oh yeah, I mean, I wasn't necessarily always implying that I have too much work to put into my pitch or portfolio. It's more a case of what is relevant to that client. I mean, at some cases, when I'm preparing a pitch, it's a case of, I wish I had more of that picture, I wish I had more of this, that's irrelevant, this is what I want, wish I had more of that. So yeah, I mean, your situation is one I can identify with. It's, I guess the answer that comes to mind is that you need more time to go out and to produce to just basically produce full stop, because then you get an idea of where you actually want to go and what you want to be pitching for. So, I don't know, I think it's a time maybe to check in with your inspirations and calling upon why you actually want to be a photographer or a certain type of photographer, what it is you want to create, what it is you might be aiming for, and to think about what work you can go out and create. It might be that you need to go out and just indulge in creating more work before you organize it into a pitch for a potential or hypothetical job. Or you might look at your work and think, what if I was a potential client, what would this work say to me? You could even, ask the question, continuing in this imagined situation of being a client, you could ask yourself, why don't you create more of this? I want to see more of this from you. It all depends really which direction you want to go in, because it might be that if you want to go more into fashion jobs, then you need to work more with, fashion situations, dresses and styling or whatever. So yeah, I think it's something that you have to check in and create more work. It's like with me. I mean, if I think that I need to create more work for the next potential Campari job, then I would want to create more images that I know they'd like to see in there, that are in line with their particular kind of aesthetic, or the aesthetic that made me want to pitch for it in the first place, because there was something about their work, their look and their past work that appeals to me. Why is that? Why am I drawn to them? I've got just using the time to make more images to get in there, and imagining, for example, that you've got a pitch coming up in, 2-3 months or something like that, and what can you do in that time? Even if it's just one picture or 2 pictures or 3, what could you really put in those pictures that just kind of will blow them away, and concentrating on how you're going to make those pictures happen. So yeah, it's not a bad problem to have. It just means that you haven't got maybe enough that you really believe in. So you need to go and just make it happen.
That is great. So we've got one in the back. We're going to take one from online, and then we'll go to Dallas after that. Janine wants to know, are there any contracts signed before the pitch? Are there any type of agreements in place? Or is this purely just you're doing this work in order to get the job in the first place?
Pretty much the latter. Like I say, it depends on what stage you're at with them, but usually this word pitch implies that you're pitching, so therefore you haven't got the job, you're vying for it. So most of the time when we talk of a pitch, we talk about not necessarily having the pitch, having the job. Often you might be asked to sign like a non-disclosure agreement because often the client or the agency is showing you something that they don't want kind of publicized, so you sign that, and then they show you the brief, and then you develop a pitch based on that brief. But there's no guarantee at all that you're going to get the job. It's just something you're doing speculatively. It's almost like they're having like a free consultation with you, if you like. So it can be hard because sometimes, you do a lot of work on this pitch and you don't get the job. And so it's time you've spent doing research and obviously all the layout and just all the work. But it never necessarily is wasted effort, especially if you're just starting out, because that effort, like I've been saying, can be really useful for helping you define where you're going with your work, because ultimately it's all about selling yourself, and you can't sell yourself to the whole world at once. You're trying to sell yourself to some particular audience. So if you've been interested enough to make a pitch for a client and you haven't got the job, it's not a wasted pursuit because there's a reason why you pitched for it. And it may be that you've done really great preparation for the next pitch because that will be a job that is most likely related to what you've just pitched for because it's something that you're interested in.
That's a great concept. Dallas.
Just a question about logistics and etiquette. When you're putting together a pitch and making suggestions, like models or stylists, is that something that you'd suggest you touch base with those suggested people with beforehand? Or like, would you kind of be committed to it in case the client is really on board with your idea? Or would you approach those people after the fact?
Yeah, good question, because my answer is kind of a bit of both, I guess, yes and no. I mean, sometimes if there's someone we've worked with before, like Leonid, for example, then we'd feel fairly confident putting them forward. But to be honest, if we know that the budget and the dates are kind of appropriate for them. But then, to be honest, even if you suggest someone and then it turns out they're not available, I wouldn't sweat that necessarily, because I think as a photographer and the producer, you are basically kind of in this industry, people are often become unavailable at very short notice, and you have to just find a substitute. And I don't think the job would depend on you getting that particular ingredient, because the client has chosen you. You're the main ingredient that they want, and it's more about they should trust you enough to be sourcing and using your judgment to get those particular things. Like, for example, when I mentioned the location pitch that we did, suggesting these 5 different locations, if any one of them wasn't available, then we would find a close alternative. And I think the client is pretty much in a position to accept that because they trust us. It's not about the importance of any one ingredient. It's more about why we chose them. And if we can get that same effect or same skill or whatever it is, same location look, the same makeup artist skill, the same styling quality from someone else. So I wouldn't think that was a big deal if you had to swap things out. But a lot of the time you put forward a suggestion because you may have a close relationship with that person already and you know that they may be available and interested and free for that job.
Great question. We have time for a couple more. This one is a quick one, but Dance Lady from New Hampshire. What type of magazines were you selecting your pictures from when you do your mood board setups? Where are some of the other places that you go? What types of magazines?
Where I source the references from?
For your mood boards.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, I see pictures in magazines that I like, but most of the time when it comes to practicality, I just look online for them, or I just search online keywords that relate to whatever it is I'm looking to be inspired by. So yeah, just to be honest, most all of my mood board images are from the internet, just from search engines and sourcing those online, because sourcing from magazines you can obviously do, but it would involve scanning and placing that into your PDF, which is more time consuming, because most images that I'd be the magazines, if you know how to search them, you can find them online anyway and just use that. So that's easiest way.
So we have a question from our friend Adrian Farr, Addie Farr, in England. When starting out and you have no clients, it's kind of maybe similar to your question, but is showing your personal, more creative work still a good route to getting noticed by clients, or should you show more toned down shots instead?
I think it depends, really. It depends on what you think they want. I wouldn't ever really show pictures. It just depends on what the client, previous work that they've done, like previous examples of work that the client has done that's most in line with what they're asking you to do. And what the nature of the job is. If they're more interested in some kind of really intricate concept, then like we've had clients that are really interested in what the story is in the image, more so than necessarily all the glamour of the styling or what have you. So I'm not afraid of showing images where there is something maybe less fashion-based going on and more intricate and story-based. But then again, I wouldn't want to show that to a potential fashion magazine that is all about, selling the dress, selling the garments. Your work, you're free to do whatever you want in your work, but when you're showing it to a certain client, you just have to think about who you're showing it to, who you're selling it to. Because I think when it comes to a pitch as well, you've got into a situation already where it depends who's pitching to who, but usually when you're pitching to a client, they've invited you to pitch already, so there is something they like about your work already. And it's just a case of you kind of like showing images that are most appropriate to the job, so you don't necessarily have to show everything. It's a case more of just using your images as tools to show you can do certain things. So it really, I wouldn't like to go any more specific without a particular example. I think it really is a case of case by case. That's one of the most important things I've learned as a photographer. There are many different situations I've been asked to do some kind of work for and in. And it really, because even though I do portraiture, and it's mostly all portraiture, a lot of it's surreal, there are still many different things going on, and I have to be careful about not confusing a potential client with too many of those pockets. So I will show a particular thing that I know will appeal to them, and that comes down to research and communication as well. It's really important.
Oh, I love that. All right, so I think we have time for one final question. We started out this segment by talking about inspiration and about how to actually create and maintain that inspiration. Afshar wants to know, how do you keep the energy and inspiration ongoing? How do you re-energize yourself when you find it most difficult to be inspired?
Ooh. Do you mean during the actual process of one shoot or in general?
I'd say in general, in your career, as we go on, you put so much energy into each one, and it's easy to kind of lose a little bit of that and get tired of the grind. How do you keep that inspiration? How do you keep that fresh?
Well, I think it's like I was saying earlier about looking and looking away, equally being important. Well, looking is just important. I think just checking in with other artists, not just photographers. There are loads of sites on the internet that kind of collect together interesting people, like My Modern Met, and I think it's called Colossus or some Colossal, where they actually do a feature on different creatives. So not just photographers, but people who sculpt or people who paint or draw, all these different things. And those to me are little interesting sparks of inspiration that you get in your Facebook feed or email inbox, just kind of keeping subscribed to those. And those can be interesting because they remind you that there's so much creativity going on and that there's so much to be done and so much to explore. So I think kind of subscribing to things like that, or even, I don't use Pinterest often, but I know that a lot of people do use that, and they collect these visual pin boards, like visual mood boards, ongoing mood boards of things that inspire them, and that again can be great as well. But then, like I've been saying earlier, looking away is so much equally important, because sometimes you can become so overwhelmed with ideas that you kind of become in a state of paralysis as to how to make anything happen. So you have to then check in with how you're going to make something happen. You know, how maybe you've seen a big amazing dress in a vintage shop nearby, and you're going to buy this dress, and you're going to put that money, you're going to invest that money into making a really great image for your portfolio. You know, make it happen. Making it happen is just as important as being inspired. So you have to go with these little inklings of inspiration. It's not just about you know, just having a whole library of it. You have to also go with little feelers that make you kind of motivated to start building a shot, because when you have got loads of things to put into the image, it can be overwhelming. The shoot tomorrow, you know, I love the location, I love the dress, you know, I want to use the best lighting I can, maybe use fog, you know, all these things are at the danger of overwhelming me, but ultimately I bring it back down to the dress and the lampposts and maybe a bit about the murals around her. Those are the things I want to focus in on and let it build slowly and organically through the shoot. So yeah, sometimes it's just about going back to basics and letting it build back up again when your brain becomes a bit too full and about to explode.
Okay, so we just wanted to join you up here to end this segment. It's been amazing, this talk about inspiration and about how to actually get your work in front of clients. So we wanted to say thank you for this whole segment. We wanted to thank everybody out there as well. But let's talk about the next segment. Now, the next few segments, we are going to be shooting. We're going to be doing a very, very exciting, elaborate shoot that may be one of the most elaborate in Creative Live history. So let's talk about that a little bit. What can people expect from that?
So yeah, we're going to be making everything we've tested on the test shoot and we've been talking about and looking at the mood boards for. It's all going to be becoming real tomorrow, which is slightly nerve-wracking because we've been planning it for so long and imagining it and talking about it with Leonid over curry last night. And you know, we have these expectations that we really yearn to come to life. Not just, I mean, we want to show you how, you know, we're excited to take you on our adventure. But in order to do that, we've got to be equally passionate about making it as well for ourselves, because that's how we work. So I'm so excited to kind of give you that fly on the wall look at us in our desperation, really, to create that magic. So yeah, I'm going to be trying to listen to my own advice and, you know, kind of like bringing it back down to the simplicity of what I'm trying to do, and then building upon it slowly, building the shot, you know, once the lighting's in place, once the composition's in place, building it and showing you the thought process that goes into that. So, and ultimately also showing you how it's all a very human process as well. You know, we have these desires to make things happen, and sometimes it all becomes too much and things go wrong, you know, and all these things are just part of being a photographer and part of life. So I'm really excited to take you all along with us and have a lot of fun as well.
Fantastic.
Are you guys excited as well? Lots of nodding heads out there online. It's incredible how much work you have put and your team have put into this workshop, and I think it's great that we got to learn today about you, about how you work, about just a lot of the process in addition to how you're inspired and what you're passionate about, so that tomorrow when we are seeing you in action, we have all of that as the basis of what we are looking at you through the lens of your lens. I don't know if that makes any sense at all. I feel as though, I don't know about you guys out here and out there, but that Natalie is putting me in a zone where I'm thinking like a lot at a deeper level. I don't know, you put me in a zone. So if you guys out there are also have enjoyed whatever little bit you've been able to see with us here today, the way that we work is that you can upgrade, you can purchase anytime on-demand access to this course. What that allows you to do is stop, pause, rewind, go back, watch the parts that you weren't able to see over the course of these 3 days, and have it to have as your own, as perhaps one of those pieces of inspiration that you so eloquently talked about, how we input and take in all these different things that then we output what are our own creations. So there is a blue buy button beneath the video that you are watching right now. The course is $149 regularly, but we always have that special $99 discount price here for this course, and you can take advantage of that. You can make that decision right now. So thank you to everybody who has joined us today. Thank you, Russ, for being my partner in crime Thank you to the 10 of you who have joined us here in person. We look forward to involving you and seeing you again for the next 2 days. Thank you to Natalie and the full Miss Aniela team. To Matt, we got to meet Leonid today as well. Russ, thanks to you. I think we have one more thank you.
Absolutely, we do have one more big thank you. Everybody on a workshop like this, the line producer is someone that really just makes everything happen and brings the whole team together in a way that really organizes it and makes it flow extremely smoothly. I'd like to bring out our line producer here, Ms. Janae Gerard. I don't think she's too surprised about what's happening right now, because as the line producer, you are in charge of everything. You make sure that all the lines of communication are clear and that everyone has the information they need to do their job. Sadly, Ms. Gerard is leaving us here at Creative Live to explore other things that she's passionate about and exciting times in her life. We are very excited for her, but we are very sad for all of us here because this is her last workshop. So we just wanted to bring her on and have you guys help us out to give her a big worldwide round of applause for everything that she's done here at Creative Live. So everybody, please, as we go out, help me to thank Ms. Janae Gerard for everything she's done for us. Thank you very much.